we're going to start this off as usual and see if we can first verify that the audio is working. I have to do this with every program, so I'll give some of the viewers a moment to filter in and they can let me know right off the bat if the audio is working. I hate to have to start every program off like this, but with YouTube, it's to the point where all of my live streams start out with I don't know, sometimes the microphone's on, sometimes the microphone's off. So, Jake, I think it says, let me know if you can hear me. JK3813. Awesome. Okay. That's good. That's really good. I'm happy that YouTube is starting to do that now. So I see everybody said I can hear you. So give me a minute to get the other streams up and we're going to get into the program of trying to denote what the hell is a terrorist. That's going to be our topic today. And of course, President Trump still wants Greenland. So we'll talk about both of those things. Um, so give me a second here to get this other one up, and we'll go ahead and start the program. A what does that say? What the hell? Uh, a I'm just gonna say a T person. What makes a person a T? You know, it's crazy. You have to type this shit, and you really have to censor yourself because some of these apps are so ripe with censorship. Because really, the title of this program, I really wanted to simply be "What Makes a Terrorist." That's what I want to call this program, is what makes a terrorist. But some of the sites don't want, you type that in and that's enough to get flagged for censorship. But I'm going to explain to you briefly why I'm saying that. But give me a minute here. We're going to be talking about some of everybody on this program. Obviously, you see Renee Nicole Good there in the background, but we're not going to just be talking about her. We're going to be covering it from a host of angles. And that is the question we're going to be asking, is what makes a person of terror? Okay, so I think I got everything here going, and welcome to the program, folks that are tuning in. As you guys know, my Chicago Bears came back with yet another fourth quarter victory. And wow, what the hell? Let me just type this in here, get this last one. So we're going to be on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Nevertheless, good evening. What up, folks? Once again, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, or good afternoon, depending on what part of the country you're in. I mean, it's 2:15 here in the central time zone, so 3 on the East Coast. That would make it noon, exactly around noon, or 15 minutes past noon on the West Coast. So more like good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I'm asking a simple question today on the show. What makes a terrorist? And I'm going to give it to you from a host of angles. You know, I always come with clips. Today is certainly going to be that. And I want you to hear a few things. If I can get my damn, looks like my audio is here we go. Okay. So I want you to hear from a few things. My audio was not charged, but I had to make sure that was being taken care of.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Now, this is from a few weeks ago. I think many of you are aware that President Trump designated, what do you want to call it, narco terrorist, this is during the time when we started going after the folks in Venezuela. And they started designating the boats as narco terrorists. You know, he's already labeled, what is he? What did he, Tren de Aragua? Tren de Aragua. I've had 3 years of Spanish. I should be able to pronounce that right. Tren de Aragua and MS-13 also, he designated those as terrorist groups.
Because they think he's going to be good for votes, and I think he's very bad for votes. These people are deranged. He's not good for votes. He beat the hell out of his wife. His wife is afraid to even talk about him. She's been mauled by this animal. And, through a system of liberal courts, he's doing things. But, no, we have that under control. And Pam has got that very much under control. Do you want to comment on it, Pam?
No, we got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country. He's currently charged with human smuggling, including children. The guy needs to be in prison. He doesn't need to be on the streets like all these liberals want him to be. And as part of this operation here in D.C., we've also taken off MS.
Now, she said that's obviously Pam Bondi talking about taking off MS-13. This is an older clip in regards to, remember Kilmar Abrego Garcia? You hear them saying that he was not going to be able to terrorize Americans anymore, so he also is being viewed as a terrorist. Kilmar Abrego Garcia being viewed as a terrorist, and like I said, a lot of folks were agreeing with this stuff.
Secretary Pete Hegseth revealing that the Department of War carried out a strike on an alleged drug boat overnight. He says it was operated by Tren de Aragua. 6 alleged narco-terrorists were killed in the strike, and this comes as President Trump says the crackdown against narco-terrorism could move to land operations. Joining us now is the president's former acting DEA administrator, Derek Maltz. Great to have you here. I want to play just one.
And I'm not going to go too deep in that clip, but you hear them also referring to the boats that were bombed as narco terrorists. So it does lead to a recent clip.
Americans who have been listening to your comments. This was an act of domestic terrorism, that the officer was...
Anytime you take something...
is in direct contradiction to what they are seeing and watching in the multiple angles that have been released.
What I would...
24 hours.
This vehicle was used to hit this officer. It was used as a weapon, and the officer feels as though his life was in jeopardy. It was used to perpetuate a violent act that this officer took action to protect himself and to protect his fellow law enforcement officers. So we'll let this continue to go forward and follow the same policies and procedures that every use of force situation does. But we've had almost over 100 times that these vehicles have been used to ram law enforcement officers and to do damage and to harm them. When you take an action and use a weapon to harm someone and to incite violence against them and try to cause them injury or death, then it needs to be labeled exactly what it was.
Do you believe the use of force in this instance was commensurate with the actions of that vehicle and the driver?
I would say that when these individuals use their vehicles to try to ram our law enforcement and to put their lives in jeopardy, that law enforcement officer has to make a decision.
No, the reason I'm playing this, and she didn't quite say it here because I clipped it off and I should have played the whole thing, but she referred to obviously Renee Nicole Good as a domestic terrorist. So what I want to ask you folks is, what exactly in your opinion is a terrorist? Usually when you hear the term terrorist, you think of guys like the guy I got on screen in front of me. You think of guys like that. That's who you normally think of when you hear the term terrorist. Perhaps guys like that. You think of folks like that. Now, Renee Nicole Good, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks view her as a terrorist? Because that is what the Trump administration is referring to her as, a terrorist. Now, I don't know, when you look at this group here, which looks like some Afghan nationals, or I believe I put in ISIS to get this picture here. I gotta ask, when you look at ISIS wielding AK-47s with masks on, do they really look much different than these guys? Do they really look a whole lot different? Same color outfits? They're both wearing masks. Do they really look much different? I suppose one is carrying an AR style weapon, or I don't know if it's an M16. I don't know what they're carrying. I'm not a gun nut, but they're both carrying carbines. Do they really look much different? I mean, it's just a bunch of dudes in masks in military fatigues carrying long rifles. Do they really look much different? So one is ISIS, one is ICE. I'll leave it up to you folks. Last but not least, you guys remember he was in the news early this year, and I'm only putting his face up because he too, by the Trump administration, was referred to as a terrorist group. So I want to ask you folks, what is the definition of a terrorist? Because it's the boats being blown off the coast of Venezuela were narco terrorists. Obviously, MS-13 and Trinidad Agua, they refer to them as terrorists. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a terrorist. Renee Nicole Good is a terrorist. So is the Trump administration getting this right, or are we starting to change the definition of what an actual terrorist is? Now, keep in mind, during Trump's term, there have been no shortage of, I just say, for lack of a better term, hate groups marching the streets of America. Marching the streets of America, carrying symbols from the Third Reich. Not once has the Trump administration referred to them as terrorists. So I'm trying to figure out from you folks, what is the definition of a terrorist? Because it seems like it's evolving as we speak. Maybe some of you folks can help me clear that up. One who intends on committing or stopping the lawful process of an arrest warrant. That is terror. Is that what ISIS and Al-Qaeda do? They commit or stop lawful process of it. Is that what we've gotten used to from ISIS? I asked, what is the definition of a terrorist? And one of the viewers, Donald Knight, says one who intends on committing or stopping the lawful process of an arrest warrant. That is terror. So is that what ISIS? Is that what Al-Qaeda does? Let me know. What happened to the people against the tyrannical government? Everybody often says they're on one side or another side of an issue until being on the opposing side is where they feel they belong or where they feel it is beneficial to them. It is as simple as that. Everybody, for instance, says they're for free speech until somebody says something they don't want to hear, and then they're no longer for free speech. I think you're talking about, for instance, the right tends to be against big government until President Trump is the head of the government and he uses big government to do things that they believe are favorable. So everyone can paint what side of an issue they're on until the opposing side of that issue seems more beneficial. That's the way I view it. We'll go ahead and start the program off. I think we are finally making it happen here. Repressed gay men run MAGA. Damn. What was that? Okay, remember the liberals were cheering when Obama was mass deporting illegals in every city. That is absolutely not true. In fact, I'm not going to bring it up right now, but that has come up many times. And all you got to do is Google Obama stop deporting, and you'll see all the marches and protests that were going on when Obama was deporting people. The liberals were not cheering on Obama deporting people. That is patently false. Every Democrat president in history loves the deficit, give us deflation, and makes the economy better, says user. Okay? Depends on who you ask. Change of subject. Great game last night, Chicago Bears. Thank you very much. It was indeed a good game. So let me get to the actual comments and then onto the box. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. Happy Sunday, all of you folks. Hopefully, if you are a football fan, your team is in the playoffs and winning. If you're Green Bay, fuck off. Tap the screen, get the likes to 10,000. Every Democratic president in history loves, okay, I saw that. I have leftovers from Domino's. It's committing an act or using words that instill political fear. Is that what Renee Nicole Good did? She used words to instill political fear. What is a terrorist? I want to know that. I'm going to go straight to the box when I get to 10,000. Tap the screen, get the likes, because I want to hear from you folks. What is the definition of a terrorist? Because I'm hearing that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a terrorist. I'm hearing that Renee Nicole Good, picture behind me, is a terrorist. I'm hearing that the boats off the coast of Venezuela are narco terrorists. MS-13, Trinidad Agua are all terrorists. I mean, obviously, the people that were on January 6th were all patriots. No mention of any of the folks walking down the street carrying swastikas. Are we evolving on what makes a terrorist? Are we truly evolving on what that actually is? Stop being. You missed the super chat, did I? I did not see that. Oh, I sure did. Tim, good afternoon. Let's go Bears. Thank you, Dark Side Rider. My apologies for missing your super chat. And also, America is not safe anymore. This is crazy. Wow. You know something? In fact, I posted a video today. I should have had it queued up for this show. A Hispanic man is at the pump, just pumping gas in his car. And 3 ICE agents walk up and start demanding ID. And he's like, I don't have to give you anything. They're like, well, how do we know you're an American? They just started going off on the dude. He had to end up showing him his license. He was just standing by his car at the pump, pumping gas. And they walked up on him and started demanding he show ID. And when he refused, they said, well, how do we know you were an American? And they started cornering him. They were about to take him away. Looking in the comments. So it definitely is a new America. It absolutely is a new America. Taylor Thomas says you need a Takesha takedown. Why do I need a Takesha takedown? I'm trying to figure out what the hell is a terrorist in America. I'm trying to get to 10,000. Tap the screen. Americans are safer than ever before, says Loris. Well, safer in what way? And safer due to what? Now, many of these municipalities are claiming that their level of violence in their cities was coming down before Trump got elected. Now, obviously, Trump is going to suggest that the National Guard and somehow, some way, ICE is lowering crime. I don't know. No, listen, I could see where ICE, I mean, not ICE, but I could see where the National Guard may be keeping people in the house. ICE may be doing that too, but I'd be curious to know, what is Trump doing to lower crime? Because a lot of folks are giving him credit for lowering crime. My brown skin doesn't make me safe. Get the fuck out of here, says MHP. Says his brown skin does not make him feel safe. Wow. America is the new in and of itself. We're no longer the United States of America. Wow. Almost at 10K. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Real quick in the comments here. What is a terrorist? I'm asking that. What makes a terrorist? Is this woman, yes or no in the comments? Just simply yes or no. Is the woman on this screen, in your opinion, was she a domestic terrorist? That is what the Trump administration is referring to as. Do you believe this woman on the screen here, by way of yes or no in the comments, do you believe she was a domestic terrorist, as the Trump administration states? Stu says yes. That's about, I see a few folks on YouTube. Debbie says yes, that's a female. James says yes. Looks like most of the folks are saying no. One individual says hell yes. What is a domestic terrorist? Let me go straight to the box. And we'll start it out with Mike. Good evening or welcome to the program. A domestic terrorist was trained by a Democrat. What's that got to do? You said she was trained by a Democrat? Mike, you're on mute. We'll give Mike a chance to come through. Mike, can you hear me?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I hear you.
Okay. A domestic terrorist. What say you?
So do me a favor. So ask those same people, they should feel the same way about J6 then, right?
The J6 folks are patriots. We already know how that's going to go.
No. Seriously. I mean, ask the same people, because they should be saying yes to that if they're saying yes to this.
Okay, we'll run it by way of yes or no. The January 6th protesters, were they domestic terrorists? Yes or no in the comments? Just because my individual asked. Now, why those answers are coming in?
Some of the same people.
Someone said only for one day.
Yeah, so the only reason I brought it up, because it's all fuckery for anybody to think that, because there was nothing that she did that, again, they keep defining words in this country to fit their narrative so much that it's causing people to unalive. I'm not even surprised this has happened. I'm surprised it happened more and sooner.
Well, I'll tell you something. Mike. This sure goes against that whole Second Amendment prevents tyranny argument, because ICE is having no problem going around violating folks' Bill of Rights and all kinds of shit. And there's plenty of firearms in the Hispanic, in the Somali community, in the African American community, and they're having no problems going throughout Minnesota, throughout Chicago, throughout LA, doing whatever the hell they want. So the idea that firearms prevents tyranny, I think they're proving that that's bullshit.
It is, and again, so what I was hearing this morning about this gentleman, Jonathan David Ross. Did you hear about that investigation into Border Patrol back in 2014, where they found 69 cases where Border Patrol and ICE agents had intentionally thrown themselves in the path of a car to justify?
Yes, they changed the rules because of that.
Right.
Yeah.
So this guy was there then.
Yep.
Did you know that?
Yep. He's been around he's been 11 years. So they said he's been on.
Yeah.
So he might have not been around. I mean, that's 11 years ago.
He was. But he was there then. It was longer than 11 years. He was there then. I did read that. What I hadn't read was, somebody told me this morning, I haven't seen it yet, that he was on 3 of those cases. Now, I haven't seen
Wow.
But somebody said that this morning. I haven't seen that, but that's what I heard this morning.
So you saying it's possible that 3 times in his past, this guy who took out Renee Nicole Good, 3 times before in the past, he stepped in front of suspects' cars?
Yes. Now, first of all, I don't even want to litigate the case anymore, because it's clear, and anybody that's trying to make a case that she is a terrorist and she tried to run him over, I can't even take them serious, because those are the same people that thought Ashley Babbitt was innocent, a victim as well. Yeah. And you can't see that way and see this. I just can't. I just can't do it. At the end of the day,
why do you think the right does view what happened with Renee Nicole Good versus what happened with Ashley Babbitt? Why do you think they do view it so differently?
Because it fits their narrative. Listen, Tim, it fits their narrative. It fits this narrative, and this it is crazy, because it goes back to what I told you before. These people have been propagandized to believe some shit that they can't support, and you can give them contradictory evidence to push back, and they have no answers for you. They literally have no answers for you. And if they want to have a conversation, a really intelligent conversation about facts and what it all means, they don't want to have that conversation. They just want to go, yep, she's a terrorist. And look how loosely we're using the term terrorist. Look how loosely.
And I brought it up because you often hear folks say the term racism doesn't mean anything anymore because minorities and blacks throw it around so much. And I'm starting to wonder if the term terrorism or terrorist is going to be like that, because the Trump administration is starting to refer to so many different people and groups as terrorists.
Tim, let me tell you this. This case is so bad. There's so many things that you can't even dispute, although they twist themselves in pretzels to make sense of it all. This should be everything. If you're a constitutionalist, this should be everything that you stand against. Everything from top to bottom.
But I do have to ask it from a standpoint of, she did physically make contact with an officer with her vehicle. She did hit him.
Again, Tim, when you watch the whole thing in its totality, they should have never even approached this lady.
How the hell you come up with? She was blocking the street.
Tim, the guy that pew-pewed her drove around her. Tim, what are you talking about?
She was still blocking the street. You can't block the street with your car and tell people to go around you like Tim, you're a crossing guard.
They are not. They can't enforce traffic laws, Tim. What are you guys talking about?
Hold on. If they are on duty and they're in the process of doing their job, you can't block the lane area and tell them to go around.
Which they weren't, Tim. They weren't. What a part of this are you guys not missing? Kristi Noem specifically said they weren't there in that street for that thing. There was no operation on that street. They were trying to get a car that was stuck in the snow. Her words, not mine.
What about the rumors that this woman was following
It
ICE
doesn't
around.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
She can
come
follow
on,
him
Mike.
all
Listen,
day
you
long.
can't,
Tim,
Mike.
no, Tim. Legally, she can follow. Is there a law between her following them around?
Okay,
Tim?
so you're following them around. Now all of a sudden you're in front of them, blocking their path.
No. That's not what I said. That's what you said. What I said is there a law about her following them around? It's not harassment. You guys are, listen, this is the problem that we're dealing with right now, Tim. I'm talking about law. You have a legal right to protest.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that's what it was. You have a legal right to protest. They can follow them around all day long.
What are you suggesting? She broke no laws at all?
What I'm saying is they had no jurisdiction about any of it, Tim.
I
They're
don't
not
know about that.
law enforcement.
I have
Tim, let me say this. Legally, ICE can't pull you over. ICE can't pull
well,
you over.
I don't know if that's 100% true under some circumstances.
If it's not an ICE operation, they're not supposed to be able to do shit to you, Tim. That's why, and the people that think I'm wrong, go look up 287G. Now, you and I talked about the 287G program, Tim, which gives, if local law enforcement agencies sign up for it, it gives the law enforcement the right to pull you over acting as federal agents. Look up 287G program.
I'm just before I do anything.
Listen. Listen, I'm telling y'all, everybody is trying to make this shit what it's not.
Okay, how about
ICE
this?
agents
How
cannot
about
pull
this?
you over.
This is simply put in Google. Simply 5 words. Can ICE pull you over? Now, AI Overview says yes. ICE agents can pull you over in a vehicle, but their authority is limited to immigration enforcement, not general traffic violations, often using aggressive tactics like blocking cars.
Exactly. So it has to be an ICE operation. Exactly
But
what I said.
they could easily make up some shit and say you look like somebody they after.
But again, Tim, now you're saying they can make up some shit, which is breaking the law, that's not what they
Mike, come on now, Mike. That would be Mike. No. Listen, that would be like you getting pulled over by a cop, and you say the cop didn't have a probable cause of stop. Well, you were weaving in traffic. They can always make up some shit.
Again, you're talking about what they can make up. You can make up any fucking thing. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about the letter of the law. And what I'm telling you is when they approached her, if you look at the video from her neighbor that was filming it from inside, across the streets, in their window, ICE agents, see that picture, that image? They were about 100 feet up the road before they even got to her. You see the room where the officer got his car around her? They had room to move on.
Why the hell is she telling people to go around, Mike?
It doesn't, Tim.
It do matter. What are you doing?
It does not. If you look at the legal precedents, it does not. They don't have any jurisdiction.
That ain't what I'm asking you, though. I get that you trying to say that they don't have, but what is she doing?
Tim, this is the problem with this case. And this is why people are arguing the wrong shit. They're arguing, what is she doing? It doesn't even fucking matter what she's doing, Tim.
Just stop it. Come on, Mike. That ain't gonna fly.
No. Hold on, Tim. No, this is the law. You guys can equivocate all you want. What they should have done is did what they did. They drove around and they should have just kept fucking moving. That's what they should have done.
Mike, what should she have done?
Exactly what she did up until, and I'm gonna tell you why. And everybody's saying I'm lost.
You really trying to defend this?
Hold on. No. I'm about to tell you. By the law, Tim, I'm right. You guys just don't know what y'all talking about. Here's the thing. Can they pull you over and ask you to get out of the car without telling you what they're pulling you over for?
No, they cannot do that legally. No.
Okay, so the officer that walked up to the car, did he tell her anything outside of get the fuck out the car?
No, but my guess is.
So did he violate her rights when he did that? Yes or no?
Mike, ain't nobody gonna defend this shit, Mike. She's blocking traffic, and because she got.
I'm telling you, Tim, I'm telling you, the fact that we're sitting down people's rights is the reason why we're here right now. And I'm telling you, the more you guys talk about this, like that shit, what I said doesn't matter, the more this shit is gonna happen. What you just said.
No, it's not, because more people are not going to. Anybody with common sense is not going to use their car to stop traffic like this. It's not going to happen more.
Tim, You guys are talking about shit that is irrelevant to the law.
What
That's
was
what I'm
she doing though, Mike?
It doesn't.
Yes, it
fucking
does.
matter.
She is. Why is she stopping traffic with her car? I want to know, what is she
Yeah.
doing?
Again, she's not. Now, first of all, how many cars did you watch go around her vehicle? What if her car was stalled?
Then it wouldn't have ran over the officer, according to Trump.
No, but hold on again. But would that have given them any right to walk up to her car and tell her to get the fuck out? Yes or no?
What was she doing? You can't answer that. What the hell was she doing?
I can answer, and I can argue that case too. But that's what I'm trying to really stay here, so people that are on your show and you understand that if we keep talking around the law and who the preponderance of responsibility is on, this shit will continue to happen.
Then give her family.
There's no difference.
Give her family a few. Give her family a few bucks and tell anybody else that is thinking about doing this. It's a crazy ass idea. You don't use your car to stop federal agents.
She didn't use her car to stop federal agents.
Then what is she using her car to do? What is she using her car to do? That's what you keep saying. It ain't important. What is she using her car to do?
What I'm saying is, whether she turned around and she was telling them to get the fuck out of here or fuck themselves, legally still they have no reason to fuck with this lady. Zero.
So
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
So they have no reason to fuck with her. I get your point. Is she fucking with them?
Even if that's not against the law. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, here's the thing. You guys keep asking. I don't care if she told them to eat a dick, Tim. It doesn't matter. It's not against the law.
I'm just going to tell you, Mike, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just going to tell you this. If you deliberately set out to fuck with police and you provoke them to do something that may not be within their jurisdiction or their authorization, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy because you were provoking them from doing their job. People, Americans, a jury is not going to feel sorry for you doing that.
Tim, all I'm telling you is that you can put someone in front of a jury in this case right here, and the shit you're talking about legally has no fucking bearing on what happened. Because if they went to her door and they didn't, and she did nothing wrong, it's not a traffic stop. They don't even have jurisdiction to stop her. They broke the law out the gate. Doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, when I asked you, you made it clear they have no right to fuck with her. I responded by saying, but is she fucking with them? Well, it don't matter. I'm just simply saying, if you go around deliberately choosing to fuck with officers, if you go around and deliberately choose to fuck with officers and you provoke an officer to do something that is not legal for him to do, a lot of Americans ain't gonna feel sorry for you, Mike.
Again, Tim, you're talking about feelings. I'm talking about law. Now,
I'm talking about these are the when I say a lot of Americans don't feel sorry for you, I mean jury members responsible for either convicting or acquitting you.
They're not supposed to do it based on feelings. It's about the law, Tim.
She's not supposed to do what she did either, Mike.
What you tell me what she did that was illegal by her just being by her car being there. Because I'm gonna tell you this. So now let's talk about the case. So I just told you what the law is. So now let's talk about the case. If they use lethal force against her, the officer that actually pew-pewed her walked around her vehicle before he did anything. Okay? Even if you wanted to say from a traffic violation, it's a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor. Since you guys are telling me what I don't understand, even by the law, she was in the car obstructing traffic, it's a misdemeanor, it's a ticket. It's not an unaliveness, it's not a death sentence, Tim. Let's be clear.
I'm not arguing any of that, but I guess the question I want to ask you is: do you think she's responsible at all, even in a tiny portion of what happened to her?
I don't, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't. You guys can talk about the car clipped. I've watched this thing extensively, and I've also read up on this case, and I've read up on the Border Patrols and ICE agents, and I've read up on that dude. You can say whatever you want. That dude had plenty of time to get out of the way, and they showed you with the steel where both of his feet are outside that front left quarter panel. If both of his feet are on the outside of that quarter panel, he was not directly in front of that car.
Do you think she made any bad choices that day, Mike?
I wouldn't advise. Now, are you asking me my opinion?
Yes.
I wouldn't advise her to do it. I wouldn't advise to.
I didn't want to ask you. I wouldn't advise somebody to go gambling in Vegas, but I'm about to do that next week. What I'm saying is, do you think she made any bad choices?
I mean, here's how.
You have a hard time answering
You know why I say it? You know why? You know why I stuttered to answer that question, Tim? Because they violated her constitutional rights.
Okay, let's say the cops went around her and they didn't mess with her at all. Do you think she made any bad choices at all?
If they would have went around her and went on about their business, we're not even having this conversation.
But do you
And if a
think
police officer
them going around, let's say you were just there witnessing it, and they went
Uh-huh.
around her, they didn't mess with her at all, and she made all of the ICE convoy go around her. Do you think she's making any bad choices?
I didn't think she did anything to be unalive. I'll say that.
That's what I'm asking.
But Tim, that's the end result, though. Tim, listen, this is the problem with this case. Does anybody know? I want somebody in the chat to tell me how many seconds from the time those officers pulled up to the time she was unalive. Anybody know?
It's pretty
Anybody
quick.
know?
Is it even 5 seconds good?
It's not. It's less than 30 seconds from the
Yeah,
time
it's
they
pretty
pulled
quick.
up to the time they unalived this woman. Now you tell me, Tim, in that 30 seconds, they violated her constitutional rights because they didn't even tell her why they were trying to pull her out of the vehicle. And the officer that pew-pewed her was not in front of the car. What actually hit him was his phone in his left hand hit the front of that car, and he switched hands to get his weapon. If you guys have analyzed the video or not. Everything I said, the onus is on him to get the fuck out of the way.
I just have a hard time with you looking at this and saying
I know,
you have a difficult time suggesting that a woman that's deliberately blocking traffic is doing anything wrong.
Because what she did, even if I gave you that, it's a misdemeanor. And they didn't have a right to do anything about it. That's what I'm talking about. They, Tim, by the letter of the law, the ICE agents they could not stop her for that traffic violation.
Look, I'm not arguing the technicalities with you, Mike. But as I continue, the law. I'm not arguing the law with you. But what I'm simply, whatever you want to call it, the Constitution is the law. What I'm simply saying is, if you deliberately go out and fuck with a cop, and that cop steps outside of the color of law to kick your ass or do something that he was not going to do if you didn't fuck with him, people are not going to feel sorry for you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter what the law is. It does not matter what the law is.
He's a police officer. You sign up for that shit. You can't just turn around and pew-pew somebody because they told you to fuck off or kiss his ass. And by the law, they can't. So I don't understand why we're even trying to defend the fact that that's what you sign up for. You didn't have jurisdiction to do anything to that woman. The woman sat there on camera, says, I don't have a problem with you, man. And now they say, well, she was being sarcastic. So now we're trying to determine her disposition in the vehicle. And if it was that bad, why didn't he walk past her after she said it and go all the way around, Tim? He said nothing.
And you know, like, while you talking about him, you notice that she's standing there not moving until they reach for the door. All of a sudden, now her car works just fine. She's standing there blocking traffic. The minute he tries to open the door, she suddenly can move.
I didn't say her car was stalled. I said it could have been.
No, other people are suggesting that some kind of way she was stuck in snow or something. The minute he touched that door, that car suddenly worked just fine.
Again, Tim, the minute he touched that door, he violated her constitutional rights. And if we keep ignoring that and acting like it's not a big deal, why do you think ICE is starting to knock on people's doors right now, Tim?
This ain't that.
Starting to come to people's door.
Mike,
Listen,
this ain't that. This ain't that.
It is that, Tim.
You can't.
Let me ask you this. It is the same thing. If they come to your door and they come, once your rights are violated, that's what they're taught to do. And let me tell you another thing. Here's another thing. Big point. How come they didn't try to render aid to her?
That's a different argument. Now that's a legit one.
No, it's not. It all goes hand in hand.
No, it
all goes hand in hand.
If you're a genuine bad guy, because that's what we're arguing whether she was a bad person or if you're a genuine bad guy and the cops harm you and they don't render. Hold on, hang on. Let's say you're robbing a bank or you get caught doing something and the cops use force on you, and then after using force on you, they don't try to render aid. That's a different argument. That don't mean you didn't deserve what happened to you. Whether or not they render aid is a different argument.
Why? And this is the problem. This is why I don't like to. You use the analogy of a bank robber with this woman Renee.
I just said a bad guy.
But so we're saying she's a bad person. We're saying
she struck an officer with her car.
We're saying that she broke a law, Tim.
She struck a human being with her car.
What law? Again, Tim, you're talking about what she did. I'm talking about the onus is on law enforcement. The onus is on law enforcement. And listen, every time we act like this, the onus is not on law enforcement, we are fucking losing. Every time you guys sit here and act like this didn't happen, we are losing. Every time, because here's the thing, the same argument, these same people in the comments that saying I'm delusional, or the ones that said Ashley Babbitt is a victim. The bottom line is this. If the onus is on law enforcement. The onus is on that officer to de-escalate. The officer that walked up to the door should have de-escalated, but he didn't. He walked up and said, get the fuck out of the car. He started the entire thing. If you notice, him and the other officer were the two aggressive. The one that got on the passenger side, he wasn't aggressive at all because they didn't have any jurisdiction. What they should have done is got on the radio and called the local authorities. But that's not what these motherfuckers...
And what the hell should she have done, Mike?
Tim, like I told you, if she was impeding them from moving on, they had already multiple...
You're not answering my question, though. What should she have done?
Not a motherfucking thing, because she didn't violate any law, and there was nothing that they could have done about it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And here's the thing, Tim. You guys keep dancing around this topic, and this is serious shit. You want to talk about what she should have done, but the bottom line was they could have easily went around her and went on about their motherfucking business as the law requires them to do.
And she could have easily just drove down the street like the regular cars do in traffic, like the law requires. I got to move it on, but you and I disagree on this. Real quick, I'll give you the last word.
I'm going to say this, and seriously, if you and the rest of these motherfuckers continue to equivocate what she did wrong, instead of holding these officers accountable, they're going to start stacking bodies around this bitch. Because at the end of the day, if they just would have went around her and went on about their business. And here's the thing. Now we're finding out that this has been a normal practice for them. We got 69 cases where they put themselves in the line of a vehicle and pew-pewed, and 19 people have been unalived. The only reason we found that out because he did the exact same behavior that investigation uncovered, and we're finding out more about it. Now, let me ask you this before I go. I heard he was involved in 3 of those investigations. If I look this up and find out that 3 of those 19 unalivements that were committed back in 2010 to 2012, and he was involved with those, is your perspective different?
My perspective on him is different, but it's not any different on her. It would be different on him. I gotta go, Mike. Thanks.
All right.
And I'll just say this. It's hard for me, because when I saw this, I thought the same thing. The cop just murdered this chick. But the more I see it, and I'm saying this from a standpoint of a citizen, if I was on the jury, because just like she had a family, the cop has a family and things like that too. Now, I don't buy into what you see on my screen behind me, the Trump administration referring to her as a terrorist. Trump took to social media and said the cop that she ran the cop. What Trump did was bullshit. What Trump did was fucking bullshit. He went to the internet, him, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, and a host of other right-wingers took to the internet and really overstated what took place. What makes it so egregious with Trump is he's known for the term fake news. And let me give you what he said. And by the way, the handsome conservative, support your local liberal. Damn right, conservative. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Here's Trump. I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. No problems with that so far. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, and then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Where the fuck did he get all of that from? Professional agitator? Okay. Anyway, now, because this is where my last caller was bringing up January 6th. If she's a professional agitator, then how the hell the folks on January 6th were peaceful protests? Just a bunch of bullshit. And certainly by him saying that she viciously ran over the ICE officer. That just did not happen. That's just something he made up out of thin air. And he claims at the beginning of this post that he actually seen the clip. The dude clearly walks away. He didn't. Nobody got ran over. So what Trump said is really bad. He continues to say, based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive. Jeez, but is now recovering in a hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. Now, there's a whole bunch of things I put in. First of all, the reason these incidents is happening because of the radical leftists. No, the reason this shit is happening is because you're using ICE agents as a wedge of division against left-leaning cities, governors, mayors, and things like that. He's using the federal government to take out vendettas on liberal states, liberal cities, and shit like that, which is going to in turn make the people hate the folks you sending there. Got nothing to do with the radical left. Just like this woman parking in the middle of the street provoked them to get out of the car and fuck with her. Trump flooding liberal cities with military and ICE agents is provoking people to go after them. It's the same shit. If you can see this woman, which I can see her, you heard what I had to say with the last call. If you can see, which I can, you can see how she provoked them. How can you not see what Trump is doing with ICE as provocation? He's doing the same shit. And it's resulting in violence just like what happened with this woman happened. He is deliberately trying to provoke. This happens, and he says, I'm going to send another 1,000 agents to Minneapolis. It's provocation. You're literally trying to provoke them to push back so you can come up with all kinds of reasons to do more shit. It's provocation. Tim, it doesn't matter. You cannot shoot a moving car, says the Supreme Court. Look it up. Jermaine, I don't know if the Supreme Court, and I've heard this already. So I've seen it mentioned on the news and things like that. If you're shooting a car that is trying to flee after committing a felony, I think that's what they mean. I don't think they mean if somebody is actively using a car to try to hurt you with it, that you can't shoot it. And that's what up for debate, though, whether or not she was actively trying to hurt this guy or whatever. We can debate that. But if somebody is actively, and there is a video out there floating around of a cop that literally tried to run over a suspect in Baltimore. This is recent, too, by the way. If somebody's actively using their car, turning and trying to hit you with it, what do you mean you can't? You think you're going to listen to the Supreme Court? No. So I think the Supreme Court means if you're flying down a highway chasing somebody or you guys are running side by side or something like that. But if you genuinely believe your life is in danger, I don't think the Supreme Court means you got to just go with the flow. You can't use your gun. Looking in the comments, Tim, you have a spammer in the comments. Name that spammer, and if I see them, I'll handle that. I don't like to censor, but if you are spamming, you kind of leave me no choice. I will go back to the box. I think it says T music or something.
Too much tennis.
There we go. All right.
Too much tennis.
Too much tennis.
I actually wanted to read this. I'm glad that Tim brought it up. I wanted to read you the summary of the Supreme Court ruling in 1985.
Sure.
And it's based on these rulings, law enforcement can shoot a fleeing car, but only under specific extreme circumstances. Imminent threat. The suspect's actions, typically their operation of a vehicle in a dangerous manner, must create an imminent threat of death or serious physical harm to officers or bystanders. Next, no just for escape. Officers cannot use deadly force solely to prevent an escape or to disable the vehicle if the public is not in danger.
Yeah.
And then, totally of circumstances, the decision to use force is judged under the totality of the circumstances from the perspective of the reasonable officer at the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight. He could not, under the ruling of the Supreme Court in 1985, he sunk. Not because.
I don't wait, and I see in the comments, Patrick says, I saw the video footage and she in fact did hit ICE.
But he wasn't, bumping someone as she was trying to leave isn't trying to kill him. So let's not conflate two things.
Wait a minute. Okay? The only reason she only bumped him is because he got out of the way. If he had
No, he got in front of her car. Her wheel was completely turned. She was not aimed on to try to hit him. She was trying to move away from him. They had her license plate. I want to say this one thing, and then I'm running to see grandchildren. In this country, we have fought for many things. We have fought to not have people racially profiled and pulled over because driving while being black. I know I'm white. I get it. I have that privilege, and I can say that is true. I don't have to send my black sons into a car and worry about it. Okay, we had George Floyd. When you talk about sympathy, well, lots of people said, oh, he was a drug addict. He was this, he was that. We do not want our police, federal, state, anything, thinking that they are the judge, the jury, and the executioners too. That is the problem. So I don't really care what the perception, if she was an agitator, not an agitator. She had some civil rights that were stepped on. And you cannot use deadly force. By the way, I don't hear anybody saying what I heard the video. He called her an effing B.
Yeah, he did do that after.
So that kind of shows you a little insight to this guy, his testosterone level, his whiteness, his everything. And I'm not someone who believes that anybody should play the race card, white versus black or white tea versus. I don't buy it. I think you have good people, you have bad people, you have a lot of shit going on in this country. In my life, was a lifelong Democrat. I was an old-fashioned liberal, not by today's definition. I'm not even an independent because in the state that I'm in, that's an actual party. I'm in no party affiliation because it all sucks.
Let me ask it to you this way. If you're in a jury based on what happened here, she is. I mean, I get the how minor it is to block the street with your car, but fact is, they would have made no contact with her if it wasn't for what she's doing. Would you actually convict this officer of murder based on what happened?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you where he loses it. So let's say first shot, he thought he was in danger, but shot 2 and 3, no. Absolutely not.
That's an interesting point. Now, so if he only had fired the shot through her windshield and not the two through the side driver window, you would not convict him of murder if he only had fired that one shot.
I would convict him of a charge that would not be a premeditated murder, but I would convict him, and I'm not going to tell you that I know, but that would fall along the lines of a manslaughter, because maybe that was a knee-jerk reaction. He got bumped. But 2 and 3, no. 2 and 3 was definitely kind of, if I'm sitting on a jury, I would maybe question 1. Oh, he bumped and he reacted, and you could have a whole bunch of arguments that he should have reacted a different way. Let her go, grab her license plate, knock on her door, and arrest her. But 2 and 3, and then backed up with that, he called her an effing B, shows state of mind,
and provided,
which to a jury matters.
And provided no aid after shooting her. You know something? The way you stated, now that is an argument. That is a presentation I can get behind. The first shot, knee jerk because of what she was doing. The second 2 shot, but you know, there's this belief or this analyst that suggests that if you're involved in a deadly shooting, it takes a couple seconds for your mind to turn off the event. So once you deem that someone is a lethal threat and you start firing.
And then I'll go right to the end. The comment that he makes, effing B, shows his state of mind. So put everything aside. I think that this ICE agent has a history. I think he's thin-skinned. I think he's full of testosterone. I think a lot of these guys are on testosterone these days. They're on steroids. They're all kind of like raged up, ready to go. Let's get him. We've made very good people in this country enemy of the state. which never should have happened. I'm second generation American. I'm thankful that there was an immigration process, that my grandparents could come here legally, but that's because there was a process. You know, when you don't have a process and people are trying to come here, you know, give us you're tired, you're poor, and they want to come here for a better life, and we give them no way. I mean, so many people were arrested by ICE while they were going to their hearings.
But how do you respond to folks who suggest that if Biden hadn't have just operated under an open borders policy, we wouldn't have ICE and all of this drama that's going on now? How do you respond to folks who say that?
I think what Biden did, I think a lot of presidents kind of froze in the headlights of a very big problem, and a problem that a lot of the countries, I know I don't want to get all into the Venezuela thing, but I have been around Latin American people for a very long time, and I've been around very educated judges, everything. There's a very big problem in Latin America, in Venezuela, and if we help solve their, I don't mean take over their government by any means, but if
you're too late on that one.
I know, but what people here in the United States don't understand, that if we do not help Latin American countries that are in trouble under dictators, it's going to land on our head, because they don't want to leave their countries. They love their countries.
So then you should be applauding President Trump. Should I sit you on back? Because that's what he just did. He just got rid of a dictator,
you know,
Maduro.
I have to tell you, I am a 66-year-old woman. I live in crazy times in my head. I've known Trump. I do not like him as a person. I know Trump. I don't like him as a person. I never did. I don't like him as a president. But then there are certain things that he does, but very little. But two things can exist. Every once in a while, he does something good, but then he rips our country apart. So I feel like I'm bipolar when it comes to. I was very clear my whole life who I was. I was a hardline liberal Democrat who, no matter how much money I had, I always wanted to make sure that people that didn't have had. Okay? I was raised by a Democrat mother and a staunch Republican father. And we had plenty.
Wow, how did that work? I mean, because I ask, it's not uncommon for me to ask viewers now, could you be in a relationship or a marriage with somebody that is a political polar opposite? And most of the time they say no. You say your dad was a staunch Republican and your mom was liberal.
I think that was for those days. And, you know, my father served World War II. My uncle served World War II. And at some point, my uncles became communists after World War II, living in Greenwich Village. I think that in those days, it was not uncommon to have husbands who owned businesses to be Republicans and women who were doing charitable work and all of that to be Democrats. It wasn't the big divide. Today, I don't think that can exist.
Yeah. I think it's somewhat.
By the way, my husband, when I married him, was a Republican. This is almost 30 years ago.
Okay, 30.
And I told him, I said, no, that's not going to work for me. He had to become a Democrat, and now we both are no party affiliation.
Yeah, I think it's because, you know, where you used to be able to potentially be in a relationship with somebody that was the political opposite. I think it's because now the parties that went much further in their corners. If you look at what a Democrat was in the Bill Clinton days, it was nowhere near as far to the left as modern progressives are. And it's the same thing. MAGA's way further than anything George W. Bush or H.W. Bush
I wish I had time, but I can tell you I was extremely involved in the Gore v. Bush presidential run. And I was in Palm Beach County, boots on the ground, working for the Democratic Party when the hanging chads and the butterfly ballot happened.
So you were in Florida. You were actually in Florida.
Oh yeah,
wow.
And I was right there. I was there. I was put on television throughout the country, talking to people who wanted to talk to people who lived in Palm Beach County, because they were portraying Palm Beach County as like elderly, uneducated, like I don't know who I voted for, but we had a butterfly ballot.
Well, before moving on from me, let me ask you. In regards to that hanging Chad Al Gore thing, do you think he should have continued pursuing it like Trump did with 2020, or should he
No.
have just let it go for the good of the country?
No, it went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, right or wrong, because there are things that went on, because Bush's brother was governor. He assigned the person in Palm Beach County who created this hanging Chad. Well, wasn't who created? You know what the butterfly ballot is? So when you go to vote for a president, line 1 was Bush, line 2 should be Gore. But on this, line 2 came from the other page, like a butterfly.
Oh.
Interlock your fingers, and line number 2 was for Pat Buchanan. Now, if you know anything about Pat Buchanan, it wasn't very much known anti-Semite, and he was in a populated Jewish community, and he got like 30,000 votes, and everyone, even he said, like, that's like really impossible, because he was the number 2 punch, and Gore was the number 3 punch.
Wow. No, I didn't. That I never heard. I've never heard that before.
Oh no! Go Google a Florida butterfly ballot. That's what then led to the hanging chads. They then decided to do a recount. I voted at 7:30 that morning, and I went, "Oh, there's a problem." I pulled out my ballot. I held it to the light, and I saw, okay, I got it right, but the second hole belonged to Pat Buchanan. So what a lot of people did is they started to hit the second hole, pulled back, and then went to hit the third hole, which then became all these hanging chads and dimples and everything.
Well, it's now part of history. I do got to move it on, but at the end of the day,
Go. But when you get off, seriously, go look at the image of the butterfly ballot, and you'll give yourself a giggle.
all right. Appreciate you coming through. Thanks for coming through. Anytime. Come on back anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, get the lights on up to 40,000. Looking in the comments, Gore said Miami would be underwater by 2000. You're talking about inconvenient truth. He did say a lot of strong things about climate change. But listen, I heard people say that if Obama got elected, America, I mean, the amount of socialism and communism that would take place in America, how it was going to be destroyed and all of that. I mean, so look, people paint horrible pictures of America all the time. I think Trump even said if Kamala Harris won, you wouldn't have a country. People always going to paint the worst picture they possibly can paint. I mean, and then of course Trump said if you vote for him, he would end the war in 24 hours. So people say all kinds of crazy shit. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I see Dave says Obama was straight trash. Well, you're entitled to your opinion of Obama. But if you look at how America was being operated, our position worldwide, the American economy and things like that, there's nothing on paper to suggest the way he was governing America was trash. Just the numbers don't lie. There's certainly worse periods of time in America than what happened under the Obama watch. So the numbers don't lie. And I can tell you one thing, now that you've gotten, 17, I believe 13 or 17 Republican Congress and representatives to side with the Democrats to extend the Obamacare subsidies, it's pretty clear that ain't trash. It's pretty clear about that. So I don't know. It depends on how you look at it. Obama went on an apology tour for America, says Lily Trotter. That's going to happen again. I can tell you that. Before I go to the next caller, tap the screen, get us on up to 35,000. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. If you're watching on Instagram, give your boy a follow. And of course, we're live on Facebook as well. The apology tour part 2 will happen after President Trump. How many of you guys seen the Hangover movies? Starts out with the guy on the phone with his wife or a girlfriend or something, like goes, look, we fucked up. That's going to happen after Trump is gone. Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, Ukraine, you're going to have another apology tour. I can tell you that for certain. Canada being the 51st state, we're going to have to call a few people and literally repeat the line from The Hangover. We fucked up. I mean, you're going to have to fix those relationships. So you will see a second apology tour, in my opinion. America has nothing to apologize for. It says, yeah, right. We're going to just take Greenland, Whether they like it or not, ain't shit to apologize for. We just gonna take your shit. Ain't no reason to. You realize how bad that sounds? We need your country for the benefit of ours. We ain't doing this shit for you. We need your country for our own benefit. Nothing to apologize for. Okay. Anyway, we fucked up is what you're gonna hear. Tim, what is this? Says get rid of drive-in lane. I don't know what that means. And you and Ian's justify the means. Or am I and Ian's justify the means kind of guy? Not always. I'll just start out with Greenland. It doesn't matter what tactical advantage Greenland presents for America or what minerals they have or whatever the case may be. Taking over a country that is already a sovereign nation is wrong. Period. There's always going to be a reason why you can legitimize taking something that is not yours because it'll make you wealthier, stronger, healthier, safer, whatever the reason may be. You can always come up with a reason to take somebody else's shit. That don't mean it ain't wrong. Yes, what we're doing to Greenland, what we're even discussing doing to Greenland is wrong as the days are long. We're basically saying we're going to steal your shit because it'll make us better. How's that not wrong? That's just straight theft. There's no other way to look at it. It's just straight theft. I'm going to steal your car because I need to get to work. And I'm tired of walking. It's better for my legs. It's better for me. I don't have to stress. I mean, it allows me to get more sleep because I can drive to work now. I'm just going to take your fucking car. It's tactically beneficial to me. That's what it sounds like. Anyway, let me go back to the box. And folks are trying to defend that. Like, well, yeah, it's a security risk for us to take it. Jesus. We know damn well we would not tolerate any other nation invading a sovereign country for the same reasons we're providing. We would not favor anybody else doing that. But I guess when it's us, our shit don't stink. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program. If it brings him up, it's not theft when he gives you 100,000 each and purchases. Well, Greenland's already made it clear their country's not for sale. I believe it was Harry S. Truman that tried to purchase Greenland back in the day, and they turned it down then. They said our country is not for sale. Now, keep in mind, Trump has already stated we don't give a damn if they let us buy it or not. He said we're going to take Greenland. We're going to take Greenland whether they like it or not. So we'll offer them some money, but he's made it clear if they don't take the money, then we'll just take the country from them. So yeah, it is theft. You're trying to look. I can understand people defending Trump on some shit. But there's no defense of taking somebody else's land because it benefits you. There's no defense for that. That's just straight theft. Let me go back to the box. I tried to bring up Jeremy. That did not work. So we'll go with, don't know what I'm hitting here. One of my subscribers, though. Good evening. I personally don't. This is not the first time the U.S. has done this. Puerto Rico, Guam, Philippines. Well, I'm just telling you. If it ain't the first time you've done it, then maybe you're a serial criminal. But taking someone's country when they are openly stating that they oppose it, they don't want to sell it, they don't want to become part of the United States, and you're like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway. It's wrong. You can bring up what we've done in the past. A lot of that was wrong too. But we've always stated that we've evolved and we become a more morally correct country. We're trying to get over what we've done in the past, whether we're talking about slavery or women's oppression or whatever. It happened in the past. We're trying to move on. Well, now we're apparently going back to the past. So I'm trying to bring up guests, and I'm having a hell of a time doing it. Let's try it again with James Harper. Good evening, James. We aren't getting Greenland. It's about something else. You need to dig deeper. I'm going by what he is saying. You don't need to dig it up. What he is actually saying is wrong. Period. I mean, you don't need to dig any deeper other than his words. James, good evening.
What's going on?
Not much at all. Now, this woman is being referred to, Renee Nicole Good is being referred to by the Trump administration as a terrorist. Do you see her actions, this she's deceased, obviously. Do you see the actions that she committed in any way, shape, or form an act of domestic terrorism?
No, not at all. Like the person that you should be directing this to, remember that guy that planted a bomb over there in the Capitol building? That should be domestic terrorism. He should be getting that kind of charge. What she should get is, did she make a bad move by doing it? I won't say it's a bad. Her bad choice was like trying to like peel off and all that. Like she shouldn't have been shot. No, like that whole thing was a bad situation because, like Mike said earlier, those ICE agents, they were overzealous. They were not acting within their peer view whatsoever. I get it. They were upset because things like that. It's annoying. I get that.
But do you believe she is at least even if it's only a minuscule amount? Do you believe she is at least somewhat partially responsible for what happened to her?
She has, yeah. I'm not saying that she doesn't play a part in her own in what happened, but at the same time, I'm saying, like, I'll put it to you like this: if this had happened and it was a soldier involved, that soldier's automatically going to jail. He's getting locked up. Like we don't like these kind of jobs. If you don't have the temperament for that job, you should not be a part of it.
Now, your argument about if this had happened and a soldier did it, he would. I've said that before because we do give law enforcement wide latitude in this country. Like, for instance, even when they're dealing with, like, in Fallujah or Kabul or something like that, we do allow American police to empty their magazines into U.S. citizens and reload. Yeah, if the military does that, we do hold them to a higher account. But I mean, that's the way it's always been. Is we allow the police. If the police are yelling, "I fear for my life," we can't allow them to do whatever.
And that's why like they have this ego, this bravado about themselves now. Like there's a such thing as, and then whenever something like that happens, the cop that was involved doesn't get to hop in their vehicle and drive the hell off. No, they gotta sit there so everything can be explained. That guy that they was like, oh, he was vicious ran over. He walked over, made sure she was dead, and got in his car and left.
Yeah, and that's what the female guest was talking about, him calling her a fucking bitch and all of that kind of stuff. I do believe his post-shooting activities are worthy of bringing up, but the fact is she did strike the man with her car. I mean, it's hard to look at her as 100% innocent when she hit.
And I didn't say she was 100% innocent. Did I say she acted wrongly? Yeah, she did act wrong in it. But see, what you're doing is you're equating that one thing as the whole thing, but not the entire picture. The first person was wrong was the guy that jumped out his car, ran up to her, and started grabbing the door. That guy was absolutely wrong because they could have been like de-escalating the situation before he showed up. And he came in and made it worse. And there's been plenty of police shootings where it was the cop that wasn't on right there at the beginning, but just happened to roll up on scene, rolled up there, hot adrenaline pumping, and made a completely wrong decision right there in the spot.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree that a lot of bad shootings are taking place because the cops escalated the situation where this could have been easily de-escalated by him getting out of the car and saying, "Get the fuck out of here." And if she said anything back, "Do you want to go to jail?" And that would have been enough probably to make her drive off. But they were looking to arrest her.
They were looking to get physical because they were giving that. They were like, "Hey, if these people act up, go ahead and do this." They think they have the purview that if you disagree with them or you pick up your phone, they can just go up there and grab you and roughhouse you, and it'll be covered by the law.
But to some degree, they do. But they got President Trump protected him. And by the way, in the comments, someone said Greenland is a territory of Denmark. That is true, but Greenland is a sovereign nation in itself, and we don't have a right to take their damn country. But go ahead. No, but I agree with you, James, in terms of there is an inherent power in law enforcement making attempts to de-escalate situations. There's a whole lot of shootings and beatings and just bad outcomes that would never have happened if the cops had tried to de-escalate.
That is the main, when it comes comes to like law enforcement, that is their number one goal is to de-escalate the situation first.
It's not their number one. It should be their number one goal. It clearly is not, though. It should be their number one goal.
Right. And then this whole thing about terrorists, they use terrorists like it's a gotcha moment, just like they use cartels and calling everybody criminals and things like that. What they're not telling you is this DOJ, they had to change things around because they made up a cartel group to hit Maduro.
They made up a cartel group. What are you talking about?
Yes. Look it up. It'll look up DOJ drops claim, and it'll tell you that like the cartel group that they linked Maduro with did not exist.
That's some CIA type shit sound like. I have not heard that. But, I mean, we knew the CIA by the Trump administration had been granted authorization to operate within Venezuela. And we knew that he was after Maduro. So it wouldn't surprise me if they did some shit like that or they were paying off members of his inner organization to snitch on his whereabouts. I mean, that's what the CIA does.
But remember, they called him a narco-terrorist that was trafficking drugs with cartels. That was the main point of why they were getting him.
It's Trump. I mean, Trump is going to make up whatever he needs to make up.
So what you just said was our commander-in-chief makes up a reason to go into these countries and harass and terrorize them, and then tries to take over under the guise of we're the good guys?
He ain't the first one to do it, James, but answer is yes. Yes, I do believe President Trump wanted to get into Venezuela because of the oil. We can talk about whether they owed oil companies in this country a debt or whatever, but the goal from day one was getting into Venezuela, removing Maduro, and getting access to controlling their oil supplies. All of this fentanyl and boat shit, all of that was a means to an end.
And not to mention, it's already been proven that Venezuela doesn't do fentanyl. Colombia doesn't do fentanyl.
Yeah, I don't even think at this point MAGA believes that accessing Venezuela had anything to do with it. Because notice, now that we're in there, you're not hearing anything about fentanyl anymore.
Right. All of a sudden, like, it's not a thing anymore. But they seem to be okay with me taking out dictators. All right, I'm gonna say the same thing about Cuba and Colombia now.
Well, let's be clear. MAGA saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as destroying the damn country. They're going to ride with Trump no matter what he does. If Trump decided that Maduro needs to be back in power in Venezuela, MAGA would ride with that. So MAGA's going to ride with Trump no matter what. So if he switches from fentanyl to oil, they're going to go with him. If he switches from Greenland to Canada, they're going to go with him. I mean, they're just going to ride with him no matter what.
Yeah, that's because MAGA will not go against Trump no matter what. When he said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Street and they'll justify it for me, like, he was not lying. They will sit there and they have sat there and did a 180 directional flip on every value that they said they had because their guy's in charge.
Well, I'm telling you, that's because they believe that Joe Biden was destroying the country, though, James. They believe that they believe that if Trump flips on a few things, it still is not as bad as putting in Biden or Kamala Harris or hell, even Obama.
And remember, like they was all yelling, Biden crime family, and he's sitting there, his kids are getting rich off of the Biden name, and you have Barron Trump, who got that $80 million from insider trading. You got Trump Jr., who got the drone company that miraculously has a government contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but Biden crime family.
I don't have an answer for that because you are correct. I mean, I remember they were saying that Obama was going to have his family in the White House, and that was a problem. When Trump had his family in the White House, it was not a problem. It does not matter what Trump does. It's going to be deemed as beneficial to America, no matter what it is. I don't have an answer for that, but I can clearly see that MAGA's going to ride with Trump no matter what. Because Obama was playing golf too much. Obama was using the internet too much. All of this stuff went away when Trump started doing it. So I don't have any explanation for that.
Trump has been doing that at way worse magnitude than with all the stuff that they were blaming Biden and Obama doing.
Yeah, I have no answer for that. All I know is that when Trump does something to MAGA, it suddenly is the right thing to do, even if Trump himself was criticizing somebody else doing it before he came along. It suddenly becomes the right thing to do. I don't. Yeah, I mean, this is where some people be yelling "coat" and all this other stuff. But if Trump does it,
And
MAGA's usually gonna be okay with it.
right, and not only that, like they were talking about Biden's mental decline and stuff like that too. You saw in that last press conference, they literally were writing things down, passing notes to Trump to say, "Hey, get back on topic."
Yeah. Well, their belief on Trump is, yeah, if he starts to show exhaustion or falling asleep, look, the man keeps a tough schedule. He's up to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He's giving press conferences all the time. You would be sleepy too. That's the mindset on that. So,
Like I said, that when it comes to Trump, they'll make all the excuses for his downsides and then overplay anything that they believe is a win for him.
how do you think that happens? What do you think is so different about Trump that he can literally do things that they may have found problematic in another leader, but when he does it, it's not as problematic? What do you think causes that?
I can't do it because I think with common sense and like it wouldn't matter which kind of leader. If you're doing something that the same leader did before, I'm not going to sit there and change my mind and say, you know what, it maybe not that bad. No, if it wrong is wrong, no matter what.
Yeah. I don't disagree with it, but I mean I've seen enough of it because I've been a Fox News watcher, 20 plus years, and yeah, I'm seeing Fox even defend a lot of things from Trump that they were all over the place when Obama or Biden or some liberal did it, and suddenly Trump does it, and it's seemingly okay. So I wish I had an answer for that, but I don't.
And you start to notice like you watching places like Fox News start cutting broadcast short and things like that when they realize, okay, this is getting too out of hand.
Yeah,
they've done it to Trump. They've done it to Kristi Noem. I think they've done it to Miller one time too. When they get too far out of hand, then they say, oh, we'll come back to this.
Yeah, if it looks like he's rambling on or something like that, or he's off topic, or he's doing something that could be deemed embarrassing, yeah, they are starting to do that. I am seeing that. But listen, Fox News favors President Trump. I mean, a lot of the personalities from Fox have left the station and went right to Trump's administration, or left Trump administration and went right into jobs at the network. So they kind of, because a lot of folks on the right see MSNBC or CNN as leaning left and in the camp for Democrats, but the Trump administration is literally intertwined with Fox News. It is not just leaning. I mean, they're literally trading people with each other.
Right. They literally are doing that. And then you got these guys that, like MAGA always do, they in the comments deflecting.
Well, I mean, some people believe that Trump is the best president we've ever had. James, I had somebody tell me the other day, I think you may have heard it, that Trump's face should represent all 4 faces on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, the guys in the comment now being delusional.
What do you think would cause that? What do you think would cause somebody to suggest that Trump should represent all 4 spots on Mount Rushmore?
Because other than stupidity, I mean, what the hell?
I don't know, but I'd like to. I'm gonna have to ask him that because I would like to know.
We know it's you, straight talk. I'm telling them why you're so damn stupid, and you always sitting there trying to act like you're a tough guy when you was a damn desk jockey.
I'm gonna leave it at that, James. I gotta move it on, but So you definitely agree this woman, Renee Nicole Good, is not a terrorist, not a domestic terrorist.
No, she's not a terrorist, and they try to use terrorists as a way to dehumanize the person that they're against. They always use things like that. That's why they used to use thug. They used to use what else? They used
insurgent.
It was thug, criminal, insurgent, things like that.
Yeah.
To dehumanize these people so that it's okay for you to get away with doing like the worst things possible to these people, and it wouldn't cause an issue.
Yeah, some would argue the term illegal alien is kind of like that too. All right, James, and I don't disagree with that. Appreciate it, man.
No problem, Tom.
Have a good one. By the way, folks, tap the screen and help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal. I haven't asked that. Help your boy out, support the program. If you're currently watching us on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, feel free to follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. This is indeed uncensored programming. Thank you there, Alter Ego. Thank you. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on this program. We are MAGA friendly. Been MAGA friendly since day one. Always will remain MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. Our commentary goes left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. So if you favor free speech, open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow us if you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook, and give us a sub if you're watching on YouTube. Smash that like button, tap the screen, get the likes up to 50. Take the next caller, handsome conservative. Just because I know you, it says, just because I know you're going to have to talk to Gangsta Grandma. Yeah, Gangsta Grandma probably won't like what I'm saying right now, but I don't feel that Renee Nicole Good was a terrorist, as the Trump administration is saying, but I also do believe that she is partially responsible for having that awful outcome. Simply put, if she wasn't doing what she was doing, she would be alive and well today. Does that mean what she was doing constitutes a death sentence? No, not at all. Not one bit. But fact is, because of what she was doing, that's why she's not here. It's as simple as that. Thank you, Cardo de Argentina. Appreciate the support. Thank you. It's called accountability, says Robin Green. Well, I think that the police could have easily de-escalated this situation. But just simply the cop running up to her car yelling, "Get the fuck out of the car." If that cop had ran up and said, "Get the fuck out of here," and she did anything other than put the car in drive and started leaving, he yelled out, "Do you want to go to jail?" That would have inspired her to leave. That would have been all it would have took. But he was interested in arresting her. He was not trying to de-escalate the situation. He was interested in effecting an arrest. And that provoked her to run, and the rest is history. Now, my take on it is this. I don't believe she was trying to hit the officer. I'm not even 100% sure she's seen the officer. With the guy grabbing at her door, who was the immediate threat to her, my guess is she was trying to drive off to prevent him from getting the door. She put the car in reverse. So now she's looking backwards, and then put the car in drive. And boom, everything took place. I don't know if she even seen this dude. I don't even know if she's seen the guy that ended up shooting her. So the idea that the Trump administration and J.D. Vance stating that she deliberately mowed somebody down with that, I don't buy. I don't believe that she was trying at all to take this guy's life. I just believe that unfortunately, what she did may, and I'll put emphasis on may, but what she did may have led the officer to believe she was trying to take his life.
How does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life. And that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations.
Yeah, and I disagree with him. I don't think she tried to ram an officer with her car because she would have turned the wheel into him, not away from him. I don't believe she tried to ram the guy with her car. I think JD Vance is going way overboard with that. Looking in the comments, she definitely saw the officer, no doubt about that. Watch the point of view video the ICE agent filmed. Yeah, she didn't run over the officer, but she certainly struck him with the vehicle. Well, that's a big difference because President Trump used the phrase ran over. Where the hell did he get that? Caro de Argentina says ICE is hated amongst most. They must work in fear for their lives daily. That specific officer had an incident a week prior that might have supported PTSD. That is possible, but the idea that ICE works in fear of their lives, most members of law enforcement do. It's a dangerous job. But you got to think, when you compare ICE to your local police, sheriffs, even FBI and federal agents, ICE is a part of law enforcement that really does no good at all for the people they're in contact with. Like the cops may show up and arrest you, but then again, they may show up sometimes and save your life. When ICE shows up, the people they're dealing with is bad. There is no good aspect of what they're doing to the people they're doing it to. Now, somebody else may favor seeing ICE get rid of people and help deport people and things like that, but they are not showing up to do anything good for the people they deal with. Everybody they show up and deal with, they view as a bad guy. So, of course, ICE is going to have some threats to their life. And I mean, you're bringing misery to people. And I think we tend to believe that ICE is only going after illegal immigrants and people that are deportation candidates. No, they're stopping people and demanding they prove citizenship. That's actually a violation of your constitutional rights. As a few of my viewers have pointed out, even what they did with Renee Good was overboard. That wasn't in the process of immigration duties. They just were pissed off she was blocking the road and they were coming to arrest her. Now, Mike, who I spoke with earlier, and tap the screen, I'll take the next caller at 60. What Mike pointed out is probably true, that immigration officials do not have the right to make traffic stops and arrest you for moving violations. If she's blocking the road, it could be argued, do they have the right to arrest her for that? Or do they have to call local police or something like that? Because she wasn't no threat to anybody. They got out of the car and went up to her hoping to arrest her. We can argue whether or not they have a legal right to do that. And that probably will end up coming out in the court of law if they had a legal right to do that. So we'll see. But anyway, looking in the comments before I go on to the next caller, it is a simple Google search dog. No, not always. Second Amendment was made for the situation of tyrannical overstepping government, just saying. And the Second Amendment, when the Second Amendment was made, people were using musket loaders and riding on horseback. If you had a tyrannical government, you could easily get the same shit that your tyrannical government was using against you to perpetrate tyranny. Those times are long gone. The disparity in force between the average citizen and the government is now so great that you're no longer going to stop tyranny with what you got in your house. When both of you guys were riding on horseback and both of you were using musket loaders, if you could get enough guys together, you probably could stop a tyrannical branch of government. Late 1700s, 1800s. You're not going to do that now. They got drones and helicopters and jets and shit. You're not going to do that now. And I think ICE is proving that. ICE is proving by going into communities, Somali community, the Hispanic community all over America. They're going into the black community. They're proving all of these communities have firearms. They're proving that ain't shit y'all can do. Period. Trump has sent a group of ICE to Minneapolis that is nearly 5 times the size of their police department. The state of Minneapolis, not state, but the city of Minneapolis has 600 sworn officers. Trump sent 2,000 ICE agents to that town. And now he's going to send another 1,000 after what happened with Renee Good. So they only have 600 sworn officers in Minneapolis. He's sending 3,000 ICE. So that's well over 4 times the size of their own law enforcement. If you send heavily armed people in a high enough quantity, you're not going to stop them no matter how tyrannical they are. You're not going to be able to do anything about it. And that's what's happening. So the idea that being armed and being a supporter of the Second Amendment prevents tyranny. Look, we had slavery while tyranny was going on. We had women's oppression while while Second Amendment was going on. We had Jim Crow laws for over 100 years while the Second Amendment was in place. This country has been tyrannical from day one, right alongside the Second Amendment, and it didn't stop shit. So for people who think the Second Amendment stops tyranny, yeah, they go talk to the folks at Ruby Ridge or David Koresh and ask them how it worked out. Let me go back to the box, though. We'll go to Coach. I don't know what that says there, but Coach Good. Please, back in the day, they used hoses and dogs for us. Yeah, and the people that use hoses and dogs don't have Second Amendment rights. Coach, good evening.
What's up, buddy?
Not much at all.
Go Bears. Go Bears.
That was a hell of a game, hell of an ending. I'm very
It's a wild finish.
I'm quite happy with the Bears. I'm quite happy. So they're calling Nicole, this victim, this mother of I think 3, Renee Nicole Good. They're calling her a terrorist. What say you?
Yeah. So. I mean, I would doubt, but again, I don't know. None of us know really what happened before. We don't know, the reasons per se they're calling her that. I would doubt in the end she will be deemed that per se.
But if let's just speculate. If you had to why is Trump and Kristi Noem and JD Vance calling? Do you believe what you've seen on video? Because that's really all there is. Do you believe what you've seen on video constitutes as an act of domestic terrorism?
No, not what I saw on video, but I also aren't quick to make judgment on 30-second clips. I mean, there's going to be so much more that comes out of it. There's already been more than, the first video that everybody already made.
Okay, how about this then? President Trump stated that she ran the officer over. Did you see that?
I saw the one clip. It was pretty blurry. It was quick. I mean, did it run her over? Was he moving backwards to get away from running over? Was he slipping? I mean, even when he was walking around the car with his cell phone and you hear the thud, that doesn't necessarily mean it even hit him at that stage. He could have dropped his phone, quite honestly, when it was coming at him, reaching for his pew-pew, whatever the case may be. But she doesn't have to hit him either. Bottom line is, if you have a vehicle coming in your direction, now it all comes down to what would an officer in his situation think?
But here is the actual verbiage coming from Trump. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Now, you've seen this from a number of angles, according to you. Is that what you saw?
No, and again, the White House spoke too soon. But the thing is, and everybody loves to ridicule that.
This is a guy who is known for the phrase "fake news." He ridicules others for saying things that are not correct, right?
Well, yeah, we all do, right?
Okay, so
he's no different,
right? But if you are the guy that created the phrase "fake news," you and Sarah Palin, you would be the last one that should be saying things that's fake, right?
Maybe should be, but we're all hypocrites, including him.
So in other words, the stuff he says is just as fake as MSNBC.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
Yeah, just like all of us. I mean, again, nobody knows the details yet.
But how could you see this?
Here's my issue with the thing, because arguing back and forth about right and wrong and all that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, it's irrelevant, and I'll teach you why. First of all, there's 3 learnings that I have. 2 of them come from Confucius. He who shits pants in church must sit in own pew.
Wait, repeat that again. Let me hear that again. I was reading the comment.
Yeah, Confucius says he who shits pants in church must sit in own pew. Confucius also says he with pew pew you probably should listen to. And then here's the biggest learning of them all, and liberals should probably take note of this. In 2 weeks, nobody's going to give a shit about this lady.
I don't know about that.
They're not. They'll be on to the next thing that they're complaining about. And this is why I'm about saving lives. Play with me for a second, okay?
That don't sound right, but that sounds like some LGBTQ shit.
You're right.
But go ahead. What were you about to say? That didn't sound right.
Yeah, go with me for a second here. Renee Good was 100% right, okay? She's 100% right. In fact, you know what? Just go with me here. The ICE officer was 100% wrong. He murdered her, and he should get the death penalty. Now, you ready?
Okay.
Guess what? She's still, and I would bet you she will always be 100% dead still.
Yeah.
So who cares that she's right? Here's the lesson, guys. Wake up and do what it takes to live for the day. Don't do what it takes to be right. And that'll help you in a relationship too, by the way.
And you felt, I'm just going to assume you felt the same way when they killed Ashley Babbitt.
Absolutely. I'm Ashley Babbitt. Again, you do stupid shit. You play stupid games. You get stupid prizes. It's a tragedy. Everybody says.
So then I have to ask, why does the president view Renee Good as a domestic terrorist, but Ashley Babbitt as a patriotic hero?
Probably because one's on his side and one's, I mean, you know the answer to that. I mean, one's on his side, one's not.
So he's okay with crime as long as it's in his favor.
Absolutely. Just like, you know why people hate Trump?
Go.
If people are going to argue this, well, half the people in here. People hate Trump because he acts just like us. He's an asshole.
I don't know if being an asshole and actually being a president that favors crime are the same, though. I mean, it's one I get the asshole thing, but if you actually are okay with crime, as long as it works in your favor, then that means he's corrupt.
Everybody favors crime. Everybody that voted for him favors crime. He's a criminal.
Whatever happened to draining the swamp? Wait a minute. Whatever happened to draining the swamp?
He was wrong. He lied, just like all of us. Name me a 3-year-old. Name a human over 3 that's not a liar.
So this guy ain't no better than any other president.
No, he's no better than any other human. Society sucks, man. But we got to realize we're just as bad.
But we're not president. We don't have power, Coach. Big difference.
But no. I disagree, and I think you'll agree with me here. Who do you hold to the highest standard, Handsome? Out of every human in the world, who do you hold to the highest standard?
I mean, he gonna be probably one of the closest to the top. Other than myself, I hold myself to a high standard because I can control that.
Bingo. And I do too. And guess what? Because of that, I hold others to the same high standard. But as soon as somebody says, but he's the president of the United States, that doesn't give you a right to be an asshole because you're not president. Hold yourself to the higher standard. Then you have the right to hold others to that same high standard. And yes, by the way, President Trump should do the same.
Well, I can tell you for a fact, I hold myself to a high enough standard that a hell of a lot of things that Trump does as president, I would never do. I mean, the division alone, I wouldn't do.
Yeah, and again, I don't disagree with you. Like I said, Trump should hold himself to the highest standard too, and he fails at that a lot of times. I mean,
did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote at all.
No, I don't care who president is. I create my own opportunities. I create my own failures. When I fail, I don't blame somebody 48 states away from me. I'll continue to create my own opportunities and my own failures.
You didn't vote.
You
You didn't vote for Trump any of the 3 times.
No.
You didn't vote in any of those elections.
No, I don't care who our president is.
Why the hell are you on a political show?
Because it's funny listening to people. It's entertaining.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming through, man. I'm gonna go ahead and move it on.
Yeah, but like I said, I think the key is let's actually try to save lives, because I think you'll even admit there's one side here, they don't give a shit about.
How can you try to save lives when you don't even participate in the election? You could actually do that by your vote.
But I don't care who president is.
See, you don't care about saving lives. We got a guy now talking about threatening Greenland. We had a guy go into Iraq. If you don't vote, you don't care about saving lives.
Why not? Our president isn't murdering people.
Yes, he is. It doesn't happen without him. Those boats off the coast of Venezuela, the only reason they got blown up is because of Trump. Without him, all of those people are still alive.
He was just playing a little battleship.
I gotta go. Coach,
all right.
Thank you for coming through. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 75,000. Most MAGAs that come up here are phonies. There's JJ. Real quick, thank you for the super chat. I got to put on my spectacles. God damn it, my eyes are getting bad. Georgianne Bennett. That was a 3rd or 4th location she showed up to that day. Maybe he meant run through. I don't get the last part of that, but I did hear that Renee had been following the cops around. Now, Mike earlier in the program said that following the cops around is not a crime. I don't disagree with that. I don't think that anything that this woman did constitutes a death sentence. However, look, I know how America feels about law enforcement, and even myself, and I bring up, how law enforcement can be sometimes racist and discriminatory. I don't know if I would throw this cop in jail for murder, though. I don't know, because she was trying to make a break for it. She did strike him. Do I feel 100% certain that he didn't feel his life was in danger and that he should go to jail for murder? Am I 100% certain of that? To the point where I would lock the guy up? I don't know. I'd have to really hear both sides, both counsel, both solicitors, both lawyers argue the case. But she is partially responsible for what happened to her. She just stood there and let him open the door, and I don't know. I don't even know if they could have arrested her to any great degree. As many viewers pointed out, they're immigration agents. They don't have the right to make moving violations. So whatever they were going to do is going to be minuscule. She chose to run, and boom, here we are. Looking in the comments here real quick. Dark Side Rider says, Trump ain't shit. He says, Tim, you passed me up many times. I'm getting mad. I've been trying to come over to. I haven't seen you. Dark Side Rider, are you going by that name? I don't see you in here right now. I do not see you. So we're not passing you up. We do not see you in here. I'll look in here again. I do not see you. And I'm scrolling through now. So you're not being passed up. You're not in there. Something's wrong. Trump is a warlord. He is an intergalactic terrorist. That's a good song by the Beastie Boys. Intergalactic. Anyway, intergalactic terrorists. Real talk, this president is not for America. He's for foreign countries. I'm going to push back on that dark side. I don't think that Trump is for foreign countries. I think that Trump is for Trump. I think that Trump is for Trump. I think what Trump is doing is enriching himself, his family, his legacy. And if that benefits us, great. If it benefits foreign countries, great. But I do believe he's putting himself at the forefront of why he's doing what he's doing. Let me go back to the box. And I do not see whatever the name there. I don't see you in the Dark Side Rider unless you're using a different name. Let me go. Don't know what I'm hitting here, but we'll make it happen with Straight Talk. Good evening. Welcome to the program. ICE has the authority to arrest and detain Americans who impede or interfere them in the process of their duty. Obstruction of justice is what you're talking about. And that's what I'm under the impression, that they could have arrested her for obstruction of justice. I do believe they could do that. But it would have to be argued in court. Straight Talk, good evening.
Your question was she a terrorist?
Yes.
I would like to read you and your audience the Oxford Dictionary definition of terrorist.
Okay.
A person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. That woman most certainly is a terrorist.
Violence?
Yes, she hit the cop.
Oh,
she used her vehicle and struck the cop. You just said it, Tim. You just said it.
Okay, hold on.
You said she hit the cop.
No,
she used violence against him.
No, the reason I disagree with you. If she used violence in the process to deliver terrorism, you'd have an argument. She did. Hold on. She was trying to get away. She wasn't trying to.
Whoa. Hold on. She already committed the crime by obstructing.
That ain't terrorism.
In order to get away, she struck the cop. Everyone sees this, man. Everyone sees this.
No, they
so
don't.
In order to make her escape,
no, they don't.
She struck. Yes, they do.
No,
you
they
said
don't.
it yourself.
Okay, here's the point I'm making. If
here's the flip flop you're making.
Can I at least make the damn flip flop? If you're doing something and the police try to arrest you and you swing on the cop or whatever the case may be in effort to get away, that don't make you a terrorist. You would not be using violence if they were not trying to arrest her. She would not have tried to get away, and the cop wasn't standing in front of her car.
This explanation is. I want you to hear how dumb this explanation sounds.
I've heard it from you already.
You got two bank robbers. One group of bank robbers go in, blasting their way to the money, and they leave. The other group of bank robbers go in, grab the money, and blast their way out with the money as to avoid being apprehended. They are both of them, guilty of the same exact offense. So she got in there. She was able to harass those popo. She was able to do everything she needed to do. But when it came time to leaving, she overstayed her ability to do that. Her spouse, her partner said, drive. And she did. And the mistake that she made was she ran over a police when she did that.
Thanks to Grandma. Thank you. I'm just, well, she seems to be a friend of yours, right?
Goodness, man.
I'm just going to say that.
She has to be reminded to breathe, just so you know.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why you got to go in on gangster? Why you got to go in on gangster
like that? She needs to be reminded to breathe, Tim.
Why you got to go in on gangster like that? I'm just going to simply say that you and I disagree that her attempting to escape with a cop in front of her car constitutes as violence of a terrorist. That's insane to me. That is insane.
What do you mean? You think that she should have been allowed to go on her merry way after they were trying to apprehend her?
No.
She had already committed the crime.
You can commit a crime without being a terrorist.
No. I just read you the definition. You can't have your own definition of terrorist. I'm sorry. We are all going to agree on the meaning of words, Tim. We're going to agree on the meaning of words. And in this case, we've all agreed that a terrorist is a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation. She used the intimidation by putting her car in the middle of the ICE operation. That was her intimidation. The yelling and the screaming at the police.
So blocking traffic makes her a terrorist?
What's that?
Just simply using her car, you say intimidate, blocking traffic with her car.
She intimidated the people and the police. Why did she do it?
What
was her purpose for being there?
Wasn't nobody intimidated by what she was doing?
Excuse me? I didn't say she was successful. I said that that's what she was doing. She was trying to antagonize those police. There's no question about that.
How-
Her partner gave that up by telling them, "Hey, we change the license plate on the vehicle every morning. We go to different areas." They were in constant harassment of the police. And I'm telling you right now, you should not be able to get away with that. And so when they went to apprehend her, she used that vehicle the only way she had to get away. She used that vehicle, and whether she meant to or not does not matter.
If a terrorist is using violence in a manner of they mean to it. They don't accidentally use violence. So
it's not true. That's not true.
That
and by
is
the
true.
way, the law, Tim, the law does not make any differentiation between the two.
Okay.
You will still be charged if you.
I'm not arguing that part. I'm arguing about how she's getting deemed a terrorist. Nate Moreno in the comments tells me to tell you need to look up the definition of lying. Says Nate Moreno.
Yeah, well, definition of a lot of things. But let me go over something that James said. Let me go through something James said. He was referring to Cartel of the Suns. Okay? You know what Cartel of the Suns is?
No.
Okay, that's the cartel that he said was made up about Maduro belonging.
Was he telling the truth?
No. And James has a hard time with the truth. Okay? James has a hard time with the truth.
Wait, hold on. Speaking of having a hard time with the truth, Trump says that this guy got ran over. Is that true?
Yes. You see in his body camera, Tim, his body camera, you didn't see his body camera where he fell on the ground?
No, he didn't get ran over. You crazy?
All right, well, give me your definition of run someone over.
That means something is under the tires. Something goes under the tires.
Okay, so she had to have him under her vehicle. Is that what you're saying?
What is your definition of getting ran? Hold on.
When you use your vehicle.
When the phrase over, that means something is over. Yes, ran over.
Okay, all right. Listen, look, we're getting together on our definitions. When I say I'm going to run over you, that doesn't mean I'm going to try and put my car on you. That means I'm going to use my car and I'm going to hit you. So, you want to go semantics? Fine. I'm cool.
So you're saying that this officer effectively got ran over?
In my definition of run over, I would have considered him being run over. She hit him with her vehicle. Damn near ran me over. That doesn't mean that you had to physically put the car over the top of me. Look, you liberals, man, you guys
what does over mean?
Yeah, I get it. I don't want to get lost in the weeds.
You already are lost.
No. You are the one.
At the very least, at the very most, she bumped him with the car. That's the most that ran over.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Sure, go ahead.
We'll end it here, okay? Because she's not, unless he died, that wouldn't be enough for you, I think. It doesn't matter how little or how much she touched the police with that car. You're going to say that she didn't do enough. I'm going to say she did way too much.
Okay?
And it's because of our political viewpoint. One person's terrorist is the other person's freedom fighter. We all know that.
What was Ashley Babbitt?
She was a terrorist. She went into the Capitol through a broken window with a weapon in her pocket.
So why did Trump call her Trump calls her a freedom fighter?
One person's terrorist is one person's freedom fighter. She was there defending President Trump's election. I wouldn't have gone as far as her. Do I think that you're not getting me? I'm going to get kicked off this platform talking about this. You ain't going to do it. I'm not falling for it, dude. Not falling for it. Okay.
I'm just asking what if what the president says gets you kicked off the app. I'm just asking what the president said. That's all I'm asking.
No. Here's what's going to happen. One of your little minions in the chat is going to say misinformation. That's all you have to say until the 27th. 27th, things change. I hope all the.
How about this? Trump says she was also a paid agitator. Where's that coming from?
100%. She belonged to a group that received money, told them where to go. It's called ICE Watch. They all get told where ICE is doing operations. It's an inside job. We all know.
So she received cash.
Well, look, I don't know whether she actually.
If
got
she
the
didn't
money.
receive cash, she didn't get paid. You said she is a paid agitator.
No. This is where you're mistaken again. Just because she didn't receive the cash doesn't mean the person she was with didn't receive cash. She was part of a paid organization.
That ain't what he said. He said she was a. He didn't say nothing about. He did not say anything about an organization. He said she was a paid agitator. Her.
No. Her organization. That
He didn't say organization. He didn't say organization. You're throwing that in there. He never used those words.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you find out that she got paid to do the thing she did, is that going to matter?
Yes, it would. Not only would it matter, I'll come on here and correct and say that you were right. Yes, it would matter.
Okay. Well, then that's part of the investigation. I can't say for sure whether she received the money. I do know that Ice Watch is being paid as an organization.
That ain't got nothing to do with her. If money didn't go in her part, it doesn't matter. She did not receive any cash. She is not a paid organ. That's why you're throwing organization into it, because you're trying to turn. He said she is a paid organizer. He said nothing about no organization. You're throwing. No, wait a minute. You're throwing the word organization in there to try to twist what he said, which is clearly a lie, and to expand it to an organization. He said she is a paid organizer or a paid agitator. She is, not some organization.
Okay. So, two things here. Are you done?
I'm trying to figure out your words.
Can I respond, is what I'm saying. Can I respond to that? Okay, two things. Number one, it doesn't really matter, but if President Trump, hold on, again, please let me finish. What I'm trying to tell you is if President Trump did say that, and if President Trump's, since he said that, and we find out later that she did not receive the money and she was not a paid agitator, doesn't make him a liar. It makes him wrong.
What's the difference?
Wrong, Tim.
What's the difference?
The difference is he believes when he said it. If he believes she's a paid agitator, then he's not lying to you.
So what is he basing it on? Just belief?
He has 5,000 people around him giving him information at any one time. You think he is in a bubble? He's got 50 different people in his cabinet. He's got random people that walk up and hand him information. He's probably the most information-driven person on the planet. People are always. He's got the CIA at his fingertips. The FBI at his fingertips.
You came on here. You came on here telling me the Oxford definition of terror. What's wrong with Trump just looking some shit up before speaking? Is that hard to do?
Wait a second. Hold on. Have you ever looked something
I'm not
up
the president. I'm not the president. I'm not the
He
president.
has access to perfect information, is what you're saying. I mean,
If you say she's a paid agitator.
Do you think about the words that come out of your mouth prior?
Hold on.
to you saying that?
If you say that this woman is a paid agitator, yes, you have the ability to find out if that's true before saying it. Yes, he has access to that.
No, again, listen, you're asking him a question 2 seconds after the incident happened. He's got the FBI telling him, hey, listen, indications are this woman was a paid agitator.
How do you know? How do you know the FBI told him? How do you know he ain't just making it up? You think the FBI told him that? You think? Go that way. You think the FBI? You think the FBI told him they were eating cats and dogs in Springfield? Maybe he just make up shit.
Okay, let's say that he did. Let's say that the President of the United States, for whatever reason, made up a whole bunch of stuff about this woman. Does it bring her back? Does it make it wrong? That doesn't make it wrong. What makes it wrong? Here's what makes it wrong, Tim. Well, either she was a paid agitator or she wasn't. Whatever the president says doesn't make it.
So you can say. So he can say anything about a dead woman, and it's okay.
It's not that it's okay. He needs to go back and correct himself.
You think he's going? Do you think he's going to do that?
What the fuck am I doing here? Are you serious?
That's what I'm asking. I'll tell you what the fuck. I'll tell you what the fuck you're doing here. You are blindly defending Trump, no matter what he does. That is why you are here. That is why you are here. You are blindly defending Trump, no matter what he says or does. That is why you're here. Go ahead.
No. Listen, I'm trying to explain to you.
Yes,
that much like
you are. Yes, you are. That's what you're doing.
No, Tim.
Yes.
And here's what I don't do. I will sit here quietly while you rant and ramble and you listen to these people that have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. And then mysteriously, when I try to make a point, what you try to do, same thing I'm really does every once in a while. He will start talking in the middle of my sentence, I try to be a good guest. I try to listen to what you're saying, and sometimes I will admit that it stops me in my train of thought and I lose what I was going to say. It's a very effective technique. But let me explain something to you. It isn't going to determine truth from fiction.
I don't
understand?
I don't know if you know what the difference between truth. You tried to explain to me that Trump saying this stuff isn't lying, but it's wrong.
It's not you are putting it on Trump. It's anybody.
No.
Hold on, dude. If you tell me something and I find out later that it's untrue, and I say, Tim, you're a liar, and you said, whoa, Wayne, seriously, I thought that's what I was told. I was told that. But I say, no, Tim, you're a liar. Even though you didn't know that was a lie or misinformation that you gave me, you're a liar. That's not fair.
Yes, it is.
If
you're the president, you are going to be held. Hold on. Yes, it does. It matters. The president can get people killed saying crazy shit. It does matter. I'll just say it like cats and dogs. All of a sudden now the Klan is in town because he said that. Yes, he can get people killed by making up stuff. The point I'm making is this: you, as the leader of the free world, has more responsibility for what comes out of your mouth than a regular average Joe like me or you. You gotta check for what you're telling hundreds of millions.
He wouldn't say anything if that were the case. The man would be limited to hello and goodbye.
All he had to do when he was asked about this woman is simply say, right now, this is under investigation. It's only been 24, 48 hours.
And you would complain that he isn't making comments on what is going on.
Since when has Trump President Trump gave a damn whether somebody complained or not? So he don't care about that anyway, so I bring it up.
Hey, listen. Just admit that no matter what the president says, you don't like it.
That ain't got nothing
done with this conversation.
That ain't got nothing to do with what I was just saying.
100% to do with it. Because you will find, listen, it gets worse and worse for this woman every single day. We find out more and more of the bad things this woman was up to. And you still are on here 5 days later defending the shit out of whether or not that police should have done what he did and gone home to his family.
I don't care if she does. 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 I don't care if she deserved to get shot. That don't mean you just say she paid agitator and make up a bunch of shit on her. That don't excuse that. It don't matter if she deserved to be thrown in the death chamber. That don't excuse him making up shit.
What are you going to say when we come to find out she got $50 for being in that intersection?
I've answered that question already. I've already answered that. You asked me that already.
Yeah, that does a hell of a lot of good, doesn't it? We just wasted 45 minutes of our time arguing over whether or not the president should have said it. The president
exactly. So what he didn't do a hell of a lot of good either. What he didn't do a hell of a lot of good either. Then did it?
Of course it did.
Oh, how did him calling her a paid agitator do anybody any good?
Because it called out. There are people that are paying people to agitate unrest in this country, and most people don't even know it, and you don't want to admit it.
So just throw it.
We had entire cities burned in this country over the last.
So that you can call out paid agitators. We'll just blame a dead woman for being one. That way people will pay attention to paid agitators. We could just blame this dead woman for being one.
He explained to you what she was doing there.
She wasn't a paid agitator. He didn't explain that.
You don't know that she did not get paid for that. You don't know that. Now, you don't think she is, and that's fine. I tend to agree with the president. What the fuck else would she be doing there? Why would she put herself at risk if not for money? You explain that to me.
You think Ashley Babbitt got paid? She put herself at risk? You think she was getting paid? You think all of those protesters were getting paid on January 6th?
She was there for an entirely different reason. And by the number one, she was there for an entirely different reason. Number two, that was 6 years ago now? 5 years ago? How long ago was that? How long are we going to have to hear about Ashley Babbitt?
Until
We've already discussed poor Ashley's dead.
Okay.
She's been buried. How long are you going to bring her up?
So all of a sudden we bring up Ashley and we bring up Ashley Babbitt, and well, that's been a long time ago. Let's stop talking about that. Ashley Babbitt and all of the January 6th protesters showed that people can put themselves at risk for something they're concerned with that doesn't come with any paycheck at all.
You didn't bring up Charlie Kirk.
You didn't hear what you didn't
bring him up.
You didn't hear what
the man made his money.
You didn't hear anything I just said. You just talked over it. The point I'm saying is Ashley Babbitt and the January 6th protesters proved that people can do something that puts themselves at risk that doesn't involve getting a paycheck whatsoever. But for some reason, when it comes to Renee, there has to be somebody paying her. And that's why that's been a long time ago. Let's stop talking about it.
There doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be that she's paid, but it would explain it, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't.
Of course it would.
Oh my God.
It would explain what she was doing there, wouldn't it?
No, it would not. Just like the January 6th people, maybe she was just passionate about the issue. She didn't. If you're passionate, you don't need money.
Well, but that is another explanation. But if her not getting paid wouldn't explain to you what she was doing there, I'll go along with you. Listen, if she turns out not to have been paid to be there, then you're right. She is a passionate. She wants to help illegal immigrants to this country. She did it, and it's even dumber because now she lost her life over something that she didn't even get paid to do.
Okay, well, as always, I'm up against the time. This is the last question. This is the last question I will. Hold on, I'm running the show. Hold on. Last question. If Trump never provides any proof that she was paid, would you confirm that he's a fucking liar on that issue?
No. Again, how many times do I have to tell you? If the information given to the president was wrong, it doesn't make him a liar. It makes him wrong, Tim.
Okay, all right. I like that. I like that explanation.
Hold on. If you can get the president to tell the entire world that he knew this good woman, he knew that she was not a paid agitator and said it anyway, then the man's a liar. Do you understand?
Yeah, and of course, no politician.
I want to hear that you understand the difference.
No, because no politician's ever going to do that. In fact,
I didn't say whether he would do it.
He's not.
I would like to know that you can recognize the difference between misinformed and a liar. Because I don't think you can. I don't think you are smart enough to know the difference between being misinformed and being an outright liar. That's how you save yourself from ever being called a liar.
Okay, I'll leave it at that statement that I'm misinformed. I'm not smart enough. I'll leave it there. Appreciate you coming in. Come on back anytime, Straight Talk. Thank you. All right. And by the way, I'll just say this based on what he is saying, that you're not a liar if one of your advisors gives you information and you just echo it. That literally would give every politician in the book an excuse to get away with lying. Just say somebody told you that. You know, if you tell something to the American people and it turns out not to be true, like if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Well, somebody told me that, so I just said it. You can lie about anything based on that. That's a very, to me, it's not even well thought out. But that is a very good way to be able to lie to the American people and then say it's not a lie. Well, I only repeated bad information. And because as long as I don't come out and admit that I knew what I was repeating was not true and just simply say somebody told me, then I mean, you're getting it from your administration. So if Trump receives a lie from the FBI or JD Vance or somebody, and he repeats it, then your administration is lying to the people. And you're the head of that. It's the craziest way to try to get out of telling a lie I've ever heard of. But he actually believes that what he's saying is smart and the way I'm pushing back is dumb. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's insane. You're responsible for what comes out of your mouth. Well, somebody told me, so I'm just echoing it. Then you're responsible for not fact checking it. That's what he constantly talks about with fake news. If CNN or MSNBC reports some news that is fake about President Trump, and the reporter says, well, somebody on the street told me that. I'm not lying. Somebody told me. You wouldn't accept that. MAGA would not accept that. But for some reason, when Trump does it, it's acceptable. I don't know how that works like that. As I stated early in the program, MAGA's going to follow Trump no matter what he does. And that's a prime example of it. Yes, why the fuck am I here? You're here to defend Trump. That's why you're here. Dark Side Rider says this guy is on PCP. Damn. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Can ICE be called on him? LOL, this guy needs a doctor. Well, his goal is to defend Trump. I think that's self-evident. Tell this caller to get off his knees, says Jermaine. I smell cocaine. Where's the Joint Task Force at? Dark Side Rider says, call Pam Bondi. I think he's making up crap. Where's that pipe? Go get that pipe. You guys are being horrible to my last guest. Thank you, Kelly4110. Appreciate the support. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get us up to 100,000. I would like to know who's selling them drugs because they are making a killing. Who is supporting his drugs? Is it the Trump administration? Well, he believes Trump is doing what's right for America. And that's where that's coming from. And real quick, Elawan says the louder this piece of shit screams, the more he exposes himself as a fraud. He's unloved, unwanted, and half of the country hates garbage like him. Yikes. Let me go back to the box. Look, he's not the only one that thinks that. I've never heard somebody, I guess, counter the notion that they're telling a lie the way he did. But I suppose he's not the only one that believes that. Evil Majin Boo, I found you. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Yeah, I know they're all down. What does that mean? Let's go. Evil Majin, I'm trying to bring you up. I don't know if the thing is spinning. There we go. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Man, what the hell is going on? Man.
Look, the man said that Trump doesn't lie. He's getting bad information.
No. Tim. Man, fuck, man, shut the hell up.
Well, listen, the man is passionate in his opinion. He says some things that I've never heard of in ways I've never heard of, because to me, if you say something that's not true, it's a lie. It's either that, or if you got bad information that you thought was coming from a reliable source, then you are accountable for telling the American people, listen, the head of the FBI told me that. This was his job to look into it. Turns out he was wrong. I'm looking into maybe replacing him. Something to go out and explain to the people. Trump ain't going to explain why he called this woman a terrorist or any of that shit.
He's not going to sit here and really explain that, but he wants to sit there and simply say, no. I am running your show. You are wrong. I'm like, no, it don't work like that, man. What the hell is it?
Well, I give my guests plenty of time to speak, so it ain't like I shortened his time or anything like that. He got 24 minutes, but it was just.
But every time, like, he is on there and he's like, no. I'm like, dude, what the hell are you on, man?
Straight talk. Listen, I don't mind straight talk coming up here. He's obviously MAGA. He is the one, by the way, that said Trump's face should be on all 4 spots on Mount Rushmore. So he really likes Trump.
No, he wants Trump's dick in his mouth.
Oh my God. That's what he wants. You sound worse than Gangsta Grandma with that one. Oh my God. Oh shit. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, he speaks very favorably of Trump. So some folks believe Trump is doing a really good job. He's probably one that ranks Trump's performance even higher than most. He probably is one that he ranks Trump's performance higher than most MAGA do.
No, 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 no. Trump ain't doing a goddamn thing. He's making the country worse. He's not getting nothing approved by Congress or nothing. And Marco Rubio is sitting up there on Meet the Press, can't even answer a damn question. Looks like has tunnel vision. Damn. And looks like he can't even make the difference between dogs and cats.
But wait a minute, you don't believe Trump done anything good for America? Not one good thing for America at all?
No. All he cares about is making himself rich, making other countries fight with other countries, and then he wants to take all that oil, pocket it for himself and for his administration.
But he's suggesting that the tariffs are going to ultimately make us all rich. And I see Moachman in the comments says the caller eats hot dogs for the shape. Well, I'm gonna leave that alone. He's saying you eat hot dogs for the shape, but I'm going to
hot dogs in a shape. What the hell?
I guess he said in the shape of a dick. I don't know, but what I'm saying is Trump is suggesting that some of the things he's doing, in addition to making himself rich, will make us wealthier as well. He's saying that tariffs will bring jobs back to America.
No. Trump is making himself rich. Okay, that is the difference here. And it goes back to what your first caller said. And I give 100% shout out to Mike the Boss, aka it is what it is. So just like what Mike was saying, everything goes hand in hand with everything.
But what about the claims that due to dispatch in the National Guard and even ICE to a lesser degree, it has made a lot of major American cities safer? That's another claim coming from the Trump administration.
No, the cities are not being safe. Like, we need to, in order to make cities safe, we need to get Trump out of the White House. We need to get him out of the presidency because he's causing everything to go wrong.
You think Trump is making the cities less safe?
Yes.
How?
By causing I honestly have no words. It's because I am tongue-tied by everything. Like, it's really sad that we have ICE in every city. ICE is going to start going door to door, which is really, really
You really think
sad.
it could get that bad? That's Gestapo. Like, you really can see ICE going door to door in America? Like, you really think that could happen?
I hate saying it, but it's going to be to the point where it will be like New Jack City.
Yeah, when they tearing up the Carter. In the I hope you're wrong. That's frightening. In the comments, though, Kevin says the caller is clearly unaware of all the investments and opportunities that are coming into the U.S. by way of the Trump administration. What about that? That Trump with the tariffs and now the oil in Venezuela.
He's stealing. He's not trying to make things better. He's stealing it. He's a warlord, man. Like, come on.
So he could. Even Nino, you mentioned you used the New Jack City reference. Even Nino Brown handed out turkeys, though. I mean, you could have a bad guy that still does something for the common man. He could be stealing stuff, but still looking out. My bosses would look out for people in their neighborhood.
Okay, let me put on my Trump wig and say, oh, Melania left me. Oh man.
Melania ain't going nowhere. Too much money, too much power.
I am trying to hook up with Pam on the side.
Pam Bondi
is going to take over the presidency.
You think Trump is going to be left by his wife, Melania Trump, and he's trying to hook up with Pam Bondi? Really?
Trump can't even sit down in his meetings. You should play the clip of
He's almost, but come on, Evil, he's almost 80. Get a man a little bit of, he's almost 80 years old.
The man is senile. He can't even sit down in his own meetings. He gets up and walks over to the window. You should play the clip of him getting up and looking out the window, and then he goes to sit back down. Like, he can't even sit down. Like, what the hell is it? Like,
you really see Trump as not being. You really see Trump in I mean, I've seen him do meetings where he stand up the whole time. He sit down. You think he can't remain seated?
No. And his health is about to go, man. Just like his mind is.
I hear that, but I've been hearing that for most of the year that Trump only had 2 months, 6 months. People are saying he's not going to survive his whole term. I mean, they've been saying this when he disappeared in September. He went on vacation. People said he had a stroke then. I mean, this guy, people have been wishing ill on this guy the whole time, but that don't seem to be reality though.
I would say, believe it or not, honestly, I think our former presidents will outlive President Trump. President Trump will be in the ground, and
damn.
And
would you rather JD Vance? Would you rather JD Vance succeeds him?
JD Vance needs to put on some more makeup and start trying to hold himself out. So
you sure you don't just hate these people? I got folks in the comments saying you got an acute case of TDS.
Man, please. I don't care what them people think.
I hear you. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, do you genuinely, truly believe though that President Trump will not live another 3 years?
I'm hoping that he won't make it to Valentine's Day.
So you want the president to pass away? You actually are hoping and wishing for this man's death?
I'm not wishing for nothing. I'm just going by what he's doing and how he is reacting.
That ain't what I just heard. I just asked you if you think this man will not live another 3 years, and you said you're hoping he doesn't make it to Valentine's Day. What would make you say that?
What he's doing, how he is acting, and the kind of...
What is he doing? What is he doing, and how is he acting in a manner that would make you say you don't hope he makes it till... That's what is that, a month and a week, a month and 3 days? Why would you... What is he doing to make you say that?
Look at how he is acting. Look at how his health is not all the way there. He's doing shit by not getting things approved by the Congress. He looks like he's not trying to be there in meetings. He's getting up and walking up.
Well, like Bourbon a lot in the comments says he will probably outlive this caller and his wife's boyfriend. So he's saying that Trump is likely to outlive you and your wife's boyfriend. I don't know about the last part of that, but I don't know. You can't wish death on the president. Evil, you can't do that.
The person who made that statement, tell him to go in the bathroom, say 5 Hail Marys, and go have it out with your wife. All right.
All right, Eva, I'm gonna go ahead and move it on. But don't wish death on the president. You got to be wishing that this guy remains healthy for the sake of the country.
The only thing that I want Trump to do is I want him to leave the White House, stop making new wars with other countries, start making things better for America, which he's not going to do, but I'm hoping that he will. And the other thing is, though, let's go Bears, let's go Broncos, and also, last thing is, this is the handsome liberal. Let's get him up to 55K. Let's show our respect to him. Hey.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well said. And I will say, and I'll move it on, but I will say in regards to him wishing that Trump stops wars and all this other stuff, he may get his first wish of Trump croaking before he gets that. That ain't gonna happen. Trump is enjoying the power of being in the White House. So I don't think you're going to get that one. Tap the screen, get us up to 115K is what I think the last caller was saying, but tap the screen, get us up to 115. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal. A lot of slow, not much movement on that, but then Cal, shout out to you. Appreciate that. Real quick before we continue on, invading Greenland hasn't happened yet, but it's been talked about. That's all it really needs to be done. I mean, listen, even if Trump does not invade Greenland, he's hurt our relationship with that country. He's hurt our relationship with Denmark, and he's hurt our relationship with NATO. This is where you in regards to TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and the right saying that the Democrats just hate Trump all the time, and they would hate him even if he cured cancer, they would still hate him. That type of shit. You know, he didn't invade Greenland, he's just talking about it. Or he didn't do this, he's just trolling. Or he didn't mean that, he was just telling a joke. That's where that stuff comes from. That's where that stuff comes from. When you're deliberately doing things with the expressed intention of pissing off the other side. And then acting shocked when they get pissed off. I can't believe they really hate me like this. I can't believe they got Trump derangement syndrome. If I asked you, how do you create Trump derangement syndrome? You would tell someone to do exactly the shit that Trump does to the left. He wants Trump derangement syndrome. I always say, quit complaining about TDS. Let the man get the hate that he is earning. He wants that shit. You wouldn't expect a man to go up there and say, I hate all Democrats, and the Democrats say, yay, he's a great president, would you? I mean, it should be assumed that he wants to be hated by the left. So let the left hate him. He's earning that shit. Anyway, looking in the comments, your protests and riots will do nothing. Yeah, they will. They will do something. They may not do anything to Trump, but all of the midterms, the lower ballot election, all of them folks are losing because of that stuff. They will do something. I mean, just like they suggested the same thing about the BLM riots, they wouldn't do anything. Yeah, they did. Cops are held to a higher account now than ever before. Body cams, chocos got banned. Yeah, it does do something. It absolutely does do something. Trump said, making America better again, he said. I mean, he says that. It's up to you how you feel about that. What do you think about the new Trump Bible? I think it's a moneymaker for President Trump. I think most of the things Trump puts his name on, the goal is to make money. That's it. I mean, I highly doubt if President Trump even proofread the Bible that came out with his name on it. Probably never even read the whole thing of any of the ones that are being printed with his name on it. He may have read another Bible somewhere else, But I doubt if he took one of them Bibles that they made with his name on it off the shelf and read it to make sure there's no errors and things. I doubt if he does that. I mean, it's to make money. That's it. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with the program. Tap the screen as I stated. Don't see. I'll see if I can bring up my next guess if I can get this to go right. It moved it to the top. Well, Dincal, good evening. I was about to get hammered by grandma. Dincal, good evening.
Good evening, good evening. I'm glad I got to you before she did.
She was the next up, but it moved her in the order. I couldn't find her. Anyway, a terrorist, a domestic terrorist. What say you?
Wow, that's kind of scary. That's kind of scary. Now that we, naming people in this country a terrorist from what happened. We can say whether she did was right or wrong, and she shouldn't have, and he had the authority and all of that stuff.
Yeah,
but calling her a terrorist?
Yeah, he said she is a domestic. Not only did he say it, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, they all see her as a domestic terrorist.
Right, and I did see a brief when Jake Tapper was asking Kristi Noem, he showed her a clip of January 6th and said, "Are these domestic terrorists?" She could,
Yeah.
she did the tap dance, but those people are not, they showed them like beating cops on the head, you know what I'm saying? Well, who are these people?
I don't get that because MAGA, look, I could get why Kristi Noem or J.D. Vance does it, but I don't get why MAGA does it. But MAGA would see her as a domestic terrorist, and they see folks like, what is her name, Ashley Babbitt as a patriot. I don't get it.
Right. I was just having a conversation with somebody about that. Like, they were twisting themselves in the press or talking about, well, it was only one woman, coming into the building, and it would have been different if she would have gotten the building and she would have rushed at him. Then he would have had the right. Like, all of these excuses.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Ashley Babbitt. She was only 4 feet something, or she wasn't armed, or there's a million reasons for why the cops should have automatically knew she was no threat on sight. Just she's wearing clothes. Could she possibly have a weapon under there? Well, you should just know she's a sweet, innocent person that breaks through windows.
I know it's not an exact correlation, but I said, look. Were those people behind her? Could you consider them a deadly weapon, like they called a car a deadly weapon? You know what I'm saying?
It's like what is my Straight Talk? Straight Talk is, I don't know if you heard him on a few callers back, but
I didn't.
Yeah, I'm surprised. If you had heard him, you would have absolutely been talking about it. But some folks are just going to defend Trump no matter what, and I think Straight Talk is one of those. But the same thing with Ashley Babbitt. I always bring up that if you had a protest of some mayor's action in City Hall, and they surrounded the City Hall building and broke windows like that, and Queen Latifah came climbing through the window, nobody would say that they shouldn't have shot her. It was just something about Ashley Babbitt.
Sister Soldier.
Right, exactly.
That would have been tough. It's just a female. She wasn't going to hurt a fly.
Yeah, I don't care if it was Simone Biles, who's only like 90-something pounds. They would have still been talking about, well, she's a gymnast. She could have done something,
Right.
I don't get it.
I'm like somebody saying, hey, I said it was a gun, but it had a wooden handle on it. So, like, look, the wooden handle was not going to do anything. I wouldn't even work. She was the tip of the spear, as we call it in the military.
And Trump made sure Ashley Babbitt's family got, I think, 20 or 30 million bucks from that.
Yeah, crazy. But made sure she got our money. Our federal tax dollars is what he made sure. He could have gave it to him himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All of this shit about it's wrong to have murals to George Floyd and all that shit. And she got $20 million, $30 million for literally breaking and entering.
Right. And they doing the thing now where they talking about that straight white men can now file civil rights claim against the government if they believe that they lost a job due to DEI or affirmative action, and they can get paid back pay from the potential. It's crazy.
Well, but to be honest though, if a white man had the qualifications and they picked a black guy over him, he would have a legitimate claim for discrimination, would he not?
No, because you can't just decide because you don't get the job that it had to do with race.
No. I'm saying if he can prove it. I mean, because there's a bunch of black people that often say that race is the only reason they're in jail, or they got stopped or something. I mean, but if you can prove that someone took adverse action against you solely because of your race, you would have a legitimate claim, wouldn't you?
I guess the same as millions of black people throughout history. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but millions of black people, I won't say throughout history, but certainly since the 80s, have won discrimination suits.
Right, and they had proof. They had word of mouth. They had testimony. They had, if you could catch somebody black saying, hey, fuck that white dude, I'm not giving him the job, then, you would have a claim.
Okay.
But we know that that's not how it works. In a systemic problem, it doesn't work like that. You never hear the words. I was doing the hiring at the hospital that I was in charge of, but I only could pick from the applications that I got. What if the person in HR was the racist person and they were throwing away all of the black? I would never know it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think your argument about systemic racism is probably the best one to be made, is that black people are usually not in a position of hiring where they can discount the white people and pick other blacks. But I'm going to assume there are some areas where it does happen, where, for instance, where I worked when I used to work for Illinois Bell in Chicago, where I bring this up all the time, my late dad, and how other linemen that were at the funeral got me a job, and I know for a fact that AT&T in Chicago was hiring specifically black people. I mean, there was a few whites that worked there, but I know that they were putting blacks, getting us in there. But that's not most places. I mean, it was a black woman in HR that was doing it. But that usually, when that stuff is happening, it's usually a white person at the helm, because they control most facets of our country. But I would assume there are some white people that have gotten skipped over.
I'm sure there are, but like you said, there's not enough of us to really
right
make it systemic. You know what I'm saying? I was really conscious of that when I was doing the hiring, because I didn't want to just be seen as the dude that just came in and hired all black people. I was conscious of it. But if you work in a white dominated field, they can do it and it won't be no problem. They can just be like, he wasn't qualified. That's all you have to say.
Yeah. I mean, usually where you're going to find black people in a position where they can discriminate against white people is usually going to be like liberal cities, for instance, because liberal cities tend to be ran by people of color. Like, Chicago, where I'm from, the mayor, mayor on down, the police chief, all of them are black. So there is if they wanted to do it, there's enough systemic power in that city where they could probably do it, in Park District or the Transit Authority, the fire department. There's probably areas they could do it. But most of America is just the opposite.
Right, for sure. So, I mean, and my problem with it is just when people act like it doesn't exist because we don't see it or it doesn't go to court. We know it's there, but because we can't necessarily prove it.
Right.
But I know it's there because I've been in those situations where it's been obvious. I was in a position where the owner of the company that I worked for, his son told me, because he had a bad relationship between him and his father, but his father used to send him around on jobs and wouldn't let him, work with the leadership of the company. So he came to my site and he told me that the two lowest paid facility managers in the company were me, the only black guy, and the female. We were the lowest two paid out of all of the facility
and everybody
managers.
Else was white?
Yes.
Wow.
And so, at the time I wasn't really thinking clearly because I should have took their ass to court and reamed them out. But I allowed them to give me a 10% hike to catch me up, to the people in this thing. But like I know it's happening because it's happened to me. I've seen it happen.
Well, it happened to me too with the. I was part of what was it? A Fifth Third Bank because I used to own properties in Chicago, and I was doing well. I mean, I had like 20 tenants, 5 different buildings. I thought I was doing well, living the American dream. And I received a letter that was like, you're part of a class action suit. They gave you a higher interest rate simply because you're black. And it's like, what? And I mean, 'cause I thought it was fine. I was able to pay it. But their records showed that had I been white, I would have had a lower interest rate. And it was like, so sometimes it can be happening to you and you don't even know it. Like you said, you got hired on. You weren't turned away. They just gave you a lower position and lower pay. So you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
And the exact same thing happened to me with Countrywide. I got the same class action letter because they gave me an adjustable rate mortgage when I qualified for a fixed rate mortgage.
Wow.
That's what they were doing. They were giving people mortgages that would go up in 3 years.
Yeah,
Getting
an
3-year
arm,
arms and 5-year arms. When we should have had a fixed 30-year rate like everybody else.
Toyota Financial's another company. All this stuff happened in the 2000s. So this is for folks who say this stuff happened hundreds of years ago and it's not happening. All of these things happened past the year 2000. Toyota Financial's another company that was giving auto loans the same way. There were higher interest rates to people of color. Same credit score and everything. It's just you black, you're gonna get a higher interest rate. So yeah,
hell, it happened. It happened to Navy Federal.
Yeah. I do remember reading about that. Yeah, I do remember reading about that. So yeah, it's pretty clear.
But people will tell you in a heartbeat, like, oh, that shit ended 80 years ago when they passed those laws. Do you think those people who wrote the laws and or the people who opposed those laws, they still living today?
Yeah. I mean, the message is simple. It's just that's how you stimulate wealth in one community. Because obviously, if I gotta pay higher interest for for my property or for my car, or whatever, my neighbor who may be white is paying lower. So that means there's more wealth in the bank, or maybe he's buying property faster than I am because he's not paying as much interest. I mean, it's making his wealth greater than mine, and like you don't know what's happening. It's something that if somebody's not looking into it, you'll never know that's happening. Because I had no clue. I was doing fine. I didn't know nothing about that.
Right. And so, look, stuff can affect people and they don't know. The same way there are people who get hired and they're not qualified and they're white. They don't know that they're getting benefited by a system that's in place. Yeah. When I got hired into one of my positions, when I went in there, I went through the interview and everything was fine. I thought, then they came to me and they was like, we need to see like literal copies of your degrees and your certifications. And then when I finally got into the company, I seen all of the other, my equals in the company. None of them had none of my shit.
Wow. I've never been, I got 3 college degrees. I don't think I've ever been asked by any employer to see them.
Exactly.
I've never had to say, yeah. I think I was asked once or twice to see transcripts or something, but I don't think I've ever really been asked by anybody to see my actual college degree. I guess they just assume you wouldn't lie about something like that. I've never had somebody say, let me see the degree.
Imagine my reaction once I get in there and see ain't nobody else got the shit. But they made sure, and then they told me, look, we need you to get this specific qualification within 90 days. It's a part of your hiring and all of that stuff. And then everybody else, ain't nobody else got the shit.
Bro, they wanted to make sure that you would pass muster if they had customers or clients like Charlie Kirk, because he might be like, you sure this guy know what he doing?
Right. He gonna look at my credentials, but the guy standing next to me, he ain't gonna look at his credentials. And it used to be funny that every time me and I might have told you this before, but one of my facilities managers we would go to meetings and stuff, and we would walk into a room, and they would immediately go to shake his hand first because he was a white guy, 6,
It's good work if you can get it. It's good work if you get. Let me ask you a question. This is a crazy question off topic, but I'm just gonna ask. As a kid, because I'm sure the answer now is no as an adult, but as a kid, have you ever wished you were born white?
I can't say I ever have. Like I maybe because of my upbringing, maybe because my parents and my grandparents making me aware of our history and the struggles we've went through. Now I can't say I ever have. Like I've always just known that I had a different struggle than they had. Like I had a pride in me. So I never wished that I would, like, because they don't necessarily have that type of history or struggle behind them.
I think it might change too if like, for instance, I was born in the hood. I didn't know anybody white, wasn't around. But if you are close enough proximity to it where you can see the difference in how they're living versus how you're living, or how they're treated versus, then I can see where you might have kids that wish they were on the other side. But if you grew up the way I did, or probably the way you did, you don't miss what you didn't know about. And everybody was poor, so you didn't know there was this great life out there.
Well, once I got to be about 15, I guess we would be like the Jeffersons. We like moving on up. We end up moving into the suburbs a little bit, and I went from a 95% inner city black school in Detroit to a suburban school that was 95% white.
Ooh.
I wasn't envious of them or nothing. I was in culture shock, because I went from, baggy pants, all of this stuff, the hair and stuff, to where everybody looked like Bon Jovi to me. Like everybody had the big hair. They had the tight pants, the coochie cut with the dudes, It was, I never envied that. I just thought it was just a culture shock. Like that.
See, my take is the exact opposite. I was born in for the first few 12 years of my life, I lived a middle class lifestyle. And my mom and dad got divorced, and then we went into abject poverty. So we did the exact opposite.
It was the reverse. It was the reverse of me.
Yes.
Right.
So you guys moved up. We moved fucking down. So
I mean, we didn't move that far up, but we did. We moved out to instead of calling it a project, they call it a housing co-op. It was nicer. It was better.
I got a chance.
Cool.
We went from middle class, where money wasn't a major issue, to living project type shit. So I got a chance to see in just the opposite fashion. But so anyway, just to move on before we end up parting ways here. So this why do you think he's even calling her a terrorist to begin with?
I think because he says stuff off the top, and then he doesn't want to recant it, so then he has to double down on it. Like I don't get why you would say from the rip without knowing anything, which he could have gotten an update, because I heard Straight Talk the other day talking about, how do you think you know more than the president knows of the United States of America? Yes,
he was worse today. Straight Talk was worse today than you didn't hear him, but Straight Talk was worse today than he was yesterday. He was much worse.
It couldn't have been no worse. It couldn't have been no worse.
It was
the
worse.
Man getting up there talking about something. I don't think I've ever heard of him lie. It depends on what you call a lie.
Well, he said something, because President Trump stated, here's a clip. You probably read this, but he said, I have just watched a clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resistant, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE agent, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. That's the longest sentence I've ever heard. But anyway, I asked him, did that agent, based on what you've seen, get ran over? And he said, yes, he did. Because Trump's...
This is when we get into our alternate...
Yeah.
What did they say? alternate reality. Like they just will say some shit, and he, bless his heart, he probably really believed that shit. Y'all watched the exact same video. The guy did not get ran over. He had enough composure to point his weapon through the front window, then went around to the side window and put another couple in there. But he got ran over.
Yeah, he says. He also says, and I see in the comments, really, Maya Rock or something says we need to vote third party to add choices. Well, you got to get money out of politics to make that happen.
Yeah, no, we can't do that now.
Yeah, no, not right now. Not right now. You got to stay with the fucking mission right now. You don't. Yeah, ain't no picking up French girls. We trying to liberate France right now. Ain't no. You can't date her right now.
What is the old girl's name in the Green Party? They come every time and take votes away from the Republicans.
Yeah, I think what. Yeah, I know who you're talking about too. Oh, I can't think of it.
And then you never hear about her again until the next 4 years, and then she come take more Democrat votes.
Right now, Jill Stein. That's who you're talking about, Jill Stein. You gotta stick to the mission. No deviation. You gotta stick to the mission. It's just don't.
We got to have these midterms. I hate to sound desperate, but because every election they say this is the most important election in your life.
These last few have been.
When they say elections have consequences, these ones prove that.
Yeah. From 2016 to now. Yeah,
sit down if you want to. Sit down if you want to. Think you're going to get a STEMI check.
I would say.
How is he offering STEMI check? How is you offering STEMI checks when you say this is the best economy ever? Like, don't they give stimulus checks to stimulate a bad economy?
You're talking with too much logic. You're talking with too much logic. Then Cal, I gotta move it on, but he definitely says that she was a paid professional agitator, and I'm talking with Straight Talk, and I'm like, what is that based on? And he's talking about she was part of some organization that's getting paid or something. Like Straight Talk was wild today. If you get
a paid agitator, and then they say you seen they had the recorder on her. And she was like, hey, I'm not mad at you guys. Go ahead and go around. Next thing you know, she gets shot in the face. And they're like, look at her. She was an evil agitator.
Yeah, I don't get it. But whatever he throws out, that's what Straight Talk was doing, was just defending that shit. Then Cal, thanks for coming through. Go Bears, man. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on with the program, by the way. Everything Trump says must be fact-checked, says Big Bossy. Well, here's the problem. Is that say Big Boise or Big B-E-A-U? That spells boy, right? Okay, Big Boise. Appreciate it. Anyway, you don't normally want to say that everything a president says must be fact-checked, but Trump does say a lot of wild shit. Up to and including, his defenders like Straight Talk was trying to say, well, maybe somebody's telling them that. So if you're going to say shit that you don't fact check yourself, then and of course he don't apologize or anything when he says stuff that are not true or doesn't pan out. So I guess you do. I guess you do gotta really fact check President Trump, because he will say whatever comes to mind, like the cats and dogs thing. Gangster Grandma, I didn't see you, but good evening.
I bet you didn't, you fucking ugly ass motherfucker, you. Over here catnapping, made that. I swear to God, I lost all my brain cells. I lost my fucking high. That motherfucker was the dumbest maggot I ever did see.
Well,
and then let me break that down to this white boy. Don't you ever keep my name in your motherfucking mouth. Because I guarantee you, it's a white willy looking fucking no good for nothing else. You would never talk shit to me. And keep my husband's name out your mouth.
What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Because he called you ignorant and stuff. I said, oh no, you are not doing that to my TikTok husband. You got
I get called ignorant by the best of them. I got thick
skin. His little ugly fucking no good for nothing white trailer shots right up in his place, okay? Don't call my TikTok wannabe husband. I want to unalive his damn ass every time I talk to him. Put him in his thing. No, you know what? You act stupid. You're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? These mofos are stupid. They don't need no acting. You feel what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. Half the population that has not been to college, they seriously are third grade level reading. They can't comprehend nothing. They couldn't even comprehend a black woman talking. They couldn't comprehend that. $25,000 house you could get, you so-called numbnuts. Now we can't afford a fucking house, you numbnut.
You don't think? Wait. You're not suggesting at all MAGA are at third grade reading, third grade reading level. How do you? Why? Why would you say that?
They be sucking so hard in their uncooked meat. I'm telling you, the interbred mofos. I never had uncooked meat sausage up in my coochie. Never, ever, ever, and never will. I'll go become a lesbian before that shit fucking happens. You feel what I'm saying? I'll stick to eating black coochie. I shit you not. If it ever had come between me picking a white boy uncooked meat to a chocolate, I'm going straight chocolate.
Why do you have such a problem with white?
I go to the pits of hell before I do that.
Why do you have such a problem with white men?
Really?
You might find a.
Really? Hell no! Don't you say I find me a no.
What if you?
I have to sleep with my eyes open. You seen that movie Get Out, right?
What about a nice Channing Tatum or Ryan Gosling?
Oh, honey, I'm
Brad
sorry.
Pitt?
No. These white boys ain't nothing like that. Even that, I don't even trust their asses because they got their uncooked meat. You know what? You got me fucked up. I stick to my black side. That's it.
Did you never?
Hear how they talk?
I
couldn't. You know what, Tim? I would be going underneath the jail for fucking up one because I couldn't. My brain. I was rolling up to fuck with you today, and I was getting smashed. You feel what I'm saying? And then I'd be damn. This motherfucker, he's not lying. He's just wrong. Like, what the fuck? Do you hear this?
It was a bit wild, but let me ask you though.
He called you in.
As a young woman, have you never watched an episode of with Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman and thought, I wish that could be me? I mean, as a white man, Richard Gere.
No, hell no. Hell to the fuck to the no. I never ever have uncooked meat in my coochie or even sucking on it. I couldn't, Tim. You'll have me go to the Tim.
What about Jack? Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. You never seen it?
No. They still got uncooked meat. Have you ever seen that? I'm telling you, you cannot chew it all. Chocolate Winky looks better than that shit. At least it has a color, it's a flavor to it. That's uncooked. Look at you, Tim. You're still sick from that uncooked meat. You're still sick. It's never going away with your woman.
I officially had the flu according to the doctors in the ER, but
yeah, you officially had the white tea uncooked flu.
This has nothing to do with it.
You always been dripping, Tim. Let's get this reality check. You stay dripping with the uncooked sausage, and it got your ass sick. You know what I mean? I stay with chocolate, honey. Chocolate, it makes vitamin D all day. I never get me sickness. Hell no.
Do you?
Nope.
Are you?
I haven't even got that.
Are you the type that would pass a law or be against interracial relationships?
It's okay. Let me tell you something. Okay, the only thing I have against that shit is when a black man puts a black woman down and they let you sorry ender, you like your dirty looking roach ass.
I don't do that.
I like me some snow, but I know there's snow roaches. I like that. Oh no, she's not good enough. No, but my snow roaches, like you, Negro. Okay, like you. I don't like
wait a minute.
Truly looking ass going after black women. But yeah, you put a white tea woman above a black woman. No, I do not like that, and I'll call a bitch out for that. Yes, I would.
Okay, that is absolutely not true. The only thing I've ever done is I said that this woman. I said that this woman right here. This woman is
like to eat Melania Trump. You even said, her coochie isn't that bad. Yes, it is.
I said this woman right here is a bad candidate. That's all I ever said.
And I bet her coochie looks better than that roast beef that you want to be sucking on like that. Oh, Melania Trump's coochie looks good. Hell, it don't.
Actually,
you know what? Let me tell you something, Tim. When I seen that coochie, I said never, ever, ever. Not even a white woman. And we even got allies like that. Nope, not even an ally. Hell to the fucking no.
I'm going to disagree.
Nope,
I'm going to disagree with you and say the nude pictures of Melania.
I bet you will because you're a snow roach lover. You like it like that. You like that. That's why your ass is sick. That's why she's sick.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. The nude pictures of Melania Trump does not look bad. She is not bad looking.
It's fucking fugly. Fuck the ugly. It's fucking fugly. Fugly. I say coochie, honey. Okay, I lick it and every damn thing else. And honey bunny, it ain't no sexy appeal to that. It didn't even turn me on, didn't make me wet. It just like, ugh. Like, you know, like I wanted to go vomit. You know what I mean? Because I ate some Cheerios. And when I ate that, I was like, hell to the fuck to the no. Nope, straight.
You really believe that those spread of Melania Trump was that bad looking?
Hell yeah! But you a fucking snow roach lover. You be all there, oh yes, baby, let me give you that coochie. You're fucking stop, Tim.
She was like a supermodel.
And that's straight the fuck up. If you can fuck that nasty shit, I fuck you. And you got me fucked up.
She speaks 5 languages.
I don't give a fucking shit. Her coochie speaks 5 languages. The shit was tore the fuck up. I said coochie, honey, and that coochie was tore the fuck up. When I tell you that, I'll tell you, nope. If I go straight lesbian, straight chocolate all damn day. I'll never go back, never. I never went there to begin with.
Kiki says
I gotta be nice.
Yeah, I see that. Kiki says
I gotta be nice.
Kiki says you're jealous of Melania's body.
Everything's fake on her. My titties are 38 triple D, honey, okay? My ass is homegrown with pork chops, collard greens, and mac and cheese, and all that. See, I didn't have to pay all that. My coochie is fire, okay? My coochie, it don't look like that, honey. No,
38, you said 38 Delta.
Okay, triple D's, baby. All natural, okay? It's all the good loving that comes, okay? I didn't have to go spend $6,000 to get my shit done, okay? It's all chocolate godliness, okay? Yes.
Well,
all natural. Big natural, okay? The gym did that to me. And the collard greens, the pork chops, the ham hocks, and everything else, okay? Okay.
I can't hate on 38 triple Delta. I can't. Bless your heart.
Yeah, my triple D's, yay, honey, Pookie, yes, and it's all collard greens, and nothing lubricated up in there, nothing that I had to go pay $6,000 for. And guess what? It's my shit soft. Her shit, I bet you anything. I bet you if you get slapped.
Why do you hate the first lady so much? She ain't done nothing wrong. Why do you hate her so much?
What do you mean? She couldn't even read a book to kids, for God's sake.
I mean,
Tim, I'm telling you, just stuck. You're just stuck on the roaches. And I'm sorry, baby. You need to go to the black side. You forget you black. And I see that you did go. She never was in the hood. See, I've been in the hood all my life. You feel what I'm saying? I be playing bones.
How am I? What do you mean I'm stuck on the...
You went from high class. I want to be with the rich white tea people. That's why you got your snow roaches from. Okay? Then you went to what? You went, you know what? I became...
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You probably like, oh my God, those are the white people, Tim. Oh my God, Tim. Oh my God, I had a culture shock. It was all black people was out here playing bones. Oh, yeah,
I'm pleading the fifth one. In the comments, Darkside Rider said...
I know you are.
Darkside Rider says, she's making me hungry. Where's dinner going to be ready when I can bring the champagne? So you got somebody that wants to eat you alive. But look, I think...
Well, at least I know how to cook. See the cooked ass. Oh, God. Okay, I cannot. See, you don't blow my fucking high. But your collar did, man. I shit you. I never seen somebody so ignorant, interbred. That is some corn.
He supports Trump. What's wrong? Look, what's wrong with supporting Trump? He just supports Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? They voted against their own interests, but they're interbred, so they don't even know who their mama and papi is. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They don't even know who their mom and daddy is. They just think they their sisters, their brothers, you know. They be screwing everybody.
MAGA.
One coochie looks all coochie over that side, honey.
MAGA simply wants the country to be safer, the borders to be secure.
MAGA wants this country to be white tea. And Pookies and Ray Rays on that side, you interbred oxymorons, it's never going to be white. There was indigenous people here. They're brown, sweetheart. And let me tell you, the Mexicans were here making enchiladas and tortillas. They was here way before your white tea, uncooked looking ass came over here giving us syphilis, gonorrhea. We didn't know nothing about that shit because we knew how to wash our coochies. You feel what I'm saying? You guys don't even know what you wash.
You actually make it sound, you know what's really weird? You almost make it sound like you think white people are unclean or something. I mean, the way...
They are. Oh my... Tim, a few weeks ago, I was rolling a blunt, right? I said, you know what? I'm going to go to the YT side just to see what the fuck is popping on the YT side of TikTok. All below, my black ass walked into a live, and this YT woman said out of her mouth, we don't take showers every day. I said, what? What the fuck? I typed it to the big ass letters. What the fuck? You don't wash your cooter? And you know what she said? It's not good for you to wash your cooter every damn day. I said, don't you be sweating? Because I know my fat ass be going to the gym. And I know my coochie, I got to go wipe my ass and go right to that damn shower and put it on and wash my coochie. I never want a stanky booty. You know what I'm saying? Those motherfuckers don't even know what a wash rag is, Tim.
Well, why you're talking about whites not washing their coochies and all in the comments?
He said it, Tim.
Well, that's just
not
one.
Me.
That's one person. That's coochie. One. You can't blame.
No,
you
that
can't.
wasn't one. She had the whole panel of YT people up there. And then the men. And that one guy said, no, we don't wash like that because this hurts our skin. Like, huh?
But how about this in the comments? Ath says, I don't believe so a singular solitary second that this woman is black. So what am I guessing?
Well, let me tell you something, you want to be fucking idiot. I am so fucking black. My mom and my daddy black as hell. They're in that picture, honey. And I'm just light skinned. See, let me tell you something about black people. We make every color, honey. That's why you hate us. With you guys, with your little saltine looking crazy asses, you only have one shade. One shade. Okay, and you guys burn. When I take my fat ass outside, I don't burn. You know what? I turn caramel, and I taste so good, unlike you. Okay.
How do you know how you taste?
Well, because I never had a mask that didn't taste good. You know what they said? I smell like one. I taste like a Georgia peach. Thank you.
In the comments, Tim asked Gangsta Grandma, does she like white chocolate or deep chocolate? Hang on. Let me actually get the question out. Ask Gangsta Grandma, does she like white chocolate or deep chocolate, Hershey's Kiss or a Snickers? You want me in a suit or a bathrobe?
I like my caramel. I like my dark chocolate. Anything that's chocolate, I love me some brown men. Now, unfortunately, the white men, no, I'm sorry, your winky dinkies look pink to me, uncooked like Vienna sausage. I ain't gonna lie. And your guys' coochies don't look that damn good anyway.
Have you? Wait a minute. You have never seen in your life an attractive white man?
No,
that can't be right.
They don't appeal to me. When they start talking, it just And then I picture the white winky. You know what I mean? I'm a straight fucking lesbian at that point.
I mean, Hulk Hogan in his heyday, Schwarzenegger.
Oh hell, that was the worst. At least you could have put the other dude up there. You know what I mean?
What?
But Hulk Hogan, the racist. Oh hell no. Nope, I'll become a straight fucking lesbian. I'll become, what is that called when you don't have sex no more? I'll do that. I'll close it fucking down. I'll play with myself to the end until I die. I would never touch a white man, and I'm not being mean.
You know, President Trump himself was a nice looking guy back in the day too.
Someone lied to your ugly ass. Cause honey, that woman, that corn, sir. She said his winky was so small. She said she had to fake it to lick it.
You talking about
know what I
Stormy?
mean?
You talking about
And a lot
Stormy
of us be
Daniels?
faking.
But she-
Okay, and if I had a fucking white man, I mean, I had to go. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I not even $50 million. I couldn't do it. I'd be a dirt poor if I do that.
Well,
I'm good.
Zerk Kelly says, I bet she works on the Waffle House night shift.
I bet I do, because you won't rob my wife. I see you white men will rob me and everything else. I'm good. Yep, I work at the Waffle House. Yes, I do. Drive on Mercedes Benz. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yep, I'm a dealer.
So let's speaking of white people, what about the poor white girl on the screen? Was she a domestic terrorist?
I would ride with her because you know what? She wasn't even doing nothing fucking wrong. And if you go and look at all the angles, and you need to bring Miss Obetta up here next. You understand me, Tim? Because I know she's been waiting too. We've both been waiting. So you need to bring her little ass up here too. You know what I mean?
How you gonna say that this woman was doing nothing wrong?
Tim, let me tell you something, okay? If you look at all the angles, one angle did look like her ass hit him, right? But if you look at the other angle, you unfit moron, okay? Look at the other angle. No, she did not hit him. She was trying to get away from him. And you know what? Let me tell you something. When you had three ugly mofos coming at you, and she was a white woman, she didn't have no pew-pew. Like I would have had a pew-pew, and I would have my Second Amendment really good. So I'll be pew-pew. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Are you saying you gonna get into a pew-pew event with a bunch of armed ICE agents?
You know what? I would... I hope I can. We all need to do that, though. I really do. We all need to do that.
They just doing their job. What do you mean?
Well, I know your black ass ain't fluffing right now with me. I know you're not fucking fluffing. What job? When they wasn't even supposed to stop her. They wasn't even supposed to talk to her because she's a United States citizen. She's white, for God's sake. She wasn't looking like no brown folk or black chocolate asses. She's white. And they knew that's why that white tea man, they knew who she was. And then after he unalived her, okay? After he unalived her, he called her the B word.
You do realize she was wrong for turning her car and stopping him, right?
No, she wasn't wrong. Because, a lot of people are scared like that. A lot of people was. And she was letting them go by. You haven't seen all of it, Tim.
I've seen it.
And let me tell you something, Tim, and you got to cut the fucking fluff out. You're never going to get unsick. You're going to stay sick with that uncooked protein in your body. Go back to blackness. You know what I mean? Forget. Do you forget? Quit drinking the bleach.
How about going back to complying with the law?
How about you go comply with the fucking law and see where it comes at you?
That's why I'm alive.
Let's go there. Come on, Timmy. I'll take you to the ICE agent and go say, okay, baby, I put them up. That's what they do with your fat ass.
All she had to do was comply. All she had to do was comply.
She was. And you over here doing, I'm never going to get under the white man's sickness. Because you're over there fluffing, man. Fluffing. Get off your fucking knees. Let's get on your knees for a black woman.
Okay, all right. I gotta go. I'll get on my knees for a black woman if one comes along.
Yeah, if you can.
Gangsta, appreciate it. I gotta move it on. Get on your knees for a black woman. That's the new motto of the day. Why isn't Hanson connecting the dots? Comply, screw that. Well, I don't believe that she deserved to lose her life, but I believe that she's the reason her life was lost. I think what she did was irresponsible. And she gave what is likely aggressive, we could argue trigger-happy cops a reason to do what they did. Simple as that. I'm not exonerating the cops for what they did, but I think the system will. I think that when a cop says they believe their life is in danger, and you give them enough plausible deniability that it's true, then I think her life will, in the end, her life will have been lost for nothing. I don't believe that cop is going to go down for that. Like I said before, and I know a lot of my liberal viewers don't like this, but I'm not even for sure if I was on the jury, I would convict that cop. I think the cop escalated a situation that could have been easily de-escalated, but so did she. So did she. When the cop, you just shouldn't be blocking the street with your car. When the cop walked up and said, "Get the fuck out of the car," just get out of the car. What do you think you're gonna do? Drive off, and now you're involved in a high-speed police chase? I kind of wonder, what did she think was gonna happen? She was gonna just drive off, and they were gonna just let her go? I don't know. I'm sorry to see what happened to her, but she is partially responsible for what took place. I'm going to say the cops hold their own responsibility for not trying to de-escalate the situation as well. But what did she think she was going to do? Just drive off and they're okay, she's gone now. That never happens. If the cops are trying to get you out of your car and you drive off, it's usually a high-speed chase. If you do work at the Waffle House, when can I leave you a good tip? Been excellent tip. Oh my God, Dark Side, you were on fire today. Big Bo C says, what has Trump done to unite this divided country? That's an easy one. Nothing. In fact, Trump didn't even run on uniting the country. Trump ran on division. I mean, he made it clear that if he became president, he would be your president of retribution. I mean, he made it clear. I mean, so while I agree that Trump has been the most divisive president in our lifetime, there's only so much I can blame him because it ain't like it was a surprise. It's hard to complain that the guy is not unifying when he ran on division. He told you he was going to do that. He actually made it clear that he was going to be divisive, and we elected him anyway as a country. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Yeah, if he had ran on unity, like ending the war in 24 hours or stuff like that, I could understand holding him accountable for it, but he ran on division. He made it clear it's going to be divisive. Miss Mo Better, we're talking about a domestic terrorist.
Tim, I've been on since you started.
Oh.
Patiently waiting. And you see another one of my creations. Yeah, I do this. Anybody want one? Hit me up. I got you.
Let me check that out. Let me peep that out. What are we looking at here? Oh, how long does it take to do those?
It depends. It depends on what I'm doing, but not long. Okay. The ones with the ruffles naturally take a little longer to get the ruffles in, but usually you see I can do that on your live. I'm done,
All right, so we're talking about a domestic terrorist. What say you?
Absolutely not. She is not a terrorist. First of all, we keep saying that, there was a car. It was a whole truck in front of hers. There was a whole vehicle, a white truck was in front of hers.
What was she? What exactly was she doing?
She had to back up. She had to back up in order to move her vehicle to go around. You see her tires turning to go left, and you see the officers. Both of his feet are in the caption. They're in the frame, so you can see he wasn't directly in front of her vehicle. Second of all, he saw her coming. Why wouldn't he step to the side? No, she's not a terrorist. But what happens is Trump demonizes everything that comes out of his mouth that he wants to go with his narrative. He's going to demonize it. The proof that's in the proof is in his speeches. You demonize made people eating cats and dogs. You see that the thing he came up with, the black people unaliving more people. Anything he puts out is a lie and should be fact checked.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he got rid of fact checking.
he says some wild things. I'm not gonna. You heard Straight
but
Talk.
His lies cost lives, Tim.
Yeah. His
lies cost lives.
I wish I could push back on that, but I can't. I mean, he does say things that can get people harmed. But like Straight Talk said, maybe it's just a case of him getting bad information from folks and not really intended on lying.
I'm just going to ask you for one favor. Please don't repeat shit he said to me. Please, nothing. I don't give a damn if it was a compliment. Please don't repeat shit that he said to me.
Okay, so not
When I tell
necessarily.
you one of the worst guests you ever had is him, and I've been on your show for years now.
So not necessarily a fan of Straight Talk.
No, no. You see how he lied right to your face and try to twist it. Like, get out of here. And then he thinks he runs your show. This is not your show, bro. Go do your own live.
He's a little different in his opinion. He's dumb. He's passionate.
You downplaying that bullshit. He's dumb.
He's passionate. But me and him don't agree on much. But he has a passionate opinion about President Trump. He's the one that believes Trump's face should be on every spot on Mount Rushmore. So,
well, they all believe that. Again, like Trump stated, he could do something unallow somebody on Fifth Avenue, and they're still gonna rock with him. And that's the dangerous part, because he can do things and lie about it in our faces, and they still won't believe it. Oh no, y'all taking it out of context. Y'all taking, oh, that's not what he said. Oh, he's tired because he has a full schedule. Bullshit. He's full of I can't even say what it is on here because TikTok will flag you, and I don't want to do that.
So, I mean, what has he done? If what you're saying is true, that they're going to follow him no matter. How did he get this? How did he get this position of hierarchy where it doesn't matter what he does, it's always right?
Well, number one, he got this position because he had a lot of help, a lot of money, a lot of rich help. That's what it takes in this country. We already know that. Whether anybody want to believe it or not, we're on the same level. We are all on the same level, whether we work, whether you're receiving assistance or whatever, because if you're on welfare, they're going to control that. And if you have 401ks and stuff, they're playing with that money also. So they use poor people to become rich, to stay rich. They use our poor asses.
Yeah, but a lot of MAGA don't.
Bank account.
Yeah, but a lot of MAGA don't have much money. I mean, you said he's ripping off.
This is exactly what I'm telling you, Tim. We're all on the same level, but somehow they don't believe it. They believe the left is grubbing off the right, which we know that is the furthest from the truth.
Yeah.
We know that is the furthest from the truth. They keep saying, oh, the left is so violent. Point that out to me, to where you don't see that most of these atrocities that we're seeing are perpetrated by the right.
Well, when they say the left is violent, they're talking about stuff like BLM and Antifa and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. I guess pew-pewing up schools and all kinds of stuff too. It was on.
Well, yeah, but they're gonna say burning down cities and Chaz.
They full of cocky. Full of cocky. That's that cult behavior.
How about this in the comments? All you have to do to not get shot, obey the law and don't impede officers upholding the law, and don't try to run down law enforcement while being.
We know how far that goes. I'm tired of hearing that comply. How many people has complied and still been unalive? Well, she was talking to the officer and said, "I'm not mad at you."
But let's be honest, though.
I am being honest.
Had Renee complied, do you think she would still be dead?
Maybe not.
Okay, then.
Maybe not. But we don't know that. That would be a total assumption. That's still an assumption that we don't know that. That cop got out hot. He was hot.
Yeah, he got out hot, but I don't think he
got out. It ain't no buts. He got out hot.
He got out hot, but I don't think he was going to come up and just assassinate her.
Maybe not, but he could have too. Oh, because of PTSD that they keep claiming.
Yeah, he's definitely hot. He's definitely
hot. Out hot. And like I said, there was a white truck in front of hers, and the truck is still sitting there. That's why she was waving all other trucks to go around. She couldn't go anywhere at the moment.
She sure had no problem taking off once they grabbed her door.
Listen, if you got thugs like that coming up to your car and all of that stuff, what you gonna do?
I don't know. And I kind of wonder what the white truck was doing as well. To me, it looks like they're just blocking traffic for the sake of doing it.
They were the one who was actually blocking traffic. So listen, and look, it's nothing but a sheet of ice out there. Am I seeing it wrong?
I don't think there was much ice. I think he was just blocking traffic.
Who, her or them?
The deceased.
Them. There's more than just her car there, Tim. I'm looking right at the screen.
Yeah.
It's not just her car there. It was them out there. Maybe they were blocking her in.
I don't know who that other car that's next to her, that other SUV. I would wonder to know Is that an ICE vehicle? Whose vehicle?
It's possibly an ICE vehicle. This is what I'm saying. We don't know who that is, but they're not talking about that vehicle as to why she was actually sitting there. You cannot ignore that fact right there.
I guess the question I want to know is, how did her vehicle end up where it's at perpendicular to the street? Was she making a U-turn? How did she end up in that spot, waving people around?
Well, that we don't know. And for anybody to answer, it'll be a total assumption because we don't have that kind of information right now.
Because if she
was blocking her in.
If she can drive off, why is she waving people around like she intends to stay there?
Maybe they were right there. Who knows? Again, we don't know none of that. She was waiting. Maybe she wanted them to go. Don't want to hold them up. Well, let me back out and then go. Why would he have to shoot her? Why wouldn't he just let her go?
Well,
was she the one they were looking for? No.
Well, it wasn't that he was going to shoot her and let her go. She was almost about to run him over, is what his argument is.
Allegedly. Well, he put himself in harm's way. That's what he did. If that happened to you 6 months prior, you got so many kinds of stitches or whatever, so many amount of stitches. Why would you put yourself in front of a vehicle? You think you're strong enough to stop that vehicle? Or do you thought your ego could stop the vehicle and it didn't?
I'm not arguing that him walking in front of the car is putting himself in harm's way, but I'm also going to counter by saying her driving off like that, with them demanding she gets out of the car, she's putting herself in harm's way as well. Even if he didn't shoot her, you're probably going to have a high-speed chase or something on your, where
no, they're not going to, they don't have that jurisdiction. They don't have that jurisdiction, Tim.
Is that
you know what that jurisdiction is to go out and serve warrants?
I don't know.
That they were given.
Now, you're not the only one to say that, but I have to ask: are you 100% certain of that? I mean, because if they are out serving,
my son is in law enforcement, Tim. I asked nothing but. Matter of fact, I got books in there. Did I read the whole book? No. But you know, when it comes to certain laws like that, the book is like this thick. It's this fat, about 5,000 laws.
But let me ask it to you this way.
They go on stature and jurisdiction.
But
it's not because they were federal agents.
But
that doesn't give them jurisdiction.
Here's the point. If you are a federal agent serving warrants or whatever you do in a federal capacity, and a citizen tries to prevent you from doing your job, you're telling me you can't arrest them for that?
Yes, you can detain them. You can detain them, but you cannot use lethal force.
If you are trying to arrest or detain them, and through the process of trying to make that arrest or detain, they do something like try to run you over with a car, you're telling me there's nothing you can do.
Well, she didn't try to run him over. That's the problem. This is what you cannot.
What about? Okay.
Even if her car touched him while she was trying to get out the way or leave or whatever she was going to do, her intentions weren't to hit him.
Can they chase you? What about chasing?
No. They cannot chase.
Wait, hold on.
Listen, that depends on what the situation is. If they didn't have a warrant for her for unalivement or something like that, they cannot chase that car down.
So you're saying that if you're a federal agent trying to do your job and somebody stops you from doing your job and they take off running to prevent you from arresting them, there's nothing you can do?
Nope. You can take down their information like a license plate or something and then report it in.
I don't believe that.
You cannot chase them down.
I'd have to see that law.
Even police officers are not, they're really not supposed to go on a high-speed chase either unless it's a felony charge in order. I'm trying to tell you what I know.
So you really can't. So really, citizens can stop the federal agents from doing their job anytime. If I see federal agents about to go do a warrant or a drug bust on somebody's house, and I go and stand in front of it and yell, "The feds are coming!" and take off running, they can't chase me, according to you.
Now, on your feet is something different, and the vehicle and on foot is different, Tim. And I'm kind of missing what you're saying. Like if you're saying if they're going in serving a warrant and somebody stands in front of them to try to block them to go in, that's obstruction.
And if I obstruct them from going in there, then jump in my car and drive off, they got to just watch me drive off.
Yeah, they cannot high speed chase. You cannot do it. I'd
have to see that statute.
I mean, there's nothing really now to stop them from doing anything because their orange God gave them. He took the guardrails off. That's why they're comfortable with doing things like this. He's saying if we got to use more force, then we do it. I don't think we're being hard enough. These are the things that came out of his mouth. So he's glorifying this. That's why he's so in a rush to go to Truth Social and post stuff out like that and demonize the actual victim because he gave them permission to go out there and do this shit.
I gotta say, it's only a TV show, but I watch FBI on CBS all the time, and they would arrest your ass quick for obstruction.
Yeah. See, and this is where a lot of the misconception comes in at, Tim, because people are watching too much fucking TV. What did Kendrick Lamar say? Turn the TV off.
Yeah, he did say that. I'd have to see that statue, though.
For those who don't understand what woke really means, he demonized that word.
I'm just going to say myself personally, I treat all badges like they can arrest me. I don't, I give them a wide berth. I stay out of their way because, as I've said before in the program, you never know what you are dealing with. Just like when the cops approach you, they want to see your hands, they touch your quarter panel to leave their fingerprints on your car, they approach you from a tactical position because they never know what they're dealing with. I'm the same way with law enforcement. I don't treat all law enforcement as if they're all good guys and they're all going to be. Right. You never know what you're dealing with. So the idea that I could mess with a federal officer and drive off and he can only do this or that, you never know what you're dealing with. Just like a citizen will take a cop's life to avoid a traffic stop. Go that far with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Cops will do the same shit. I mean, so...
And it's been done. Like, listen, the numbers and the data don't lie if people will actually go and look stuff up. The numbers and the data, all of that stuff is there. The cases are public knowledge if you know what you're looking for.
I'm just going to say what she did. Will you agree with me on this? What she did at the very least was dumb?
No, it's not dumb. Again, this goes back to passion, Tim. She has passion. She didn't do anything wrong. She is protesting like anybody else was protesting.
She was clearly...
It's not illegal to protest.
It's illegal to obstruct justice with your car.
Who's to say that's what she was doing, Tim? That's not what she was doing. Show me a part of this video where she was obstructing anybody from doing anything. Those agents had free range. She didn't block them from anything. Where is the obstruction?
Why are you waving people around in the middle of the street?
Again, she had a whole Tahoe in front of hers. She had to back up to get around. So she told y'all go around and I'll go next. You see, then she backed up and proceeded to go forward, Tim. He stepped in, he put himself in. I could see if he was standing over there where that second officer is, and she turned her car to go that way. That she did not.
So you don't think she was intentionally blocking traffic?
She could have been.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong to intentionally?
Absolutely is. That's dead ass wrong. You don't block traffic. But who's to say that Tahoe wasn't blocking her?
Okay, so you admit then, because first you said she didn't do nothing wrong. Now you're admitting it is possible she was doing something wrong, blocking traffic with her car.
It's possible, but from what I'm seeing in this video, possibly, yes. But from the video that I'm watching, no.
What about the claims that she had been following them around, fucking with them in other locations?
I think that's a little kooky. Because to spend your gas to go following these people around is just not that serious to me. Because, everywhere you go, everybody's protesting these thugs.
Should she have complied with law enforcement, trying to open her door and saying, get out of the car?
No, she's probably afraid. Like he had PTSD, the cop, she probably got it too. But if that is the case, if you are afraid, you don't go following them. No.
Have you ever seen a case, and I remember the old television show Cops that used to come on. People would run and say, I'm scared. Have you ever seen a case where somebody ran from police claiming that they were frightened, turned out good for the runner?
Probably not.
Right.
But listen, everything is not, it's not, you just all, one thing defines the whole situation or the whole, like the whole department. Not all police are bad. Not all civilians are good. You understand what I'm saying? So you're going to have crazies on both sides.
You can't flee the cops in your car, though, Miss Mobetta. Now, if you got out and ran on foot, maybe. But in a car?
What if the cops was telling her to move and you see there were agents before those two got out the car. That one got out hot. You understand what I'm saying?
I get all of that, but I get all of that. You're not gonna flee the cops in a car, even if they get out hot. That never turns out good. That's gonna have a bad ending.
Was leaving. That still did not cause it did not call for her to be unalived, and that's on period.
Do you believe had she not engaged in the actions and behavior she engaged in, that she would still be alive today?
Absolutely, she'd probably still be alive. But again, that cop he just had some kind of, he was ego tripping, because you didn't just hit her one time. You shot 3 times. Not once.
Lots of cops. I'm not arguing with that, Mr. Mobetta. Lots of cops ego trip. But if you refuse to comply with them or take off and run, it's going to get worse.
And this is how so many people, so many law enforcement get away with shit like that, because and then they fix the verbiage. No, it ain't. Once he shot 3 times. There's no but after that. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not disagreeing with that part. I'm not disagreeing.
It's not necessary.
I'm not disagreeing with that part. But what I'm saying is, if you refuse to comply with law enforcement, they usually up what they're doing. Okay, if they pulled her out, maybe they would have pulled her out aggressively, handcuffed her, maybe even thrown her to the ground. But if you run, no matter what they're going to do to you, if you run, the outcome is going to get worse.
Well, we see it can't get no worse than what it is now. It can't get no worse now.
Yeah,
I understand what I'm saying. Like, listen, and for those people talking about a bunch of patriots, they ain't no patriots, they patriots.
I've never heard that term before, but
it's a new one. It's patriots.
But you yourself would never do what she did or advise anybody else to do it, right?
No, absolutely not. First of all, I wouldn't waste my gas on their ass. I'm just not doing it. Like, right. You don't need to follow them around. Second of all, I heard she lived right on the block. So I'm saying.
I don't know where she lived, but blocking traffic was.
From what I understand, she lived right on the block. And then in the video, it showed her telling the agent, she said, "I'm not mad at you."
Yeah, I saw that.
And he just let her go. I mean, where was it? Where was the?
But if she's not mad at him, then why the hell did she all of a sudden get so scared she had to drive off like a bat out of hell?
I don't know. You would have to ask her, but you can't.
Yeah, I think she might be hard to talk to now. All right.
You can't talk to her because he murdered her.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to go down for murder. I don't think he's going to get in trouble at all beyond a tongue lashing.
If that state continues to do what they're doing, he will be brought up on charges.
As long as Trump is president,
when it comes to the state, the only thing they could try to do is move it to the federal level, the federal court. That's the only way he could do anything about it. If the state brings him up on charges and they don't move it to federal, they keep it on the state level. There's nothing Trump can do.
I don't see it that way. I think that he is a federal officer in the commission of federal duties, dealt with a citizen trying to obstruct him, tried to arrest her, and it ended up going south. I don't believe the state of Minnesota can arrest him. I don't believe the Minnesota can do it.
That's right there. For them to keep saying that he was a veteran or whatever, he was too emotional. I think after his last incident of being drugged by another car, he shouldn't be on the beat. He should be on the desk at the agency. He shouldn't be out there and if he wasn't emotional, he wouldn't have called her F&B.
Yeah, I don't like that part in not rendering aid, but I think I'd be very surprised to see it go your way, where the state of Minnesota is allowed to charge him with a crime without Trump doing everything he can to interfere with that. We'll see.
We know he steals and lies and do all that other shit. It wouldn't be a surprise either. If anybody would be surprised, I'd be surprised by that. Yeah, we know what he do. And for his cult members or whatever, they could keep twisting themselves in a pretzel and all kinds of shit and whatever.
Well, as the man says, you're going to get tired of winning, so he always wins.
Ooh, ain't nobody winning but him. He's winning. Yeah. And then they talking about her being some kind of paid actress or paid whatever. Dude, they had one up there that was actually paid by them talking about, oh, we assassinated one of you yesterday. This is what the guy was on the megaphone saying. Oh, we assassinated one of y'all yesterday. I said, oh.
Yeah, that's
really?
That's disturbing.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Right in front of the agents.
Yeah, that's disturbing. Miss Mobetta, I got to move it on. I haven't heard that, but that's very disturbing. But
and America is not winning. We're losing. They want to go down. They want to allow him to go down there and steal that old ass oil that they can't do nothing with. None of the oil companies want to even touch it. That it's so bad. But again, they not gonna go research it. They not gonna read it up. They just gonna go to Truth Social and whatever Trump says is gospel. How many lies has he came up with this week, Tim? And you pointed him out yourself.
He's a miracle worker, apparently. I gotta go.
Miracle shit. He's a flip-flopping liar.
All right, Miss Mobetta, get him in. Time to work his magic.
I ain't giving him shit. You give it to him.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
Gangsta grandma back up here.
I see that. I got to go. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes on. Wow, up to 220, if you will. There's neighbor video that shows her being there for 3 minutes before the interaction, says Alter Ego. If she was there for that, like I said, I want to know, how did she end up perpendicular to traffic in the street? Unless her car broke down or something, or for some reason, if she was trying to back up into a driveway or something like that. Other than that, she's obstructing justice. She's fucking with the ICE agents. Is that a death sentence? No, but it is a violation. It is a crime to obstruct justice. And once you commit a crime, I don't care if your crime is something as minor as cussing too loud in public. Once they're on to you, and they are attempted to arrest or detain you, it can go all the way up to lethal force. Once you start resisting arrest and all of that shit, the door's open to where it can go. Even over the most minor reasons that they're trying to take you into custody. Once you start resisting, it can go anywhere. Dark Side Rider. Tim, I believe it would have been a different thing if she was MAGA or a different ball game. If the person was MAGA, they wouldn't be complaining about this. MAGA, maybe not. That's 100% true. I believe that if this woman, Renee Nicole Good, was doing exactly what she is doing, but it was in the name of a right-wing political issue. Yeah, I don't think, let's say, for instance, that she's trying to do this to prevent a vaccination center from being open or an abortion doctor from getting to workers. Yeah, MAGA would be on her side. I do agree with that. I absolutely do agree with that. Let me go back to the box real quick in the comments here. Cussing too loud isn't a crime. That's not true. Disturbing the peace. If people are sleeping and you're out in the street cussing out your wife or something, and somebody called the cops and you don't stop doing it, you can get in trouble for disturbing the peace. Yeah, you can get arrested for cussing too loud. You absolutely can get in trouble for that. So I disagree with you by saying that cussing too loud is not a crime. It could be, just simply yelling, playing music too loud can be deemed as a crime. Depends on what you're doing. That's not a crime, that's a violation. If you don't stop doing it, they can take you into custody just like any other crime. Simple as that. You yelling and screaming in the middle of the street, cussing somebody out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, neighbors call the cops, and the cops show up and tell you need to move along. People are trying to sleep. Fuck y'all, I ain't got to do shit. I can say what the fuck I want. They can take you into custody. And if you start running or jump in a vehicle and drive off like she does, you could end up dead. There's plenty of police shooting videos available that literally started out over nothing. Guy just didn't want to get out of the car or didn't want to hand his ID over or didn't want to, didn't want to be arrested for a speeding ticket warrant. Some people elevate shit, and cops ain't the only ones that escalate shit that don't need to be escalated. The citizens do it all the time. So, as simple as that. You can get a citation for profane language in the public. If you are yelling in the street in the middle of the night and they tell you to stop, they're not just going to write you a citation if you refuse to stop doing it. They just write them a citation and just leave them there continuing to cuss. No, they're going to take your ass with them. So, yeah, I don't think I agree with you on that at all. MAGA, go watch all the angles again and imagine it's your wife, mom, or daughter in the car. Well, as I stated, if the woman was MAGA, MAGA would side with her. It's just like that. If the woman was MAGA, MAGA would side with her. Let me go back to the box where Love to Cruise. Tap the screen. Thank you, folks. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal. Love to Cruise. Police are in charge of their own cameras, and that should change. The police should have to wear body cams that they have no control over. They can't turn them off. None of that. The police should not be able to turn their own shit off. Love to Cruise. Good evening.
How you doing?
I don't even know, man. People, listen, I'm being hammered because I say that this woman is kind of responsible for some of her own outcome.
Let me tell you. First, I don't think she's a terrorist.
No, I don't either. I don't either.
When I was coming up, I'm a little older, and I'm a little under the weather now, so forgive me.
Same.
Terrorists were the ones that took over the Olympics in Munich, Germany.
Yeah.
Terrorists were the ones that terrorists took hostages. You know, there's not if a single person did it, you finally found out they were part of a terrorist organization. She wasn't a terrorist. She just made
a dumb mistake.
Yeah, bad decisions. I think, I know I'm gonna get hammered for this. TikTok has a lot to do with this, and being a white entitled female has a lot to do with this.
Ooh.
I think because I done seen people go on, watch TikTok, and then here they come in real life. Please pull them over. Let me speak to your sergeant. You know, bring your superior. That shit works on TikTok. That don't work in real life.
But you know something, though, just like with the argument in regards to her, it's supposed to work in real life. The problem is the cops do violate our Bill of Rights all the time. Like, people believe that if it's not a probable stop, the cops should not be able to make it, or they have to tell you why they stopped you. They got to give you their name and badge number. That stuff is actually true. It's just the police don't adhere to it a lot.
Come on, Tim. We're both black.
Yeah. I don't argue with that. You're right. I know where you're going with it. I know where you're going.
I've seen people get killed
Yeah.
unalive for selling cigarettes.
Yeah.
You can throw all that out the window. Now with ICE and the president that we have, I know everybody says, well, police can't do this, they can't do that. But he never told us what ICE can and can't do. All he said they were get the immigrants. He never put a caption on what their duties are and what the limitations are. So we don't know. This is a whole new ballgame. There's never been ICE before.
And hold on, before you continue, in the comments, Bravo says, this guy gives cops a bad reputation. He was never a cop. Now, I don't know if you're talking about me or you, but let me just say this. You wouldn't need to see but a few Somalis on the internet committing fraud to have an adverse opinion about the Somali population. You wouldn't need to see but a few Afghans drive across the country and shoot 2 National Guardsmen to have an adverse opinion about the Afghan nationals in this country. Same thing with the Lincoln Rileys and the illegal. You realize how many videos of cops doing bad shit are floating around? Like thousands of them. So it makes sense that some people would have a bad view of cops. There's nowhere near as many bad Somali videos or bad transgender videos or bad. There are hundreds of cops doing shit that is illegal, corrupt, criminal that they shouldn't be doing. So there's a reason why that comes. Why don't they understand that?
Let me say this. All cops are not bad. But if you know a bad cop and you don't do nothing, then you're just as bad as he is.
Well, the point I'm making is they don't need to see but one or two bad members of any other community to develop an opinion. But no matter how many bad cops they see, they keep saying 99% of them are good. I don't understand that.
Yeah. Well, he probably a MAGA. And you know how they are. They move the goalposts to see, put in what they're saying. Like straight dumbass. Straight dumbass. He's something else, man.
Straight talk commerce, right?
No, straight dumbass. He is something else.
Okay, apparently you don't like straight talk, but go ahead.
No, hey, he seemed like he might be I don't know. But I know he's the prime example for a cult. If anybody was in a cult, he is.
Fair enough.
He is.
Fair enough. Well, look, he really likes Trump. He thinks Trump has done a really good job as commander-in-chief, so it's affected his opinion of him.
You can really like something, but you also have to still keep it real. I liked it Obama. But I don't think his face should be on Mount Rushmore all four times down.
Yeah, that's a bit much. That is a bit much.
Yeah. You know, they don't give Obama enough credit. You know, when he came in, he was all messed up.
And MAGA reaction in the comments says, you replaced me with straight talk. You ain't been replaced.
Oh, no, MAGA reaction. I'm going to get to you with your dumb ass. Did you see that bullshit he did, man?
What happened?
MAGA reaction used some game to reenact the lady shooting. Some video game, man.
No, I haven't seen
MAGA
that.
reaction, what's the name of the video game you used?
Really?
He used a
He said Grand Theft Auto. Oh my God. I need to see that.
Man, he used that to reenact the shooting.
Oh, I'm dying to see that. I want to see that.
Oh man, he is a straight dumbass too, man.
That might be pretty. I'm a big GTA fan. That might be pretty creative. I need to see that. It's wrong, but I need to see it.
No, MAGA reaction. You're not getting replaced. You're just some kind of dumbass. You're a whole different level.
Well, listen, MAGA reacts thinks that Trump is a good president as well. I mean, look, they have their opinion.
They're cult, man. Come on. You know, when a guy can't do nothing wrong, you know, nothing this man does is wrong, and you just steadily just give him accolades and everything, you're part of a cult.
Well, yeah, I don't understand that part. Why there are some members of MAGA, not all, but there are some members of MAGA that see Trump as somebody who can do nothing wrong. That party is a bit concerning. Because I don't know anybody that thought Biden was perfect or couldn't do anything wrong. I never seen that on the left.
No way. Yeah, I mean, what you call it, straight talk? Yeah. If the man don't lie, the man's shit don't stink. You know, the man, Trump might as well walk around with a cape, according to straight talk, you know.
Well, he did say he's never heard Trump lie in his life, so that, but he has given his definition of what counts as a lie, and I can understand why he thinks Trump has never lied, because his definition is crazy.
Well, look here. By his definition, nobody ever lied.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Everybody thinks they're right when they say it. You know? I mean, this guy, nobody ever lied according to him. So, you know, it is what it is, Tim.
Yeah. I mean, what somebody says, Trump makes Biden look like an amazing president. That's pretty impressive. Do you agree with that Trump made Biden look like an amazing president?
I gotta tell you. You know what I'm most pissed off with Biden is? And I hold Biden I
what's responsible for Trump is that after Obama got out, Biden was supposed to run. Instead, he took a break and didn't do it, and that's when Trump got in. If Biden had went ahead and ran, Trump would have never got in.
So you think Biden should have ran instead of Hillary Clinton?
Exactly.
Let me ask it to you this way, though. Who do you think would have been a better president for Democrats, Biden or Hillary Clinton?
Biden.
I disagree. I disagree.
I'm talking about right after Obama now. I'm not talking about older Biden. Right after Obama's term, if Biden had ran right then.
I still think Joe Biden in 2016 compared to Hillary Clinton in 2016, I think Hillary Clinton would have been a better president. I really do.
Technically, Hillary won. She beat him in the popular vote.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll never see Hillary Clinton. Will never be president, so we'll never see the likes of that. So I don't. In fact, I don't know who the Democrats are going to put up in a few years. I mean, it's still plenty of time, but I don't know who they're going to put up. Hell, we don't even know for sure who the Republicans are going to put up.
Oh, you know they're going to put up J.D. Vance, him and Captain Kirk's wife.
So you're saying that J.D. Vance is going to swap wives and pick up Erica Kirk?
Oh yeah, his wife is part of Project 25. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I think the man is in love with the wife he already has.
Oh, come on, Tim. Man in love with power and whatever can promote his issues.
Does J.D. Vance have children?
Yeah, I think so.
So they all gonna
I think that he's more dangerous than Trump.
You think that J.D. Vance is more dangerous than Trump? I disagree, and I'll tell you why. But real quick, Darkside Rider says, straight talk and MAGA react. Two double dumbasses. I will leave that alone. I'll tell you why I don't think J.D. Vance is anywhere near as potent. I won't say dangerous, I'll say potent. I don't think that J.D. Vance is anywhere near as potent as Trump, because I don't think J.D. Vance has anywhere near the support as President Trump. The only way J.D. Vance could even come close to getting the support of President Trump is going to have to tell the people to support him. J.D. Vance don't speak like Trump. He don't draw a crowd. He don't have the it factor of Trump. And having said that, I don't think J.D. Vance could ever be Trump. That's not to say that MAGA wouldn't support J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, but you don't walk out of a J.D. Vance rally feeling the energy you do walking out of a Trump rally. He just don't know how to say it. Go ahead.
You're moving the goalposts.
How?
When I say J.D. Vance is more dangerous, is because Trump is getting all his information from Miller, J.D. Vance, and what's the other guy? Those three.
Bannon.
Running the country.
Yeah, but Trump knows. But Trump knows how to speak to the people in a way that.
That's fine. We'll put you out there, but we're the ones running the show. Wait a minute. Let me ask you this. Trump is a real estate man.
Okay.
When have you ever known him to be a mineral and going after oil and all that? It's out of his character. This is Vance, Miller, and them putting him up to this. He's not that type. He's into real estate and has been like that all his life.
Okay, but even with that being true, he still makes the right figurehead. He is the right person. Like, okay, he don't need to know all these other topics, but he knows how to speak in a way and schmooze the crowd to the point where they feel confident that he is putting together the best and brightest that do know about this stuff. I don't think J.D. Vance can do that.
He's been like that all his life, Tim. Half them buildings in New York are not owned by Trump. They use Trump's name.
He's good at what he does. He is good at what he does, is what I'm saying.
No, he's good at that, but he isn't the one making decisions. He's not the man thinking. So yeah, we got a dummy up there because all the other dummies follow him. But you're gonna do what we say.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying is, if Steve Miller or Bannon or these other folks you're talking about had to actually use J.D. Vance as their conduit to the people, they wouldn't be as effective. Trump makes a better figurehead.
But like you just said, we don't even know who the Democrats going to be. So how do you know J.D. Vance is? If he runs, he won't beat them.
That's a good point. That's a good point. We don't know who the Democrats, but I think that I don't know who the Democrats are going to put up, but I think the Democrats have a much better chance running against J.D. Vance or Rubio than they do against Trump. I do believe that.
Well, I believe that, but we do know that chances are J.D. Vance is going to be the one that runs. Mark Rubio might be his vice president. But we do know they're going to put that type of ticket up. They're already one step ahead of us because they know who's going to run.
Yeah, I don't know what Marco Rubio adds to the ticket now because he certainly ain't bringing the Hispanic vote with him anymore. So I don't know what Marco Rubio would add. I mean,
man, you know what? Let me tell you, the election day, I went and voted, and all these lines were long. And I'm like, cool, Harris is going to win. Man, that motherfucker was voting for Trump. So,
yeah.
You never know what people do behind that curtain once they get behind there. You know, you don't know that, man. I just knew Harris was going. I'm like, all these long lines. Oh, she gonna take it.
You still think that Trump or the right could get a nice portion of the Hispanic vote in 2028?
I think if they put Rubio on there, he might grab some of them back. It depends on now. Check it out. They already voted for him. So if you have a little Marco, isn't that what Trump used to call him? Little Marco.
Yep.
If you have him there, but the Democrats don't have anybody, any type of minority presence, where do you think they're gonna go?
Then that's up to the Democrats to make sure they don't fuck it up. I'll just leave it at that. It's up to the Democrats.
I do believe, who's that, Dorothy? She said Gavin Newsom. I believe him. I like him.
Gavin Newsom got to explain the failures in California, though.
Yeah, to an extent, but I like the fact that he's the only one standing up to Trump.
I like Senator Kelly from Arizona. The one.
Yeah, that is. They can do a good ticket together.
I don't know, like I said, Gavin Newsom, his main claim to fame is that he just stands up to Trump, but he got to explain all of the issues in his own state, and that's where the problem is.
How can you say that? California, was it New York and California had the biggest economy?
Yeah, they got a big GDP, but you got tons of homelessness, tons of crime, taxes are off the chain, people are migrating out of the state. I mean, you got to explain all of that stuff.
Yeah, but the ones that are staying there got money.
That's the only way you can afford to stay.
Exactly. So it can't be all bad because you got to be pretty rich to live in California.
I don't know. Like I said, that may not work well for him. We'll see. I got to move it on, but Gavin Newsom, if he's going to run, he needs to be out there, vocal. He almost needs to let that be known probably next year. 2 years before the election, he needs to start speaking up. I don't know about Gavin Newsom though.
Yeah, you're right. Whoever it is needs to right after midterms.
Yeah.
Start jumping on it.
So we'll see how that goes. Or that could be very turbulent in itself. The midterm election could be pretty.
I don't trust these motherfuckers no more, Tim. No long lines if you vote for the Republicans. I don't trust these motherfuckers no more, man.
You were pretty strong with that. I actually believe a lot of folks feel the same way you do, particularly on the left. They don't trust Trump because, listen, at the end of the day, if Trump loses handedly in the midterms, you don't have to wait to 2028. They're going to start going after him immediately. So you ain't
one more thing.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you know on January 2nd, ICE went aboard a ship and yanked the passenger off the ship by looking at the manifest.
Where did this happen at?
Now, January the 2nd. Now, it ended up being an American citizen, but still, they went aboard the ship, grabbed him, and luckily, he got out. He proved himself, and he was able to get back.
Was this on a cruise ship or something?
Yeah, cruise ship.
Wow. I hadn't heard that. Damn.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm a travel agent, so we hear about things like that.
That's scary.
Last year in Tampa Bay, ICE went aboard the ship and took off 17 workers.
I did hear about that. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I got a cruise coming up in a few months myself, and I'll be Jesus.
Who are you going with?
Royal Caribbean.
What ship?
I'd have to look that up. I can't get on that big one because it costs so fucking much and it's hard to get on.
Yeah, Royal Caribbean ain't messing around, boy. They getting their money, ain't they?
Well, Carnival Cruise Line is looking like the fucking ghetto. So
Royal Caribbean, just say the Icon. The Icon.
The Icon of the season there's two of those. There's another big one like that too, something else.
Icon has a Star of the Seas and Utopia.
Yeah.
Those are all the Icon class.
Them things are huge.
But on the Icon of the Sea, they make $1 million a week just in gratuities.
Wow. Well, it is a big ass floating city. I would love to get on that boat, but that boat is probably in a few years when it comes down in price. But those things that one is real expensive right now.
Yeah, by the time it comes down, they're gonna have something new.
I'll start with that. So.
They're already gonna start a new class in 2027. Another class of ships.
Oh shit!
That's an Icon class.
How much bigger can it get?
Man, I don't know, because Royal Caribbean, they're huge. I think they got like 7 ships in the top 10 biggest ships in the world.
Have you seen all the ghetto-ness on Carnival lately?
Man, Carnival.
And it's all us. It's all us doing that shit too.
I know, but Carnival, their newer ships, they're trying to price us out of it. They're priced like Royal Caribbean. Okay, the newer ships.
Well, if Negroes are getting on there, bringing their own Bluetooth speakers and getting in fights and shit, I can understand why they might do it.
All that.
Huh?
They stopped all that, and then also they stopped. You can't bring your Bluetooth speakers, and a lot of times all the problems are on the 3, 4, 5 day cruises because people are just coming in drinking, getting it in because the cruise ain't that long.
And it's all us. It is always us. It is always us. That's terrible.
No, hey, some of these old mega white boys think they got it going on. They've been troublemaking too lately.
All right, I gotta go. Like I said, I've been Royal Caribbean though. Thank you, appreciate it. And moving on, by the way, I might try Virgin or what is the other Norwegian Princess Cruises. I would try some of the others, but I have sailed Carnival. That's who I first started sailing in the beginning, and I started. I took my first cruise late '90s, I think, and I noticed it right away. Like, man, one cruise is like a party, and the other cruise is like real chill. I mean, most of the patrons on. I took a Carnival out of I think Fort Lauderdale to the Bahamas. That's one of the real popular routes. And then I enjoyed it. And then a few weeks later, because I enjoyed it so much I wanted to go back. A few weeks later, I took one out of Los Angeles down to Ensenada, Mexico, Baja California. So I took one on the other side of the country. And I noticed it immediately. One cruise is just a nonstop party. Mostly us. Wasn't violent, but it was a nonstop party. And then when I got on Royal Caribbean, it's mostly people just sunbathing and chilling. Yeah, there's a few entertainers come on the main deck and shit. And, of course, there's comedy shows and bingo and all this other shit you can go to below deck. But the Carnival cruise was just non-stop party. So depends on what your flavor is. But I noticed it immediately. My first 2 cruises, one was Carnival, one was Royal Caribbean, and I noticed the difference immediately. And I think I've taken maybe 1 or 2 more Carnivals, but most of the cruises I've taken have been Royal Caribbean since. Anyway, looking in the comments, fuck Renee Good and fuck Democrats, says Johnny Morales. You know, the crazy thing is people say stuff like that, and the same folks that say that shit was nothing but boo-hoos when people said the same thing about Charlie Kirk. It's just a lot of thin-skinned motherfuckers out here. I'm not a fan of speaking horribly of the dead, no matter what side of the out here. I don't think it's right to do it. George Floyd, Ryder, or whatever his name was from Meathead from Archie Blanco. I don't think it's right to do that about anybody that dies. But it's crazy how sensitive, how much they had their pennies in a wad when people criticized Charlie Kirk. And they had no problem doing it to people on the left before Charlie Kirk got hit. And the minute left-wingers got hit after Charlie Kirk, they went right back to doing it. But for some reason, when it came to their guy, they want fucking respect to be shown. To me, that's ridiculous. That is, you shouldn't do it to no matter, you shouldn't do that kind of shit to anybody, no matter what side of the aisle they're on. Royal Caribbean is for people with class, not ghetto thugs, says Johnny. You just like the Johnny jokes about the bad kid in school. They always use the name Johnny. If she wasn't interfering with ICE, this would have never happened. She turned her car into a weapon. What the fuck don't you understand? What you got a 3rd grade education at? Nothing to do with the education, but because the same motherfuckers that are saying this was defending Ashley Babbitt, and she too deserved what she got. Look, there's a lot of similarities between Renee Good and Ashley Babbitt. Certainly from an angle of not complying with law enforcement. There's a lot of similarities in that aspect. If you think that law enforcement overreacted on Renee, but they didn't overreact on Ashley Babbitt or vice versa, to me, there's a lot of similarities in those cases. But like I said, MAGA is going to cheer for their side and criticize the other side. The whole reason that the right suggests that Renee Nicole Good lost her life is she didn't comply with law enforcement. That's what Ashley Babbitt was doing when she died. She was not complying. She was busting through a fucking window. And they call that a patriot, an act of patriotism. So I don't get it. In fact, most of the folks that got pardoned were not complying with law enforcement on January 6th. Some of them were actively fighting law enforcement, bear spraying them, beating them with flags and all kinds of shit. All of a sudden, they can see the lack of compliance with Renee Nicole Good, but they don't see the comparison of what can happen to you when you refuse to comply with the folks on January 6th. So I don't look. People are just waving flags for their own team. That's the way I see it. What does that say in the comments? Trump. I am a Trump voter. Never did meth. Did coke in grad school. Smoke. Okay, I don't know where you're bringing up your drug history. I'm pretty sure Trump is deporting the Puerto Ricans back to their country. Yeah. The Supreme Court rule states that a vehicle is a deadly weapon. Did they really need to do that? I mean, did the Supreme Court really need to tell you that a vehicle can kill somebody? Tim in the courts, Renew's case will come out winning. Don't know what you're trying to say there, but let me go back to the box. Yo, I totally misjudged you, says Melly Mel. It happens. It happens. Certainly for folks who see an African American with a MAGA hat behind me. I've already been called a sellout and Uncle Tom and all that other bullshit probably 100 times on today's show. Happens on every fucking show. No, all jokes aside, this is America. I don't care what side you are on, as long as you respect others' views. I don't like when people don't look at the facts. That's what pisses me off. Then I'm assuming you voted for Trump. Are you talking shit like that? You think Trump looks at the facts before all of that bullshit he spews about eating cats and dogs and shit? If you don't, if it pisses you off when people say shit without looking at the facts, there's no way in hell you voted for Trump, right? Because he's clearly doing that. Suggesting that this woman is a paid agitator, that's not based on any facts. It's not based on any facts at all. That's some shit he just made up. So what it sounds like oftentimes is MAGA hates fake news, and they hate when liberals don't get the facts. But if somebody on the right says some shit that contains no factual value, they're okay with it. Because Trump does it all the time. Trump says stuff that has no factual basis all the time. All the time. Looking in the comments, and those who did that should be arrested. Was the officer that shot Ashley Babbitt actively assaulted by a deadly weapon, or was the girl shot because she was only not compliant? Look, if I break in your crib and I'm unarmed, you can still shoot me. It is as simple as that. You don't have to wait until you see a fucking weapon. The idea that Ashley Babbitt was with a mob of people using blunt instruments to break their way through a window, but they're free to climb through the window because they're not brandishing weapons. Is that what we're trying to be told to believe? Because if somebody comes in your house in the middle of the night, you don't have to wait until you see a weapon. Just the B&E, the breaking and entering part alone qualifies them for the hit. So, okay, well, Ashley Babbitt is climbing through, fully clothed, so she could be holding weapons on her body. She could have an ankle holster on. She could have appendix carry. Could be anywhere on her body. You got to actually let her break in and wait until she pulls out a weapon before you make a move. That's dumb as fuck. That's risky. She clearly means no good by the simple fact that she's climbing through a broken fucking window. That's enough. You as a member of law enforcement have people cowering behind you because they're scared. Not only that, but you've locked the door and you've actually overturned furniture against the door to give it strength. And here she comes busting the window, attempting to climb through all of the furniture you put up as a barricade. And you just got to let her climb in. That's dumb as fuck. That's stupid. So yeah, she absolutely had coming what happened to her. She absolutely had that coming. She's an Air Force veteran. She knows damn well you don't break into a window and climb over upside down furniture when people are scared of you coming in there. That's crazy to try to suggest that somehow, some way, she should just be allowed to enter. MAGA, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Shit, you say you being replaced out here.
Yeah, the last 3 lives. I mean, you keep coming on. I keep missing you. I've been checking, and for some reason, I missed the first 2 hours, even though I've been actively checking on TikTok.
That's more likely what's happening is you're coming in to tell in. You're not being replaced. I don't censor anybody for their comments.
I'll be here. No, one of them I got on really early, and I still didn't get to go. But it's whatever. After that other day, I'm good for a while. But I really want to cover this. That's the only reason I wanted to come up.
So she's a domestic terrorist. Talk to me.
Oh, no, I don't think she's a domestic terrorist.
Then what the hell is the president talking about?
Listen, I never bring up Trump in any of this shit. I usually try to just judge what I have.
But you do understand his words governing a country of 330 million. He can get people killed. He can get their families. I mean, you do agree then that that's irresponsible.
Yeah, for sure. I never liked his tweeting. We always said the perfect Trump would be a Trump that doesn't tweet. Yeah. But you gotta take the bad with the good.
He said that this woman ran the cop over. What say you?
Oh, definitely.
You believe she ran him over?
Yeah. She drove her car toward his direction. She was driving reckless. She definitely didn't care if she was going to hurt him or not. She put her wife in danger, that cop at her window in danger, and the guy in front of her in danger. Like, as a driver, I mean, you drive your car too, right?
Yeah.
If there's someone in front of you, do you stop or do you keep going and hope, or just think that he's going to dodge out the way?
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with any of it, but I'm trying to figure out, how does this define running? What is your definition of running someone over?
Driving your car in their direction.
So I ain't even got to touch you. Just driving in your direction means you got ran over.
No, that you're trying to run me over.
He didn't say trying. He said she ran the cop over.
Well, she did hit him, and he went over her hood and got pushed to the side.
He didn't go over her hood. What?
Yeah, I mean, did you not see that?
No. He didn't go over her hood.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me.
No.
He got pushed by her car to the left.
Over her hood? What do you think this is, a stunt man?
It didn't go under her hood. If it went under her hood, it'd be really bad.
Okay, well, look, the phrase over, I mean, that means something is going over you. At no point was anything on top of him. At no point did anything go over him.
She could have easily ran him over.
Okay, could and did, though. You do realize the difference, right?
Well, he didn't shoot her after the fact. He shot her. Sorry, he, did what he did in the action of her driving her deadly weapon in his direction.
I'm not arguing the fact that the car came in his direction. What I'm suggesting, let me read this, because this is President Trump. I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. That's what you're telling me happened.
Sorry, I wasn't paying that much attention. Some of it, I mean, he just saw the video for the first time. We've had 3 or 4 days to watch every video in it.
Okay, so in other words, Trump spoke without even having enough information to make the statement.
I mean, overall, what he said is mostly accurate. I honestly, I wasn't paying attention to anything you said. I was looking at some videos myself.
Viciously,
I was getting the Grand Theft Auto thing ready for you to show it to you.
She viciously ran over the ICE officer. That's what you saw.
Oh, no. I think she did it. I don't want to say accidentally, because it wasn't an accident. She got scared. She started recklessly driving her car away. And then, he was in her way. And where most of us would hit their brakes so they don't run over a human being, she decided to just keep going and not care about his safety, and she hit him.
Okay, but I understand that most of us do not run over a human being. I agree with that. But I don't see a human being. If I told you if I gave you a fucking Barbie doll and a remote control car and told you to demonstrate this doll being ran over, it would be nothing like what happened to this dude.
I think that's more vernacular than anything, because anyone getting hit by a car could be considered ran over.
That is absolutely not true. Getting ran, the word over has meaning. If something goes over you, there's a meaning to that. That usually means something, part of you is going under the tires. That didn't happen.
I got you.
That didn't happen.
He could have used some better words. I'll give you that. But you know what he meant. Are you doubting what he meant when he said that? Did he?
I know what it means to run somebody over. I don't think it got to do with that. I know what he meant. The guy's like 80 years old. He knows. He's from New York. I'm sure he's seen or heard about people getting ran over. He knows what the phrase "run over by a car" means.
I got you.
It doesn't mean what he said. I could give a doll in a car to a young kid and show me what it looks like for this doll to get run. Nobody would use the example of what happened in their case, where the car just bumps a guy against the leg or something.
If he would have slipped on that icy road,
but that didn't happen. But you're giving me ifs. Trump said the guy was viciously ran over.
In a way, he did. Well, he was.
How? With no marks on, no injuries or anything. Just got viciously ran over, and he didn't get injured by an SUV.
I mean, the videos were like we all saw the video.
How many people get ran over by an SUV and they walk away basically injury free?
Depends how bad they ran him over. Here, you see how you can see him like getting moved.
What are you trying to show me?
It's the video from this angle. You can see him like getting pushed by the car.
I see him stepping back. I don't see anything running over him. In fact, When the car runs you over, you can see the car take a couple bumps as the tires go over you. I don't see that.
Look, I don't think she ran him 100% over, but she definitely ran over him.
She didn't even run him over 2%. None of his body went under that car.
Oh, his fucking feet definitely had to have gone over under the hood.
Right.
At least his feet did.
He just walks away.
I don't know. He was pushed out the way. Let's put it like this. The car pushed him out the way.
Yeah.
This is my favorite angle right here. Have you seen this angle?
I'm looking at it. What are you
This
saying?
is from the other side of the road. You could actually like see what he was doing. Because a lot of people kept saying a bunch of stuff about like they kept saying that he stepped in front of the car. He didn't step in front of the car at all. Right now, he's right here behind the street in his car. You know, then he starts walking toward the other officers.
Okay.
You see she hasn't moved, right? You see where he's at behind that tree?
Okay. I'm looking at it.
Okay. All right here. You see where he's at on the road?
Yeah.
All right. So, shit. Sorry, the camera moved. All right. You see where he's at on the road?
He's literally standing right in front of her car now.
Yeah, because she reversed.
Okay.
He took one step forward. He didn't take one step to the right. He took one step forward. She reversed. Now he's in the middle of her hood right now. And then that's where she starts to go forward. You know, I took one more step forward, but for the most part, he just took like 1 or 2 steps forward. He didn't really like jump in front of her car.
Yeah, well, and here is my take on it. My take, I've said before, I don't think a jury is going to convict him because there is enough plausible reason to believe that he thought his life was in danger. However, this whole excuse or way you trying to finagle it so that it appears that he got ran over, that's bullshit. This dude didn't, like you said, he was on the hood of her car and all this crazy stuff.
Look, this is what you get me. You trip me up with this shit every time.
I didn't. All you had to do was say, I didn't have to trip you up. I asked you, was he viciously ran over? Your answer could have just been no.
It was no.
No, it was not.
Over and over, so I gave you different answers.
No, your answer immediately.
No, let's move on.
Your answer immediately was yes, he got ran over. What you said? You said
I think it's considered getting run over. Getting hit by a car is considered ran over.
Play the clip. Let me see what happens here.
It doesn't go much further. I don't know. I guess they didn't want to show the shooting, but after this, it kind of ends. To be honest with you.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it ends it right there. This is actually the 3 minutes before. So if you want to know what she was doing, so Ice was like all the way down the street. She, let me fast forward a little bit. She was basically sitting in her car honking and dancing for like 3 minutes. Let me turn on the audio.
So she's not backing up into her home or any of this other shit.
No. She's dancing and she's going back and forth in that lane for a while. Like you.
Yeah.
Let me see.
There's so much movement here. I can't see shit.
Where we go? Because the guy, I got a warning for some stupid reason.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that video is not doing anything. I mean, the cameraman had one job and he everywhere.
Yeah, because he's trying to record Ice. He didn't think she was worth the recording. So that's her. That's her before he even showed up. You see how that car that was there is not there?
Yeah.
Because the Ice guy hasn't showed up. So she's there for a while. This is 2 minutes before the incidents. You see the time? Sorry, yeah. 1 minute and 38. A minute and a half before he even shows up, before she gets unalived.
That's a good piece of video because you're right. It does show that other SUV is not there. She just in the street by herself.
Yeah. Also, did you see the stupid shark? There's a shark and a dinosaur for some stupid reason on this road. You see the shark?
Yeah.
Bro, I thought it was AI for a second, but no, it's real. Yeah. Anyway, I'll try to show you what she was doing. She was just sitting there like honking and dancing and doing.
Yeah, she clearly is not stuck or any of the things that
all that was bullshit.
Yeah, her defense.
Just
also,
like her wife was not in the car. Her wife was not in the street.
Yeah, just like people are trying to. Yeah.
Ice is like on the other side of the street. I think that's the guy's car right here. I'm not sure if this is his car or is another car. I think this is his car. He's coming up in the car right here.
And they clearly are honking at her too.
Actually, no, this is his car. This is his car. This is when he finally shows up. He goes behind her. I don't know if she's just letting other people in and blocking Ice or what, but he ends up going behind her.
So
Yeah,
it's
so
yeah.
that's
So
when he
it's
finds the car and starts going around her car. Now, you get the other thing I want to show you is the wife is not with her. The wife is like right here down the street where ICE is. Shit, I'm trying to go around the pole. Hold on.
She wrong. I mean, I'm just gonna say based on the video, she clearly is obstructing justice. She clearly wrong. I mean, there's no denying that. She don't belong there.
Look, he starts walking, and her wife comes from down the street. Her wife was not in the car. A lot of people think her wife was in the car. She was all the way down the street, and then she finally joins her. And that's when the wife and him go around the car. A lot of people said he switched his hands to get his gun, but no, he switched his hands because he went in his car and he was trying to still film her. Oh, this is where the cops, they show up to her door and she starts to flee.
Yeah, like I said, I think she died for nothing. I don't think that cop is going to be held accountable. I mean, she clearly was on a mission. She was obstructing justice. I don't think that's certainly if I seen that video in court, yeah, that don't look good for her at all.
Is this the one where she's dancing?
I mean, just the fact that so many people are honking their horns is telling you that she's obstructing the traffic. All them horns being honked.
Yeah. But she's dancing while she's doing it. You see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that in this video?
I see it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little hard. Plus my phone's about to die. I gotta plug it in. But what's the other thing I wanted to say?
Mike in the comments is saying that's not her. What do you mean?
That's 100% her.
That's her car. Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, it's pretty clear she was not stuck. She was not backing into some kind of driveway. She is parked perpendicular in the street for no legitimate reason at all. I think that's pretty clear. I mean, she has no business being there. You can hear the people blowing their horns, so she clearly is blocking traffic. I mean, I'm not saying that's a punishable offense by death, but she clearly is doing something wrong in terms of a violation. She clearly is doing that. She ain't stuck or none of that.
The other thing is she was constantly just moving back and forth in that lane. Like, if I was an ICE officer, I would be afraid to drive in front of her because what if she just rams me as I pass her? And I think the only reason this guy didn't go behind the car is her wife was in the way. Like, do I go past her wife that's been harassing me or do I go through the front? Either way, like, at the start of her movement, he's not in front of her car. When she reversed her car, she put him in front of her car.
Yeah, see, Sabrina in the comments says, so she isn't blocking traffic. Then what the hell is she doing? She is blocking traffic. That's why you hear all the horns going off. People clearly are blowing at her.
That's some other bullshit they're trying to say that she was in a bike lane. Let me show you where the bike lane is.
Bike. Yeah, that's crazy.
Right here. That's the bike lane. So she is blocking the bike lane. She's also blocking the right lane. And she's also blocking a little bit of the left lane. Yeah. So what do you call it when you're blocking, 3/4 or more than that, like 2/3 of the fucking road?
I think the cops could have easily found a different way instead of killing her, but it ain't. Yeah, what she was doing was wrong. I don't think it, like I said, I think if the cops really wanted to de-escalate the situation, they could have. But people honking at you and blowing at you like that, and you choosing to stay in the street and dance, you're gonna have cops fuck with you. That's guaranteed to happen. The cops are gonna fuck with you.
Oh, please let Michael up because I want to ask him a question. Like all of those times he said, "Oh, if this person was white, this wouldn't have happened." She was white. It happened. So what's up? Right. How many times was Mike on here like, "Hey, if this person of color was white, this would have never happened"?
I never said that. MAGA reacts, you're lying. The other night we were on live. I completely listen. You had to go to your computer and try to recreate it in fucking. You were so. Listen, Tim. First of all, those people weren't honking at her. They were honking at the ICE agents. He had to go and recreate that shit. Listen, Tim.
That's awful, MAGA. That video.
He had to recreate that the other night because he got dog walked so bad. He recreated that the other night.
Because you guys didn't understand how a reversing car works.
Listen. Let me ask you this one question, Tim.
What am I trying to prove?
His foot never got ran over. Let's be clear. Yeah. His foot never got ran over.
That's true.
Never. Right? His foot. So if his foot never got ran over, what did she hit with the car?
She bumped it up against his hip.
Left hand. Listen.
Just because her car pushed him out the way.
Check this out, Tim. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's go back. When you go and show the video with him walking around the car, you can see in the glare from the car, the phone was in his right hand, Tim. This is not.
Mike, are you saying her car never touched him at all?
No, I'm saying his left hand touched her car. Listen, Tim, why are you guys ignoring? If the car never hit his foot, how else could the car hit him?
It hit his leg or thigh or something. I think it did hit him a little bit.
Tim, is your thigh outside of your foot? What kind of thighs you got?
Bro, none of that
No. Tim, wait a minute. Tim, if the car never hit your foot, what kind of thighs do you have?
It depends on how you position.
The tire has to run over your foot.
Back up.
The tire is not in the front of the car. Where's the tire, Michael? It's in the back left of the car.
Let's get this camera out of the way. Back the camera up, and from the glare from her paint in the car, you can see the camera was still in his right hand.
It's in his left hand.
No, dude, it was, go back. Not there, on the side. Now, two things. Let's be very clear about this, because I studied this shit. If she was a threat, is that go back a little bit, you'll see the phone is still in his right hand.
It's in his left hand.
And when he pulls his pistol out, now think about this, Tim. If it's an imminent danger in his left hand when he switched it over, he's still holding the phone up.
Yeah, some of it don't make sense. Like I said, I don't think he needed to shoot her. And the fact that he could do it with a cell phone in his hand, I don't think he felt his life was in danger. I really don't.
So it ends there. It doesn't matter. What you just said, it ends there.
But he's not going to say that, Mike. I don't believe he felt his life was in danger.
What hand is that, Mike? What hand is he holding the pistol with?
I know. He moved his phone to his left hand. That's what I said.
No, he moved his phone in his... I'll show you where he moved his phone to his other hand.
Here's my point, Maga Reacts. When he's pulling his pistol, he still has his phone up, recording.
Yeah.
So if he's in image,
Maga Reacts. While he was thinking, that was all.
No, come on now. If you really felt your life was in danger, you're gonna drop the fucking phone and either get out of the way or put two hands on the gun. The idea that you're gonna be able to balance a phone and a gun at the same time in a real life and death situation makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Tim. And so look, right there.
You see where the phone is?
And his phone is in his left hand. His phone is in his left hand, right?
What's pushing him? What is he leaning on?
He's not leaning on anything.
You're saying the car, it did not push him right there.
Check this out. No, it didn't. Now I'm gonna tell you why.
Why is he in that shape? How is he standing up in that shape if the car is not on the car?
I'm about to explain it to you. Click 2 more times. Right there. You see where his left foot is in between the other?
Yeah, I saw that. Yep, he's not. Yeah,
how the hell he shot already? How the hell did he get hit? Maga Reacts. With what?
Bro, we can see it in the other video. He got pushed to the left.
No. That tells the story right there, Maga Reacts.
We can see it.
But let me ask you this.
Look.
Let me ask you this.
Where is he now? Where is he now? He's in front of the car.
Bro, we can't. You trying to show this? Exactly. So you wouldn't be able to admit it in court. You're gonna send us some.
It's a grainy video. It's a grainy video. I get what he said.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
You're seeing it through my camera. If you're seeing it directly, you kind of tell.
It doesn't matter, Maga Reacts. You brought it up. What I'm telling you is this: that footage right there shows his feet. Because first y'all said she ran his foot over. That's what they said at first.
I said that fucking talking shit with fucking Tim. I don't know.
Well, you did, Maga. You did say he got ran over.
I said her hood went over his foot.
I asked you because Trump used the phrase he viciously ran over the ICE officer. You tried to make that make sense. He didn't get ran over by any stretch of the imagination. He did not get ran over.
Look, if you go stand in front of your car, right?
Maga Reacts.
Touch your car with your feet would be under the front bumper, right?
He didn't get ran over. I don't know how many times I gotta explain. We all know what it's like for a car to run somebody over. He did not get ran over. He wouldn't have walked away if he got ran over.
You're right. I should have never answered that stupid question. I don't. But that's the difference.
Yeah, because you're so trained to defend Trump that you refuse to answer something when you obviously knew the answer, which is no, he didn't get ran over. You should have just said no. You were too busy trying to defend Trump on something that's obviously wrong.
No in a literal sense, but in a general sense,
He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
Let me ask you this, Maga Reacts. This man, it was a firearms instructor, right?
If you say so.
No, I'm asking you, do you know that?
No.
Okay, he was a firearms instructor. He served in the military. Are you telling me, and by the way, and I haven't found him yet, hold on, but he was part of an investigation, and I mentioned it earlier, back in 2014. He was part of Border Patrol and ICE then, when there were 69 recorded incidents of ICE agents positioning themselves and pew-pewing in cars to justify the pew-pewing. Did you know that?
No, but
I heard about it.
Hold on. He was part of the agency then. Now, what I heard earlier, and I haven't had a chance to look for it, he also, what I heard, and I haven't seen it, there were 3 other investigations where they said he pew-pewed 3 of those 19 people of those 69 that were unalive. My point is this. This is my point. This is my point earlier. The burden is always on the trained professional. It just is. And if she was such a deterrent, mind you, his car, put your cursor on his car. How did his car get there?
He went behind her. It's on his.
He did what? Wait a minute. He did what?
He drove behind her.
Okay, so if he drove behind her, he could have kept going, yes?
That ain't gonna happen, Mike. Mike, that ain't gonna. Mike.
Number 2.
Actively harassing.
No. Last point. There was not an active operation on said street.
I mean, there's a lot. I don't know what you call this.
No. Christy Nome said that they were trying to free one of their vehicles from the snow. That's what she said. Okay. So if they were there to free an ICE agent's car from the snow, there was no active operation on that street, which means they have no jurisdiction on that street. Yes.
Well, if there's no active operation, what is she interfering with? Why is she there?
This is my point.
So she's just harassing off-duty ICE.
That's what it was. That's exactly what was happening.
But again, she has the right to do it.
Well, and the outcome is not going to always be. I'm going to have to move it on. But I'm just simply saying, real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Back the film up, real quick.
I just want to show where he.
No. Back the film up. How many cars? Now hit play. So he drove around her to the right already. We already saw that. That's how he got there to begin with, and pulled his phone out recording. That white car is about to pass. There's how many cars pass her?
A few. But how do I know that those are ICE? I still don't know those are ICE.
It doesn't matter who they are.
And only blocking ICE.
It doesn't matter who they are. The point is that they were able to pass. Now we can talk whether she should be there or not.
She's recklessly going back and forth in a lane.
Maga Reacts.
Hard.
That's a traffic violation. Maga Reacts. They have no jurisdiction over a traffic violation.
Would you
make it sound like he detained her?
Mike, would you agree, Mike, what she did was stupid?
In hindsight, that she's unalived, sure. But was it illegal?
Yeah, it's illegal. You can't just park your car in the middle of the street.
Tim, it's a traffic violation, but Maga Reacts, you're not answering my question.
But he hasn't detained her.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to move it on. I'll give you guys a quick minute. I'll give you a quick minute.
Cool. The guy that pew-pewed her never tried to detain her. That's my point, Maga Reacts. And the one that came up to her car never told her what he said, get the fuck out of the car. Now, what was he stopping her for? Because he has no jurisdiction.
I don't know. When I know, I'll tell you.
Okay, so the fact that you don't know, and I'm telling you, the law says he has no jurisdiction over her whatsoever. So why is he asking her to get out the car if he has no jurisdiction? No, I'm telling you. Look up the law.
Why does any of that matter? I didn't say she deserved it because she did this or she's blocking the road. The only reason I said she deserved it is because she drove her deadly weapon.
No, MAGA reacts. If they have no jurisdiction of her, that means they shouldn't have done anything to her. Yes?
That's not true.
It is.
They have no right to be on the streets.
I'm not sure about that, Mike. I'm not sure about that.
Are you saying they weren't allowed to be there on the public street either?
I'm saying that if they didn't have an active operation, they had zero jurisdiction over her.
I don't look. Here's why I disagree with you, Mike. If a Fed is just driving down the block and they have nothing going on in your block and you just block their path, we're saying the Fed can't do nothing to you at all. I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure that's true.
No, I'm literally telling you that the ICE in specific. You guys look this stuff up. ICE has no local jurisdiction.
I get that. But you can't just fuck with them because they have nothing going on the block. So you can just block their path because they ain't got nothing going on in this neighborhood. Ain't nothing they can do to you for doing that. I don't believe that.
But what I'm saying, if that was the case, hold on, Tim. No, Tim. Here's what I'm saying. Stop. Hold on a second, MAGA React. If that was the case, then there should be no cars getting around her. None. Zero.
She's controlling the path of traffic. She gets to decide.
All right, I gotta go. I'm about to drop you guys. All right, I gotta go. I gotta move it on. But thank you for coming up. All right, moving on with the program. Like I said, if what my caller Mike was saying is true, then so be it. But I just think if the feds, let's say for instance, they served a warrant on the south side and they're driving back to the station or something, nobody's in the car, and then they just driving back to turn the car in for the day or something, and they're different side of town, and you just decide to get in the middle of the street and block that Fed officer from going about his travel. The argument is he can't do anything to you. I have a hard time believing that. I'm just simply saying I have a hard time believing it. And I will also add, because we do give officers a wide berth, if you fuck with a cop in that manner and he does arrest you, I don't think most of society is going to do anything to him. I mean, even if he can't legally do, if you fuck with a cop and it results in something happening to you, a lot of Americans are going to be like, you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it. A lot of people are going to believe that. So I'll leave it at that. She wasn't blocking it. They drove around her, no problem. She was blocking it. Her car was not big enough to block both lanes of traffic. It's a two-way street. Obviously, once you go forward on the right side of the road and the left side of the road is up oncoming traffic. She covered the right side of the road and a little bit of her bumper was on the left side. So people were going around her by actually crossing over onto the wrong side of the street, or in the case of the white SUV, they went behind her into the bike path or whatever it was. She was blocking the road, though. Without her car being there, she was blocking a part of the street you would normally use legally. She was blocking the street. She was blocking the street as much as the width of her SUV could do. It wasn't big enough to block both lanes, but she blocked the lane that you're supposed to travel in. She was blocking the street. This guy, Mike, is a complete dumbass. He said a whole lot of nothing. He had points. I don't agree with all of them. He had points. Let me go back to the box. But yeah, she was blocking the road, in my opinion. Tamar, New Jersey's best. Good evening, Tamar. It was a one-way street with both. Well, she was blocking a lane of traffic. Whatever you want to say, she was blocking a lane of traffic. She had no legitimate reason to be doing that. Tamar, good evening.
What's going on, Tim? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. What are we getting? Is this woman? Trump says this woman is a domestic terrorist. What say you?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Trump says this woman, Renee Nicole Good, is a domestic terrorist. What say you?
No, she wasn't. She was dumb. She made a mistake. I personally think she was trying to make a U-turn or whatever, and she just got caught up in. She got caught. And
you think she was just trying to make a U-turn? Just
car.
You think she was just an innocent person just making a U-turn?
Because one of the cars went by before. I'm not saying that. But she was. I'm not saying that she was an innocent person, but I'm just saying, like, I believe
You got a lot of noise. I can't understand what you said. You're either moving around or something.
to get out of
Yeah.
a white expedition or whatever the hell that was.
What about the white expedition? Did you see the video he presented where she was in the middle of the street? He says for as much as 3 minutes dancing in her car.
No, I didn't. I kind of heard, but I was kind of more paying attention to my stupid ass Eagles losing. So I was.
Yeah.
I did hear MAGA relax though.
Yeah, even when she tells the cops or whatever, I'm not mad at you or whatever, she clearly did not appear to be intending to move.
Yeah, but you know what? I think when she was pulling off, had he not banged her, I don't think she would have pulled off that fast. And I think she backed up, nothing happened, and then she went to go forward, and I think she was gone that first shot, that first bang. If you realize it, because the way she took off, she was gone from the initial first shot. Nobody really talks about that though.
Yeah. I do agree that if the officer,
she would have pulled off as aggressively. I don't think she hit him, and I don't believe she hit him. Because look how he walked away. He didn't walk away like somebody got hit.
No, he certainly didn't get ran over, as MAGA reaction Trump is trying to say. He didn't get ran over, but even if he didn't get hit at all, at that point she's running from the law. I mean, the cop don't grab at your door and say get the fuck out of the car, and you ignore the cop and drive off. That's gonna be a police chase, right?
Yeah, but they gave a conflict of orders too, because one of the cops did direct her to leave, and she's looking out she's looking out behind the guy that grabbed the door. I don't think she actually seen that guy, because the way he walked around, her girlfriend was talking more crap to him about big boy, about you hungry, eating lunch, and then he was standing in front of the car. Like, who does that? Like, seen her literally back up. So why would you step in the path of her? And then you're sitting up there recording. And why don't these guys have body cameras anyway?
Yeah. And real quick in the comments, Erica says they're not police. Listen. If they
still the FBI, all federal, most law enforcement has body cameras, all the way down to the FBI, ATF. So why don't these guys have body cameras?
That's part of that's part of the Trump administration.
Just like the two shootings that happened in Portland. You have to take their word for it, but you don't have no video evidence.
That's done. That's done intentionally. You up the budget for ICE from $8 billion to $28 billion, and somehow they don't have to wear body cam. Yeah, that's done intentionally. They can wear masks.
When has ICE ever killed anybody?
Huh?
And throughout history, have you ever heard of ICE or body?
I'm sure a few people, but they've never been this fucking aggressive. So it probably happened, but not like now.
And honestly, remember what I was saying about Trump, knowing that he can't win the midterms? He's speaking it. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, Tim, but he's speaking it out. He's out loudly saying, "Oh, if we lose the midterms, I'm going to be impeached." Do you honestly think he's going to sit back and allow that to happen? I think he wants mayhem especially in these Democrat cities, so he can suspend elections come the midterms.
Well, I will say he is right, likely correct, that if he loses the midterms, he will be impeached. And I think you probably are right by saying that he is going to try to do everything he can to prevent the election from going as normal. I do believe that. He's not going to let the election go because everybody, even Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of them, are saying that the right is going to lose in the midterm, which is historically what happens anyway. And the country is not super happy under Trump's term. So I believe he's going to do whatever he can to make sure the election doesn't go down as normal.
Yeah, it's no way. If you know that there's no way for you to win with all the shit that you're doing, there's no way that you're going to allow. And you've got the power that he's got. You've got Congress sucking on your old balls and everything.
Sound like gangster grandma.
You're not going to allow them to actually just vote you out. So I don't know exactly what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something because you're sending ICE to all these Democrat cities. You're sending 3,000 people to Minnesota for what?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
There is absolutely no legitimate reason, even with the Somali fraud going. There's no reason to have 3,000. Their police force is only 600 strong. There is no legitimate reason to send 3,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis other than to stir up trouble. There's no other reason to do that.
To cause trouble.
Yeah.
To cause mayhem.
And it's working too. And it's working.
And look what happened. Because of you doing that, somebody lost their life. Whether she was in the wrong or not, it was an unnecessary shooting. He didn't have to shoot her 3 times, but I'm sorry, he had to pew her 3 times, and she was gone from that first one. She had to be, because the way that car took off, she didn't back up like that. So why would she pull off? And you seen her wheels turning. So obviously she wasn't trying to run that guy over.
You know what I don't understand though?
Pewed her.
I don't understand why this only happened. I'm surprised there hasn't been. When you think about how many citizens in this country are crazy and armed, I'm really surprised that ICE hasn't taken on more fire from American citizens, because they are exceptionally heavy-handed. They're approaching American citizens and everything.
Keeps talking to me about my Eagles.
What? Did I lose you?
What's going on here? No, I'm here. I think I got some text messages and stuff popping in or something.
No, but I'm really surprised that more ICE agents have not encountered violence. When you look at what they're doing and how often they're doing it, I'm really surprised more people haven't been up. I mean, the protests have been, for the most part, fairly peaceful.
Yeah.
So,
but did you see how they kicked her? They had like a little set up with like the candles and stuff, and the ICE agents kicked her.
I saw that. Yeah, that was terrible. Terrible.
This is like a nightmare with how these people act. It's unbelievable. And that guy straight talk, his voice alone annoys me. He's like, I can't even imagine love making night at his house. Like, what the hell?
Oh
like,
my
Jesus.
God! Oh my God! Well,
every time he gets on, he Kim, let me tell you. Like, my God, shut up! Like, you should see me in the comment. I'm like, please, get him off. That fuck boy gotta go. My God.
Straight.
Like, he's like now he's drinking the orange Kool-Aid and he's overdosing on it.
He likes Trump. What can I say? He really likes President Trump.
Hey, you're entitled to like who you like, but my goodness,
he really.
You've never heard Trump lie, and when he was like that, I was like Project 25.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because I don't even
destroy the White House.
Yeah, even MAGA. I'm very surprised because even MAGA don't normally say they've never heard Trump lie about anything. In the comments, Dark Side Rider says MAGA reacts. He sleeps and drinks Trump's crap every morning. How dumb he looks. So not a MAGA reaction, but
I need to find out where MAGA reacts gets his weed from. That's what I need to do.
I'll have to ask him next time.
I've been telling Gangsta Grandma she owns a smoke shop. She needs to find out where she gets it and name it MAGA. I bet you will sell like hotcakes.
Damn. Well, are MAGA weed smokers? I thought MAGA was Christian and all of this good stuff.
Shit, he don't smoke. Shit, the way he talk, he sound like he smokes. He might need to.
He says in the comments he don't smoke, he don't drink except at weddings.
I say.
Wow.
Shit.
I've never tried it myself, so I'm completely sober. I've never tried anything, so be it.
Shit. And did you hear this what he said about Greenland, about they're going to be part of America whether they like it or not?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Why is nobody calling him out and saying, "Hey, it's not because you can put all the military bases you want in Greenland. So it's not about security. It's about you wanting to take these resources. It's like America's like a swarm of locusts in the Bible when they come in and the locusts come for, but they're coming for resources, natural resources, like the Avatar.
Yeah, he made the excuse. Yeah, I remember that with the tree. He made the excuse that you don't secure something the same way you would if you own it. So that's why, even though they're letting us be in Greenland, it doesn't get the same. It's not going to get the same attention from the United States. He's saying we have to own it because they were like, you got bases there, you can do whatever you want. He said we'll do it better though if we own it. So. To me, it's just like it's like the fentanyl drug boats. It's like the fentanyl drug boats. He's just making up an excuse to do what he wants to do.
He's trying to take over everything, and it's crazy. You're making America look like terrible. It's like it's almost like me and you are neighbors, and you got like a freshwater spring in your backyard, and I decide that I want it, and I've got a bigger family, so we just come and we just both go and take your shit. And kick you off your property.
Well, that's probably how
that's our fresh water.
That's probably how he behaved as a businessman. And he's bringing people say he want the country ran like a business. This is what's a hostile takeover. I mean, this is what he's doing now. I can get why he's doing it. I don't get why MAGA's defending this stuff, because if it really boils down to it, it's going to be their children and our children that have to die for this shit. I mean, his family ain't going to war.
If you read some of these comments, these people be saying they love it. Oh, fuck around and find out. Oh, you're next, Colombia, Mexico, this and that. If they repeat it, it's like I said, they're almost like little children. Like you know how a little kid repeats everything. They're talking about the cartels run Mexico. What? Since only time you've never heard that except when Trump started saying.
No, I've heard the cartel. We've heard the cartels run Mexico. But here's what I don't get. If it would be different, I could understand MAGA cheering all this land grabbing on if there was some kind of genuine, significant benefit for MAGA. But Trump is not talking about really enriching the American citizens at all. Us taking over Greenland ain't gonna make a difference in your life at all, other than the possibility of a terrorist attack. That's when you might get killed, because they're not going to kill the president. That's when you might be a victim of a terrorist attack with all these land grabs. I don't get why MAGA's so favorable.
It's going to be a problem with NATO, because you said he said if China or Russia was to take over Greenland, that you don't think that NATO would stop them. So America's part of NATO, so we would have to stop them. So what happens if America actually attacks Greenland?
I don't know what NATO is going to do, because to me, the way Trump is talking alone should provoke action. Do they wait till we are actively attacking Greenland before they do it? To me, the threats alone should be causing more reaction from NATO.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't get it, because he's pretty clear of his intentions. Like, are you gonna just sit back and wait for this shit to happen? They should be doing something. Like, for instance, I believe
that's what it seems like.
I believe the countries that are coming over here for FIFA and World Cup and shit, they should cancel that. Like, do you need to wait until this country is fully immersed in starting wars with you guys before you? Do you need this? Now is the time to do something. I think they should cancel all of that stuff.
Because the World Cup is this summer, right?
I believe so. Like. The minute he started that stuff with tariffs, with immigration, where people are coming over here on visas and doing everything right and still being detained, the minute that stuff started happening, certainly what's going on with Latin America, they should have been like, I'm out. I'm not, we don't, as collectively, just like there's NATO and there are Western, there needs to be a Hispanic alliance. You guys, you go just stand here like a Bruce Lee movie and let them beat your ass one by one? Like, they should speak up for what's happening, because we clearly we're not their friend down there.
True. And I got one more point to make about with Nicole Good.
Yeah.
If they believe that it was a justifiable shooting, then why is the FBI and I guess the government trying to block the state from getting all the information about that shooting, if they believe it was a justifiable shooting?
Well, we know the real answer, but the other answer would be because you believe the state is not going to investigate it properly, they're going to be biased, which is exactly what the federal government is doing with Trump, Noam, and J.D. Vance already making biased statements before the investigation, but they're going to claim the other side is
justifiable.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you feel that it's a justifiable pew pew, then then why are you blocking people from information?
Short answer, because they can. That's kind of how Trump operates. Trump operates from a bully pulpit. If might makes right. I got the power. You can do about it. So I'll just run you over. That's kind of what he's doing.
Eventually, the bully gets punched in the face, and I just hope I'm not alive and anybody,
You probably will be.
I don't even. But all the things that Trump is doing, is telling you that he's not planning on leaving. Only way he's going to leave is in the body bag, because his health is going to be the only thing that's going to take him out. And I got one more thing. I was listening to this live that Mike was on one day, and this crazy person, it was right after we attacked Venezuela, and this guy was basically saying that, talking about Trump being a king, and that Don Jr. would come back on. I don't know if Mike is still in the comment section, but I was like, this guy sounds like he sounds so cold. Like he made straight talk look like a sissy.
A sissy. That's an '80s term.
I couldn't believe it.
A sissy. Wow, I heard that.
I couldn't believe it, because I've been trying. I was like, what the hell? I was like, Mike, you gonna let Mike get him?
Oh my God!
I was like, do you hear this crazy guy? He literally was like, if we win the midterms, then Don Jr. would, after Trump, Don Jr. would be the next in line, or what's the other?
Eric. You know Eric?
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, I don't think any of them. I don't think any of them have the charisma or the it factor of Dad. So I'm not sure that any of them could be president for certain after Trump is gone. Trump has an it factor. I think the Democrats running against Rubio, Vance, Don Jr., Eric, whatever, I think the Democrats will do better. Now, I'm not saying that the Trump side may not win, but I think the Democrats would have a much better time running against any of them than running against Trump, because Trump has the support.
The Sons of Anarchy. The Sons of Anarchy is saying that the liberals would change something, would do something with that case. I lost it.
That's always. Obama was going to turn the country into communist, and that's kind of what happens. But I'll leave it at that. Tomorrow, appreciate you coming through, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations to your Bears, man. I wish my Eagles would have been the ones to play y'all, but they messed up.
We are fourth quarter superstars, man. Nobody does the fourth quarter like the Bears. Nobody. 21-3.
I guess painting those nails does something.
Hey, as one Chicago comedian often says, another pair of French tips on me. So, hey, fourth quarter comeback, kids. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Tim.
All right. All right, folks, I appreciate you guys tuning in. By the way, if you enjoy civilized dialogue like this from all sides of the aisle, I ask you to politely follow the program if you're watching us live on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook. If you're watching us live on YouTube, we're here most weekdays. Give us a sub if you're watching on YouTube. And thank you, folks, for the 300. And I didn't ask a lot for the TikTok cap goal. You guys didn't really show your boy any love today, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But thank you, folks, that did tap the screen. You didn't beat the 49ers. Well, I'm a Bears fan, so we'll see what happens. I think the Bears are playing Seattle next week. That's going to be hard. But I thought the Bears would probably lose to Green Bay, because for some reason, even when they have a good season, they don't beat Green Bay. I bet money on the Bears to win, though. So I did win, but I didn't think the Bears were going to beat Green Bay. I thought if the Bears play anybody in the playoffs, I really hope it ain't Green Bay. Green Bay always seems to have their number, but finally, we may have a decent quarterback. We're finally winning games. It's been a while. In fact, it's been so long since the Bears had some winning seasons that, somebody like myself who has a few Bears jerseys, I don't have any jerseys for any active players, because they come and go so quick on the Bears. This is Mac. Obviously, Mac ain't played for the Bears in a few years. Urlacher retired several years ago. I have an Urlacher jersey. The players come and go so quick because You know, they don't keep nobody very long because the team is not normally that hot, but hopefully Caleb stays around and, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I love your live, says Dorothy. Thank you. We appreciate having you here as well. Regardless of what your opinion is politically, folks, you're always welcome on the program. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. 18 will be here for a while. Alter Ego, I'm hoping you're right. Thank you for the bear there as well. Bear down. Thank you. Real quick in the comments before we wrap it up. She didn't need to back up and could have drove forward. She backed up to angle at him. I didn't see that. Officer tries to move to the side and still gets hit on the side. She hit on purpose. How do I call? I don't think she hit the officer on purpose. However, I think there's enough plausible case to be made that he's not going to. There's enough case to be made that I don't think a jury would convict him. Here's another problem. I think many of you have likely seen officer defense shootings online. One thing you notice, even when the officer lights you up, pops in a whole magazine into a suspect, they still go to that suspect and handcuff them and attempt to render aid. Those ICE agents didn't do either one of those things. Did not do either one of those things. That shows the poor training of those agents. You don't shoot somebody and then just let them bleed out. You're supposed to render aid. I mean, I don't care how bad the bad guy is. Once he's down, you go handcuff him first, because sometimes people who have been shot can spring back to life and still represent a threat. And then you begin rendering aid. They just left her in the car. Just left her in there to bleed out. So I don't know civilly if anything can be done to the agents for doing that, but they didn't render aid. We can talk all day about how much she deserved, whatever. She did that is absolutely police procedure. Is that after you shoot somebody, you got to go render aid to them. There is no law enforcement jurisdiction that can explain that away. Like, you just let her bleed out. So I do believe that while we may be able to say the officer acted in self-defense, there is no excuse for the guy who fired the weapon to render no aid to that woman and just leave her there like that. Didn't handcuff her or anything. So I don't know. I don't think that right there would fly. By the way, C. Osmond, you says ICE is not police. Don't matter if you're a security guard. If you shoot somebody, you're supposed to render aid. You can't just leave them there unless you think there's some kind of, there's some danger that is still pertaining. But to walk up to the car, look in, verify she was shot, and just leave her there, you can't do that. You can't do that. So I absolutely believe there's a case to be made about that, to be made against that. Even if it was a defensive shooting, you can't just leave somebody in the car and let them bleed out. But this says, how do you render aid if your face is gone? She was long gone. How do you know her face was gone? She got shot in the head, but how do you know her face is gone? So you telling me he's seen enough, he could actually just call her deceased by looking a quick glimpse? I don't know. And by the way, in the comments, Jeremy55 says that's not their job. Yeah, it is your job. If you shoot somebody as law enforcement, you're supposed to render aid. Yeah, that is their job. Just like the cops. If the cops shoot you, when you're down, they come up to you. If they got to put a chest seal on you, or if they got that is their job to do that. You don't just leave somebody in the car and let them bleed out. That is their job to do that. Not to mention, like I said, always, they generally will handcuff you after shooting you because people have been shot and popped back up and still was a lethal threat. You can't just look in a car and, well, I determined they're dead, I'm going to leave them that way. What academy teaches a law enforcement officer to walk in front of a moving car? That's another debate that's going back and forth. But even if the cop does something that goes against his training, and you suddenly put him in a life and death situation, he still can shoot you. I mean, I still believe he could shoot you. I mean, that would be like, the academy teaches you to pat down the subject before putting him in your car. If you fail to pat somebody down and they pull out a weapon, The fact that you didn't do what you were trained for kind of is irrelevant. Once it's a life or death situation, you can kill the person. So even if he was not taught to walk in front of a car and did it anyway, he can be reprimanded, but he ain't going to be probably punished for shooting her. They may punish him for going against what he was trained to do, which is not walk in front of a car. But if he makes the mistake and does something that goes against his training, and suddenly somebody is using that screw up to kill him or try to kill him, he can defend himself. So I don't expect this guy to pay any serious price for what happened. Some folks are arguing that it's a state crime and Minnesota may go after him. I don't expect that to happen either. And even if it did happen, I'm not 100% sure even jurors on even jurors on a state trial. A lot of people support police. Certainly when the person that the police took out was in the process of breaking the law and not complying, and in this case trying to escape. I'm not even for sure if the state of Minnesota tried her, that they couldn't pick the right jury. You get a bunch of conservatives on the jury, this dude is walking. This girl is just gone. So I'm not even for sure state, but if it's federal, obviously it don't matter, because Trump gonna back the person up to and including the pardon. But even in state case, I'm not sure. I don't feel confident. She made some mistakes. Say what you want. What she did was not smart. She made some mistakes. She didn't need to back up. She could have drove forward. She backed up. Oh, I saw that. Look, at the end of the day, she should have just let them open up the door and handcuff her. She should have just let them open up the door. There's way too many videos floating around of people not complying with the cops, and the cops going above and beyond their powers and killing people, beating the hell out of people, whatever the case may be. Don't always count on cops doing what's right by the law. That can be a fatal mistake in itself. Just like I mentioned earlier in the program, cops do not trust the citizens they encounter. That's why they always want to see your hands. That's why they approach you tactically. That's why they touch the quarter panel of your car to leave fingerprints in your car. Cops do not trust the average citizen they encounter. I don't know why the average citizen that encounters cops just automatically trusts them. I do not understand that. There's way more than enough evidence on television and videos and shit to show you plenty of cops are out there operating on the streets. There's plenty of bad cops out there. This whole notion that 99% of cops are good is fucking ridiculous. I don't know if most cops are bad. I'm not going to say that, but it's enough of them to be concerned. If you can feel some kind of way about hearing Somali fraud or Afghanis, there's way more videos of cops doing bad than there are Somalis or LGBTQ or transgender or Afghans doing it. There's decades of continuous footage of cops doing bad shit. You shouldn't trust them at face value. They don't trust you at face value. When they go to the academy, they see videos of people like you doing bad shit. They don't trust you at face value. But you're supposed to ignore all of the videos that exist of them doing bad shit. That don't make sense to me. Thomas Miller says, I don't trust you. Well, Thomas, I'm never going to pull you over, steal anything out of your vehicle that's not mine, or plant drugs in your vehicle. So you don't have to trust me. You're not going to encounter me. You may encounter one of them. So appreciate the 317,000 folks. It is your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. If you're currently watching on or YouTube, rather, give your boy a sub. If you're watching on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook, follow the program. I'll catch you guys manana. Y'all take care. Go Bears. See ya.